Hey, hey, hey! Are you ready for the RF Generation Collectorcast? Here we go!
Welcome everybody to another episode of the RF Generation Collectorcast. As usual, I am your host, Mr. Duke.Togo, and with me, because I couldn't find a way to get them to not show up tonight, first off, I've got Krabby. Hey, Krabby.
Hey, how's it going?
Krabby is now a superstar as of tonight. You're immortalized, right, Krabby?
Well, it's not officially in print yet, so not quite. But I may have my own trading card soon. More information to come in future episodes.
You heard it right here, folks. So get ready to buy the Crabmaster trading card.
And hold on to any autographs out there. They're going to be worth millions.
I really hope that I don't have to buy like 8 booster packs until I finally find the Krabby.
It's going to be rare.
Is it going to be a foil?
Oh, God, I hope so.
And that other voice you hear is the beast from the east, Mr. Wild Bill. Hey, Bill.
Grrr. That's my beastly sound. Yeah.
Sounds a lot like
good.
Gru, actually.
The grrr.
So, Bill, are you immortalized anywhere? I think you are, right? You are immortalized somewhere, right?
I think you guys have, most everyone in the Motion Picture Academy is familiar with my work in Sleepers, but that's really the only... the only thing equivalent of. I after hearing about the card, I'm feeling a little down. I got to find a way to get on a card now.
I think we'll need to break Duke into the scene now. Now that we're both international celebrities.
Yeah. I'll just no.
Write a book or something, Duke. There you go.
I'll be known for this wonderful show. I mean, yeah. What else could I ask for? I mean, we're celebrities on this show, right?
I'm sure the show will end up on a card next year.
I think the show will end up somewhere. I don't know about cards, but it'll end up somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, folks, just a couple things as we get rolling, a couple places you can find us. We are on our website, collectorcast.com. You can find us on Twitter. Just follow Collectorcast. We're on Facebook. And you can also find us on YouTube. Just search for Collectorcast. You can catch the podcast also on Stitcher Smart Radio. So you can go to stitcher.com/RF Generation. You can go right there and pick up the app and subscribe to our podcast. If you do that on Stitcher, we'd really appreciate if you would put in the promo code RF Generation, just all one word. Kind of helps drive a little more traffic our direction. And, well, guys, man, we've got another big show this time, right? I mean,
we do.
It's we got a lot to talk about, but number one, I think we have to fulfill a little bit of a promise that we left in the last show, and that was about donations, right?
Absolutely.
Yep.
So last episode, if you were fortunate enough to listen to the entire glory that was episode 9, at the very end we did a little mention about donations for rfgeneration.com, and if you didn't listen all the way through it, go back and give it a listen. But anyway, we're going to recognize some donors that chimed in since the last time around. So the deal was, if you gave at least $5, we would read off your names. So we do have 2 $5 donors, right?
We do.
We're shocked to find them. Somebody bothered.
What? These just came in.
So tell me, guys, who contributed at least $5?
Well, one of our newest members that got us to 5,000 members on the site, Goemon43 was one of them.
Wasn't that cool for him to be? Because when you on that post on the blog post on the homepage when they announced 5,000, it just happens to be the lucky number 5,000.
Yeah, he was it, and he kicked in $5, or at least $5. I mean, hey, that's awesome. Welcome aboard, and thanks for kicking a few bucks.
Absolutely. Keeps the database going.
Yeah, who else did we get?
Well, we had to we had to corral the Kraken because the Kraken had been released, but now that we've corralled it again, Kraken Studios.
Yeah, and I don't even know if Kraken Studios is actually on our has an account. I mean, it probably does under somebody else's name, but I didn't see anything under Kraken Studios.
Well, when you say account, let's clarify, because people reach us a lot of different ways. We're talking about on rfgeneration.com, which is the main database site that we pull our small scores from, and a whole bunch of other conversations and things like that. So I personally haven't seen any forum action from Kraken, so they might listen to us from another source. But yeah, it was a very cool donation from that group.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I took a look at, they've got a website, I believe it's just krakenstudios.blogspot.com. It's they do like some art and stuff over there, so you guys should go check them out. They've got some pretty good art over there on their site. Kind of neat stuff.
It is. If you donate $5, you get free advertising for whatever you do.
There you go. Hey, I mentioned.
There you go, right? Be happy to pass that along.
Yeah, no, I was checking out the I mean, besides the art being pretty cool, like they actually look like they're, fairly active in the comic and gaming community, like going to a couple of shows. They have like their vendor booth up there, and it looks pretty nice. So really appreciate the help from Kraken Studios over there.
Yeah. And then we had like another really big donation by one of the site's co-founders, Storm TK421, or Eddie, as some of us know him. Been there since the beginning, right? Very active behind the scenes with the site.
Yeah, he's always working on the site, and he's been picking up the slack whenever they can't meet the bills for the month.
Yeah, so he kicked in $100, so that's a pretty big contribution. Thanks for keeping everything rolling, Eddie. We really love the site, and thanks for everything you do to keep it going.
Absolutely. It's also probably worth mentioning, I know that Isret's had an auction going where the proceeds were going to the site as well. I think that may have just ended recently.
That is correct. And also keep in mind, I had some questions about it. We mentioned in the last episode that we're going to do like a little auction to kind of coincide with the show to earn some money. We're going to kind of build that in when the site does its official fundraising drive. So if you're interested in that, keep an eye on rfgeneration.com and you'll see more details when that's ready to go. We want to take a minute to mention again that you can donate to rfgeneration.com itself. So we're doing some things to kind of coincide with that. So if you go over there, we'll have a link in the show notes. But if you donate at least $5, what do you get for your $5, guys?
You get immortalized the same way Krabby is going to be immortalized on that card. Only you get immortalized in sound form on one of the episodes of the RF Generation Collectorcast.
Which I know will be preserved for posterity for maybe a little while.
Oh, I've already sent copies to the Smithsonian, so
yep, for literally dozens of days.
All right, so and the next level though is if you donate at least $20. Krabby, can you tell them what they win?
You get a fully detailed description of everything you picked up for the month, posted in the small squares. And it doesn't matter how obscure, ridiculous, non-gaming related it is, we will make sure to highlight it during the next podcast and spend a lot of time on anything you picked up.
Yeah, super in-depth.
Who doesn't want to be a star on the Collectorcast, right?
I don't know anyone who doesn't.
No, I think it's pretty much a universal. And then we've got the big guns, right?
Yep.
Yeah. The $30 mark. If you go over $30, what do they get?
Maybe we should let Eddie post on the forums, let him know if it's a good prize or not.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get his information so I can send him his prize. He might reject it, but
I'm sure he'll love it.
So when we started the show, or when we were thinking about starting the show, Duke and I recorded a test episode. And the only person who's ever listened to it is NES Rules, the site director. We gave it to him as kind of see if he was interested in us doing the podcast. So it's
like a pilot.
Yeah, it's our pilot episode. If anyone's interested in that, it only costs you $30 at least to get there. We wouldn't turn away anything more than that, of course. But it'll be interesting.
Hey, at least it was not horrible enough to where he gave us the okay to do it anyway. So I can guarantee you it's not horrible. I also want to mention that you can find that, again, in the show notes. You just go to rfgeneration.com, and if you go into the forum section, there is a donate button at the top. I'm also going to extend this over if you like the show, if you want to ever contribute to the show. If you go to collectorcast.com, any level's appreciated. We also have a PayPal donate button right there if you want to help support the show. But definitely, let's keep RF Generation going strong. It's a great site. If you're not already over there, why not? I mean, we can't talk about your scores if you're not posting, right? So, I mean, come on, people.
Yep. Or making blog posts with your gameplay sessions.
Who would do such a thing?
I know one cool member who does exactly such a thing.
Yes, that's it. You get your own free blog. Come over there, post your stuff. We like to read it. Okay, guys, so, man, another month of some really cool stuff that people have picked up, right? We've got, we always think, like, okay, maybe it'll slack off a little bit, but...
Well, we did have Black Friday in this last time, too.
Yeah.
Well, just for, I feel, sometimes it just feels like it slowed down for you. Like,
yeah, that's definitely the case, I think. Almost,
wow,
no,
like, you're like, I'm not finding anything, no one must be finding, like, why is everyone finding everything? Yeah.
Certainly. Well, let's start off right off the bat. We had member Newpoil. He found himself
yet another cool Odyssey game.
Yeah, like another one of those like boxed games, right?
Yeah, and not just I like the Odyssey boxes in general, but the big box games are just awesome looking, all of them. And this is one I hadn't heard of personally, the Wall Street Fortune Hunt. And it's got
I never heard of it either.
Yeah, it's got all these sweet pack-ins like charts and like a ledger book, and yeah, it's really awesome.
See, it was this funny thing when games first started. They thought, well, maybe we actually have to try to teach kids something or they won't buy it. Whatever. We learned that pretty quick. Now we just want to kill people with guns.
Yep.
So that was really pretty cool. And then I think probably one of our most prolific scores per people of this. Yeah, that too. Why my tongue is just, I don't know. It's not doing it.
It sounded like someone else said something that I didn't hear and you responded to it.
Oh, that's great.
It's my other personality. So another person that has a lot of prolific scores this month is Mr. Zagnort / Zignatch, right?
Ziggity.
He has been like his goodwill is like the magic fountain of stuff.
Oh, especially Wii U stuff. I'm just floored.
Yeah, like I know that Targets, if there's a Target anywhere near Goodwill, they usually do a donation, have a donation partnership. But I'm telling you, like I never even hear of people finding the stuff that he finds at his Goodwill.
They might as well cut out the middleman and just start dropping them off at his house, because I'm pretty sure he's picked up everything they've dropped off.
Did I tell you I found a 2600 at the Goodwill by where I work for $49.99?
Only the small sum.
No controllers, and it was physically broken.
It's an antique, Bill. Come on, where's your respect?
Physically broken.
Well, it's odd. In my town there is one Target and there's one Goodwill. Yeah, there's never anything there.
Yeah, I got one Target, 2 Goodwills, never anything. But yeah, congratulations, Zig.
Yeah,
we're getting a Target as we speak. It's in construction, so I'm actually looking forward to seeing if I can score some of these deals.
Hopefully, cross your fingers.
Yeah, they have. I mean, they're when the stuff goes on clearance there, it drops super quick. So the problem is usually like dealing with the employee who actually marks it down, like putting it aside and buying it himself and selling it to his buddies. I think we had some talk about that on the threads these past few weeks. So either you get lucky and they don't have anybody like that, or you get in really good with the inventory and the pricing team at Target, and then you got yourself a contact.
I think what it is a lot of times, because they have that auction website that they do.
Yes.
I think that there are some Goodwill stores that are participating in that and some that don't. So if you're lucky enough to find one that doesn't participate in that, you're golden. Mm-hmm. I think mine sends everything to the online auction site.
Yeah. So let's go through some of what Zig actually picked up. I've never seen. I mean, obviously he grabbed a Dragon Quest 8. It looks to be complete. The disc and the case is there. New Super Mario Brothers 2 for the 3DS also looks to be complete.
Two of them.
Two of those.
Oh,
Yeah.
He got
I didn't
two.
see there were two. I only saw the picture.
We got one
You're
later
right,
on.
though.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at the picture in the thread here. And is that some sort of special Final Fantasy 12 that I see?
I kind of saw I didn't really see what exactly that is, though. I mean,
Yeah.
I've got the collector's edition of Final Fantasy 12, and that's not it. Cause...
Yeah, it's the threads. It says Brady Games art collection DVD case with
Yeah,
no
must
DVD.
be.
So I guess they released some sort of promotional DVD with some art on it. So, but he just got the case, but still pretty cool looking.
Yeah. Great game.
Yeah,
He also
that's
picked
debatable.
up a couple other Wii U games, right?
Couple other. He picked up like a dozen other.
Yeah, so...
Got like, what, 6 copies of New Super Mario Bros. U?
Yeah, 6 copies!
And he's not paying like retail price for any of these. They're all like $20 and $30 for like $50
Right,
and $60 games.
I gotta figure that at least one of those could go up on a I don't know. We just put it out there, charity RF generation auction. It could be a thing. It could catch on. People could get into it.
It could happen. It could. He also picked up another 2 copies of Epic Mickey 2 for Wii U, right?
Yeah. What, Ninja Gaiden 3 for Wii U?
Yeah.
Man.
One of my favorites, Nintendo Land on Wii U.
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed 3 on Wii U.
Yeah.
Just
So basically the Wii U library.
Yeah, but
just
can we
appeared.
talk about the real gem that's hidden right in the middle?
Oh, please let us know, Bill.
The World Ends With You.
Yeah, he did
That's a
find
cool
complete
little
World Ends
game.
With You.
And that one, I mean, it's still not crazy enough where you can still find it for like, $25-$30 if you like retail. But I have a feeling that that's going to be one of the games that that people are looking for, years from now. They're going to be looking back for that one. It didn't do terribly well at retail. And when you think back to some of the games that are highly collectible now, like especially like, with us being Nintendo guys, like when you look at some of the games that came out late in the system's life cycle, it didn't sell very well, but now are super hard to find. I think you could categorize The World Ends With You as that. It came out late in the DS's lifespan before the 3DS came out. It's made by a great company. It's a great little game. It's got ties to Kingdom Hearts. I mean, I don't think that it's really going for big dollars now, but I think that it might in the future.
It's I mean, it has its fans. I mean, a big fan base.
Yeah, very niche game.
Yeah.
I think just with the massive DS install base, though, even games that don't sell really well are still going to sell enough that people are going to find them reasonably well. I don't think it'll ever really skyrocket up there.
Okay, quick, pure speculation. What do you think? Diamond Trust of London, will that be the hardest DS game to find?
Maybe not the hardest, but I think it'll be up there. Yeah.
Electroplankton?
No, that one seems to pop up relatively often. I think people are aware of that one at least. I think the Diamond Trust will go under a lot more people's radar.
Yeah, I think Diamond Trust of London. That's probably going to be my guess is one of the hardest ones to find. Okay, so he got a couple other things, though, right? He got a sealed copy of Final Fantasy Chronicles, the greatest hits, but I mean...
Sealed. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
He got a Super Smash Brothers Brawl.
Good game.
Like, cheap, of course.
Yeah, he doesn't pay much for anything.
Yeah, he got a couple games I like a lot. So he got like Phantasy Star Online version 2 for Dreamcast.
Love that game.
So cool. I love that game. And Panzer Dragoon Orta for Xbox.
Also love that game.
Yeah, really good. Very well done. He got a lot of guides.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that was just today, right? The Final Fantasy guide lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a couple Final Fantasies, Metal Gear, and a few other games in
Yeah.
there. And then
Those are cool.
yeah, another pickup. He grabbed a few more old guides and stuff. Like he's got the little pocketbook guides for both the Zelda Oracles games.
Mm-hmm. He also got, I know not expensive, but still kind of a fun game. A lot of people still enjoy it, the Jet Set Radio Future for the original Xbox. I think Sega, to me, was a big star on the Xbox, although I don't know if the American audience loved it as much as I did. But he picked up a Final Fantasy VII Greatest Hits, and a couple Paper Mario games, right?
Yeah, and as usual, he's going nuts with the Skylanders, even getting promo deals now. Like he got like he's going into the weird accessories like the Battle Coliseums and stuff now, not just the game and the characters.
Yeah, he is big in it. So, Krabby, are you keeping up with him at all with the Skylander stuff?
Oh, and I've never been in the same league as him with the Skylander stuff. I'm well behind.
I may have said it earlier, but years ago I used to always, obviously like I look forward to having kids because I want to have kids, but at the same time, when you go to a toy store and you look at all the Lego stuff and all the Star Wars Lego stuff, and I would always think, oh, I can't wait to have kids so I can have all the Star Wars Legos again. And then, I felt that way for a while, and just recently I realized that the reason I'm not into Skylanders is because I really, I would want to share it with a kid. Like, I don't think I'm into it enough on my own. So now it's evolved to, oh, I really can't wait to have kids so I can get into Skylanders.
I go to the toy store with my kid and I do that. Like, look at this Star Wars Lego. It's awesome. And he's like, no, I want the tractor. What's
like,
the
no.
tractor? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the tractor beam? You got it.
So when he opens his Christmas present, he's like, "Oh, Dad,
didn't want a spaceship. Come on."
No, I'm telling you, it's the Slave
bus.
One. It's super cool.
Oh man! So congratulations, Agnoch. You really seem to clean up this month. Definitely one of the most prolific posters there. Now, also, I don't know. Can you give me your rendition of this one? How would you pronounce that next one?
What, Sauza?
Is that Sauza?
Sauza. Yeah, you ever have Sauza tequila?
Sauza. I don't drink.
Sauza for the margaritas.
Oh, okay. So it's is that Spanish?
I believe it's Mexican actually, because Sauza tequila.
They speak Spanish in Mexico.
Yeah, but still, it's a different country. You can't group Spain with Mexico. It's a language.
Well, that's what I meant. The word is Spanish. That's what I was trying to get to.
No, I think the word's Mexican.
You say so. So Sauza.
It has
12.
the word Sauza has Mexican heritage in Spanish.
Okay, that sounds good to me. He picked up a couple little things. So he got some Xbox 360 games, right?
Yep, got some pretty good ones actually. I've never been a huge fan of Fear, but I know a lot of people love the Fear series. So you grab Fear 1 and 2, Gears 1, Mass Effect 1, Super Street Fighter 4, Dragon Age. Grabbed Fear 3 for the PC, or Fear as we like to call it, and then Epic Mickey for the Wii, which it was one of those games that a lot of people I think were really looking forward to, and I don't know if it was everything everyone had hoped it would be, but there's still a lot of people who really like it.
I think people were really disappointed when they had like the original art style with like the angry Mickey, and then they switched over to the. I mean, obviously the Disney execs looked at it and went, "Mickey can't be mad.
Yeah,
gotta change it." And I think he also picked up a copy of Skyward Sword.
yeah. Oh, and I don't think I mentioned Dead Island. Dead Island's a really good game.
Yeah, Dead Island.
And Skyward Sword. It's really weird. And again, not to get too sidetracked on the early, the first 3 scores we're doing, but I really, really love Skyward Sword, and I don't know how many other people feel that way about it. I don't really read reviews as much as I used to. I kind of feel like I know the games that I want to play, and I go after what I like. But I really like Skyward Sword, and I don't feel like I feel like years ago when I played like Ocarina or like Link to the Past, everyone that I knew had played those games, and I feel like when I talk about Skyward Sword, I talk to a lot of people who are like, oh, I haven't gotten to it yet. I don't know if I ever will. And I don't know if it's because they don't want to play Skyward Sword or because they have a bad taste in their mouth for the system itself.
I think most people would probably have to drag their Wiis out of the closet and hook them back up, and they probably don't have Motion Plus.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's the only way I was able to play it was because I purchased the copy that came with the gold controller.
I know with me, I'm just kind of stale on the Zelda series.
What's the last one you played through?
Skyward Sword because I've got no desire to play through Skyward Sword.
Oh wow! What's the last Zelda game you played through to the end?
Twilight Princess.
Yeah, I didn't like that one.
Wow, the last one I played through to the end was Link to the Past.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that was really good.
I would recommend that. A lot of people claim that's the best one. I hate getting in that discussion because so many are so good. But anyway, just a little sidetrack.
Just to clarify, it's actually Link's Awakening's the best one.
Really? I've actually never played it, but I will hold you to that once I finish it. We'll see.
Okay. So it's cool to see some. I mean, even though this generation is not quite over, we're getting to the point where some of these earlier games from the cycle are, still getting kind of fun to pick up. They're still cheap. They're going to be collectible at some point in time. So getting to see somebody picking up Mass Effect and Fear and some of these. I mean, yeah, we see it a lot. They're not hard to find, but still, I mean, it's a good time to build up an Xbox 360 collection if you're going to go for that, right?
Definitely. And same thing with PSP. There are a couple of people have been getting PSP scores lately, and now's a great time to get into that too.
Yeah, PSP and Wii right now I think are the two to grab. They're both dirt cheap.
Yeah. So next up we had Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, right? It's a prolific lover of, let's just say, interesting games, right?
Yeah, all things junior high related.
And I was going to say, speaking of things that games that are terribly super common, he grabbed NFL 2K1 for the Dreamcast and NBA 2K1 also for the Dreamcast with Allen Practice Iverson on the front cover.
Who didn't play those games to death?
I'm not a big basketball guy, but absolutely NFL 2K and 2K1 played a ton of.
Oh my gosh!
Never played either one
constantly.
Yeah, and I'm not even a Madden guy. Like I played NFL 2K
I don't like Madden.
when the Dreamcast came out because of like there was a big bump in the graphics, the frame rate was up there, and I just figured let me give this football game a try. And I tell you, like for not being a football guy, I played the hell out of those games.
Oh yeah, I mean I went from I think the only football games I had owned before that was Joe Montana football,
Right.
Genesis, you know what I mean?
What was that first-person football game for the Saturn? Like quarterback challenge or quarterback attack?
It was something to do with quarterback.
It was quarterback, and I looked at the video on the back of the box that sold me. Like you're playing as a first-person view, and as a quarterback, and the helmet grill is in your view.
Sure,
while
why
you're
wouldn't
playing.
that work, right?
Yeah, totally.
Million seller. Great idea.
He also grabbed a game that you would expect him to grab.
Yeah, well, I mean, he got a pretty cool Hannah Montana cart in there, right?
Goes well with his Jonas Brothers, yeah.
Yeah, and Pet Vet. He got Pet Vet, and horses with a Z.
I don't know if we mentioned Extreme Beach Volleyball.
Yeah, Krabby, didn't you comment about that one? I think, right? The little past his age range, or
yeah, it's a little mature for him, you'd think. But then to go to the other extreme, he went out of his age range and grabbed Teletubbies,
which has got to be a fantastic title for the PlayStation 1, no doubts.
Hidden gem. Yeah.
I mean, all kidding aside, he grabbed a lot of GBA games that are pretty good games between Castlevania Circle of the Moon, which I think was the first Castlevania to hit the GBA before Aria of Sorrow, and
I think you're right. Circle of the Moon was first.
He grabbed Crash Bandicoot, Donkey Kong Country 3, Super Mario Advance, which I believe was Mario 2.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think Mario Advance 1 was Mario 2. But of course, he balanced it out with is that Barbie Secret Agent?
I think there was one of those Sweet Life of Zack and Cody games on there too.
Kim Possible 2.
Yeah, I've actually heard the Kim Possible games are pretty decent.
What forum have you heard that on?
From Nine-Tailed Demon Fox.
Nine-Tailed Demon Fox private PM chat we've got going.
.org. Got Dora, Lizzie McGuire. I mean, he's got honestly, he's got some good stuff in there, and he's got stuff that he's got in there as well.
I did get a couple things I thought were cool though, right? He got these little Mega Man action figure things.
Yeah,
I like.
Yeah,
those.
Cut Man.
Yeah, the Cut Man looks really weird. It's like whole scissors on top of his head.
Because in the 8-bit version, it's just the blades. And this one has the thumb and index finger holes.
It looks pretty ridiculous. And Proto Man looks all wrong, right?
Yeah.
It just doesn't look right at all. Even Mega Man doesn't look quite right.
You know what I appreciate is the battle wear on Mega Man's chest. These toys were played with.
Yeah.
And that makes me happy.
Get him, Cut Man! Now, he also found an old Milton Bradley Pac-Man card game in the box and everything.
Yeah.
I know we're a video game podcast, but I remember that stuff when I was a kid, so it was kind of cool to see that again.
Yeah, I never seen that one before. That's an interesting piece to have on the shelf.
Yeah, definitely. He also picked up some Odyssey 2 stuff, right? So more Odyssey 2.
Always cool, yeah. Not
and
to
then I
play,
think
of
it said-
course, just to collect.
Yeah, I would agree. Ooh. And then he picked up a friend gave him a free GBA SP and some regular Game Boy games. I think there was a nice assortment of some decent stuff that was in there.
And my
Definitely.
my favorite thing that he grabbed was that sealed GBA to GameCube cable.
Oh yeah, he did pick that up, right?
Yep.
Yep.
So that's again another thing probably better left unopened, but
There's a surprising amount of games that had compatibility with that. It's unreal.
yeah, but probably like the Pac-Man one and then Four Swords was probably like the biggest ones that.
And
and
Crystal
the Final
Chronicles,
Fantasy.
yeah.
Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
There was more, but those were probably the biggest ones that
No,
most
there-
people played,
there's-
right?
I want to say hundreds. Not even exaggerating. There's a ton of games that I just had no idea you could link up and do stuff with.
Yeah, pretty crazy. That was a thing. And there was also the Game Boy Advance had the wireless thing, right? A little wireless connector you could hook up to that thing.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
I see them every once in a while. It's kind of interesting that they had already thinking about wireless connections.
Yeah.
And then we get into a relative newcomer at the site, Mr. Jason Lee 66. Just picked up a couple little things, but some good titles.
I have to take exception with your pronunciation.
Oh, okay. Now tell me where I'm wrong, Bill.
If you look closely at his name, it's Jansolee.
Janice Lee?
Jansolee.
Jansoli. So I misspelled it. Is that
Correct.
Ah, okay.
It could be Jansolee. And there's also a 66 in there. So let me tell you my theory on this. And
All right,
also in the thread, he says he just came back from his weekly visit to his favorite store, and he spelled favorite O-U-R.
So is he UKer maybe?
That's not America.
That's
That's not American.
Canadian spelling.
It could be Canadian, and so
Those
here's my thinking. I'm thinking Canadian, and plus with the 66 in there, the great Mario Lemieux, number 66. I think we got a hockey fan with us.
Let's ban him from the forums.
No, it's good to have you, John Soli. So
Interesting. All right. Well,
picked up
I'm glad you picked
Xanac.
up on that. Yeah, Xanac, which is one of my faves. It's a good
Yeah,
one.
it's a great little shooter there.
Yeah, Duke turned me on to that one. I love it.
He also picked up one of the OK Mega Man
The
games,
best game of all time, you mean?
right? Yeah, Mega Man 3.
Yeah, with Snake Man.
Eat it,
That's
big
when they
man.
kind of ran out of ideas, if you ask me. They're like, what do we come up with next? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's
Make
not
him,
No,
make
no.
him slide. That's awesome.
Yeah, no. What was it? Was it Mega Man like 5 or 6 where it was like Napalm Man?
Sphinx Man.
Yeah,
I like Yamato Man. What the heck's a Yamato?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've
What is
talked.
that?
Centaur,
We've talked about
man.
it before, but I mean, maybe it's just because I grew up playing 4 more than the others, because that's the only one we owned. Like, I borrowed like 1, 2, and 3, but we owned 4, so we played it all the time. I really like 4.
That's nostalgia talking, Bill.
It sure is, but what's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong
Yeah.
with that. Now, you picked up one other title for the NES, right? I think, Krabby, you like this one, right?
Yeah, kind of an uncommon Taito game, Kickmaster. Doesn't go for
Yeah.
a whole lot, but it's actually pretty hard to find, and it's really fun to play.
Yeah, with a name like Kickmaster, I mean, it just sounds awesome.
And
right?
the opening, the cutscene is just amazing. Your brother gets cut down by these like skeletons, and you're
Awesome.
holding him while he's dying, and he says to you like, "My steel was no match for these skeletons. Only your feet can destroy them." And then you have to go through the game and like kick everything. It's awesome.
It sounds like that episode of Family Guy where he's driving the car while kicking.
It sounds like a good enough reason to seek revenge as any.
Oh yeah,
Now, next is one of your favorite guys there, Bill, right?
Kitty,
Meow.
big Radiohead kitten fan.
Now, he hit one of the Black Friday deals and picked a couple things up, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Old Navy. I think over the past 3 or 4 years, they're one of the non-video game stores that try to grab like a couple of cases of video games for each of their stores just to get people in the door and then buy their clothes.
Yep.
And they've done this for a couple of years now, and I didn't even realize they were doing this. But he went there to get his nieces and nephews sweaters, and also happened to pick up some Wii U games. Got a couple of, it looks like New Super Mario Brothers 2 games while I was there.
But let's hope one of those makes its way to the nieces and nephews so they don't just get clothes for Christmas.
No
yeah,
way.
it'll be wrapped up in the sweater.
Be ugly Christmas sweaters are all around.
You ever get that? You ever get a article of clothing as a gift, and there was a video game inside of the clothing?
No, but that would be fantastic.
I got that. My mom got me a sweater. Back in the age, like right now, if I get a sweater, I'd be like, oh, sweet sweater. No, I still can't get it. Oh, a sore subject. My mother-in-law was just in town, and she told me again that I was like, really, like, seriously, you got to do it. She's like, no, it's impossible. And I was like, get out. So, but no, like my mom got me a sweater back in the time when like I didn't want sweaters. Like right now, if I got a sweater for my birthday or Christmas, I'd be like, yes, sweaters. I love, this is great. I need one of these. But she got, like, I opened the box up, and imagine, like, a 5-year-old kid, like, just looking up at his mom, like, what did you do? And then, like, she's like, no, like, hold it up. And then, like, I went to hold it up, and I heard a clunk, and I looked down, it was a Kung Fu cart. And I was like, oh! And that was the end. We just ran to the Nintendo and played Kung Fu.
You didn't even play it in the sweater?
Nope.
I love you, Grams. that was the deal, right? Now, Kid A did get a couple other things throughout the month, though, right?
Yeah, a couple good role-playing ones there.
Oh, man. Yeah, Saga Frontier and Xenosaga. I've got a copy of Xenosaga. The Saga Frontiers have eluded me so far, but those are both really good pickups.
Xenosaga is one of my favorite games to play. It's awesome.
And he got both of those, I think, for $30. So, I mean, what a deal.
Good deal. Yeah, I think Saga Frontier by itself is right around that price.
Yeah,
and so is Xenosaga, right?
Is it that much now? I thought it was only a 10 to 15.
What, Saga Frontier?
No,
Xenosaga.
Oh, Xenosaga, yeah.
It was like $20.
Quit confusing your sagas, Bill.
And then
and my Chronicles.
He picked up another Wii U game too, right?
Yeah, Scribblenauts. That's one I actually want to check out. My wife's actually really interested in trying that one. She really liked the DS one.
I was gonna say, yeah. Have you ever played the other Scribblenauts games? But they're pretty good.
Actually, yeah, my oldest daughter played the original Scribblenauts quite a bit on DS.
And they're on the it's on the iOS now. I've got it on my iPhone. It's cool just to pull it out and play like a round or two when you're out.
That sounds right up your alley, Krabby. Downloadable game?
It's not cool, Bill. It might seem like that, but it's not.
It's the devil.
The devil.
They trick you into buying things that are not real things.
Megabytes.
And then next up, another person that was pretty prolific in what they picked up this month was Mr. Techie413, right?
He's just so cool.
He picks up great stuff.
Oh, he really does. And he picks up stuff that is varied over so many cool things for so many different platforms. It's weird. Like, I look forward to posting small scores from him because you'll really see a great variety. Like, I know everyone's going to laugh at me, but that ice hockey game for the Wii, the kids' sports ice hockey, I would have picked that up in a second.
Oh, you're a big hockey buff, right?
Oh, man, but it's so... Look at the box art on that. That's gorgeous.
We're going to switch the positions of you and Krabby. Can we just do that? Just pick you up and plop you over there.
Oh, man. I'm just going to look at that while you guys talk about the other games that he's got.
Well, he did get some really nice Sega Master System games. I mean, they weren't anything terribly rare or anything, but they looked like really pretty brand new. Very common, but I think one of them was Kensiden.
I've never seen Kensiden before.
Yeah, I've got that one. I mean, it's not terribly rare, but again, they're all good games that he picked up. He got maybe something that will bleed into our main topic for the show today. He picked up FC Mobile 2, which is a little portable Famiclone, but it plays NES cards. He picked up Wild Arms 2 for the PlayStation.
That's a cool one.
I did like the first couple of Wild Arms games, and then it kind of got past me.
I find that with a lot of JRPGs, is even the ones that I get into, they kind of eventually get to a point where I'm like, I don't know if I can keep up with this.
That's like Suikoden, right?
Yeah. I love the first two, and I think one recently came out for the PSP that I haven't gotten into yet.
Yeah.
Or did it come out, or it's coming out?
I thought there was one that came out, okay, but it was like a bit different, wasn't it? I think it was like some kind of like tactical.
Oh, that might be why I didn't hear too much, because I heard it. I remember when it was announced, and then I haven't heard anything about it since. So that might be. It came
out over here.
I don't know. They've done like a card game spin-off too for the DS, I think.
Yeah, see, that's where all those games go to die, isn't it? Really,
It's too bad.
It is. And he also got a bunch of really nice complete in box GBA games. Like one of my personal favorites, you got Phantasy Star Collection for the GBA. I'm a big Phantasy Star guy, so I've got that one too in box.
Definitely.
So it's a cool little collection, but it's missing Phantasy Star 4, which is the best one. What a shame.
He's also got in that GBA collection, looks like Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts and Kingdom Hearts a little more up your alley, right, Bill?
Very much so. I'm a big Kingdom Hearts fan. People always tell me, yeah, but the story doesn't make sense. And I'm like, I don't care. It's a fun game to play. I think it's great. And you never go wrong with box Castlevania games. I don't care which one it is.
Yeah, you got two of them. Like Circle of the Moon and I don't remember the other one offhand.
Yep.
I think
Harmony of Dissonance.
Dissonance, yeah,
pretty good one. And then what does he get? Did you mention Final Fantasy VI Advance? So the
no, but man, that's awesome.
Is it? So I was gonna say it's your favorite Final Fantasy, right?
It is. I would say it's a little step below the Super Nintendo version in terms of quality, but they did a retranslation of it, so it's worth playing anyway. And they added an extra dungeon.
Totally.
It's always nice when they tack something on like that, something worthwhile, not just like a palette swap or something goofy.
I think they did that with 4, 5, and 6 all for the GBA. They all added like an extra dungeon and new bosses. It's fun. It makes it fun to go back and play.
And you guys saw the little King Kong glass that he got, one of his first posts?
Yeah, I remember that glass. Actually, I think it was like a giveaway, like a Burger King or something, like a million years ago in the 80s.
Yeah, he said Coca-Cola in '76.
Yeah.
So it was some Coca-Cola thing. Then I was alive. I wasn't alive in '76, so I've never seen it before. But it's cool.
Yeah, one of those things that used to be just everywhere, like in thrift shops, but obviously now most of them are probably broken.
Now, do either of you guys know what this Mr. Mouth thing is that he grabbed?
I do. That's why I put that on the list. Neither of you are children of the 70s.
No, we're super cool.
Yeah, in the late 70s, there was this toy called Mr. Mouth. And what it is, and he got it like complete in the box. But it's like this big mouth guy in the middle, and then you have these hands where you put these little chips on them, and they're like flippers. And what happens is when you put batteries in it, the mouth rotates, and then the mouth opens and closes, and you have to try to flip your colored chips into his mouth. And whoever gets the most chips in wins.
So it's basically a way to expand the life of like Tiddlywinks?
Yeah.
It's
but with batteries.
I can't tell exactly from how you're describing it, but it sounds a little Hungry Hippos.
Think almost like reverse Hungry Hippos.
Okay. So the hippos are throwing things up.
Yeah, the hands are flipping things into Mr. Mouth.
Okay.
As he spins and opens and closes his mouth.
I gotcha. I think, you know what? Now that you say it like that, I think I know. He's like a little motorized Roomba, like just moving around, and his mouth
like
opens.
Like a yellow head that just like, and he just spins and chomp. Kind of like Pac-Man before there was Pac-Man.
His eyes make him look really depressed, like just sad.
It was the 70s, man. Everybody was either like on coke or.
And if it was early 70s,
gotcha.
Can you imagine being alive in 1976 or early 77 and Star Wars doesn't exist?
I was alive.
That's what I'm saying. I can't imagine being alive where Star Wars isn't a thing.
Duke doesn't like to talk about the dark times.
Don't take me back there, please.
In the long, long ago.
Now, I do want to backtrack for a minute, just to throw in this little bit, that if you guys have never played Final Fantasy V for GBA...
I haven't.
Go get it. Because
I'm writing it down right now.
It is, to me, the best version, and they added a whole new job into it.
Oh, wow.
So go play Final Fantasy V Advance. Excellent game. All right, now bouncing forward again. He also got Zelda 4 Swords, I think, for GBA boxed, right?
Yes, he did.
And he got some other just really big lots.
Yeah.
I know he picked up, outside of those big lots, though, he got an Xbox 360 and like a wireless headset to go with that.
And the Christmas cards.
Yeah, I got 8-bit and 16-bit Christmas from RetroZone. So
very cool.
We'll be talking a little bit more about RetroZone a little later in the show.
I picked up one of my favorite NES games there, too. I don't know if I call it my favorite, but it's a really fun one. Galaxy 5000.
Yeah, Galaxy 5000.
Yeah, it's kind of like a precursor to the like vehicle combat games. Like it feels a lot like Rock and Roll Racers, which is an awesome game.
Yeah, they got a lot of love on the Super Nintendo, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Now, I'm curious, are either of you going to pick up the NES 8-bit Christmas cart this year?
Not me.
No?
I never have before. I probably won't this year, but I think I'm going to be looking into it in future years now that I'm starting to get more active, or at least more interested in the what do you call it, the homebrew community.
Did they ever sell the just the cards with the models on them? I might buy a set of those.
Does that have to go with your other card? Like you can just like mush them together and pretend?
We can play. It'll be like action figures, you know?
Just don't let your wife catch it, right? Oh. So Techie, man, you got a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously, probably a little more than we'd go through here. We'd just be here all night, but
I don't think its Plane Trade has any stock in anymore. We'll put it that way.
It's rated them out.
Yeah. Well, and probably it's worth mentioning that he grabbed one of those Nintendo rolling carts.
Oh yeah, like those like that big white thing with like the ugly Mario picture on the front of it. It doesn't look quite right.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Mouth and Mario maybe were in the street corner, maybe together.
I also think it's really cool those like those Nintendo like trading cards you got, like the Donkey Kong Jr. It's type like Mario Brothers trading cards, and the Mario Brothers one is in a package and he flipped it around and it's got one of those stickers on it that says "Employee purchased. Nintendo of America strictly prohibits resale of any product for profit." Anything that comes from an employee of Nintendo of America from the 80s is awesome.
That's true. Yeah. I would agree.
And they're actually pretty strict, I found out, too, about that. If the guy could have easily gotten fired if he made any money off of those cards there.
Yep.
So next up is another kind of a recent guy to the site. I think we might have mentioned him last episode, but No Everyday Joe.
Yep.
He picked up like a huge Nintendo lot for like $150, I think, off Craigslist.
Sure did, and he took a beautiful picture of it all on that very nice couch of his.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, all kidding aside, this, like, every time you go on Craigslist, like, sometimes you find systems that are, it's a good deal, but like the systems are dirty. You got to spend a lot of time cleaning them up. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he cleaned these things or not, but they look super clean.
Yeah, he got basically all the major Nintendo consoles, the older ones, right? I mean,
yep. Well, yeah, he got NES up through N64, including both versions of the Super.
Yeah, the Model 2.
And he also got a box GBA SP, right?
Yeah.
So I mean,
now the I don't think any of the kart games have boxes or manuals, but still, getting the box for the GBA is nice. Getting the that hardcover Zelda. It actually looks like it might be sealed. I think I might see like a little bit of a shrink wrap on the side of it there.
Those are cool books. Yeah, I like those.
Yeah, I mean, pretty awesome. You gotta love it when you come across some good stuff on Craigslist. I mean, not every day, but it does happen.
Yep.
Yeah. But we talked about it, but it's been few and far between for me lately. But like every couple of weeks, I'll see something
you
that's
just bought that little Samson off there. How long ago?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
well, that's what I mean. Few and far between.
And who just
but like,
PM me about a Sharp TV?
Yeah, I might be getting a Sharp NES TV. But that's the only two things I've gotten in the last like 4 months.
So I'm curious, did you hear back from the guy about the Sharp NES TV?
I have not yet, but the what's it called, the post was made this morning. So I assume that the guy made, like, at least the story I'm making up in my head is that he only checks his email in the mornings and not when he gets home from work or while he's at work. So my hope is that I wake up tomorrow morning and have an email from him, because it's when someone posts something that's really cool and, kind of on the rare side, even though I do have some questions and issues with it, the email to that person, hey, I'll take this one. Do you want to meet?
Yeah.
Because worst case, you get there and you say, hey man, I'm really not trying to like hooch you out of some money or anything like that, but here are my concerns. Is there anything we can do to work this out? And if the answer is yes or no, like whatever it is, like, you've got an audience with the king. That's all you wanted, is just to get in front of the king and plead your case. So hopefully I'll hear back something tomorrow.
Yeah, love to hear. Maybe we'll have an exciting bit for the next show.
Oh, I hope so. It'd be nice.
Now, Mr. Gray Ghost to 81 picked up a couple things, right?
Yep, another one of my East Coast buddies who glad to that we have power back and that we're doing better after the storm there. But yeah, Zone of the Enders, the second runner.
Yeah, I've got both Zone of the Enders games, but I'll be really honest with you, I've never played them.
This is the first time looking at Zone of the Enders closely enough to realize that the dude on the front kind of looks like Dante from Devil May Cry. He's got that white hair. Sorry, the old Devil May Cry, not the new one.
I never thought about it.
And also a big Final Fantasy month for everybody. Got Final Fantasy Anthology in here, which, if you're not familiar, includes a copy of Final Fantasy VI. Duke?
Don't play it. Don't play it. It's a trick.
You got loading times. Yeah.
It's a trick.
They took the best Final Fantasy and they said, let's put loading times in this game.
And they couldn't even get like the mode 7 right. It's like kind of weird and funky. It doesn't look right.
So let me put it this way. If you want to play Final Fantasy VI, you don't mind a couple of quirks. Plus, if you'd like to play it on your PS3, all PS3s will play this game. So it's kind of a cool one to have in the collection. And Mech Assault. How do you guys feel about Mech Assault?
I used to play it, but I mean that's how I got started with Xbox Live back when it first started, was with Mech Assault.
Yeah,
I'm not a big fan.
Well, really, Crab? How about any other mech games?
Steel Battalion?
That counts.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
That's a cool one.
It's a mech game. So I forget that you guys aren't really didn't come from like the PC scene where like Mech Warrior was a huge game for PC gamers.
P who? P what?
A personal computer.
Oh, so like an Apple Macintosh.
Yeah, that's a personal computer.
Yeah,
It's a computer that you own. You can certainly. Hey, Duke, I'm sure you could emulate Mech Warrior on the Mac.
Maybe Good Old Game sells it.
Yeah.
Right? They've got a Mac client.
They'd have to. Get some Mac only games on there. But yes, actually, Castlevania Curse of the... I had this weird Castlevania thing where I loved Castlevania from the moment I played the first NES one all the way up through Symphony of the Night. And something weird happened when the N64 ones hit, and I just kind of fell out of favor with Castlevania for a little bit. And it wasn't even so much that I didn't think the game was good. I never really played them. I just kind of had this weird phobia of 3D Castlevania games. Like a lot of 2D games were being pushed to 3D in the N64 range. Curse of Darkness was the first 3D Castlevania game that I played through to the end, and I gotta tell you, I liked it.
And you know what's interesting about Curse of Darkness? I had a good friend at the time that was actually working for Konami over on the West Coast, and I won't give a lot of personal details just in case I say something I shouldn't.
But his name was Kojima.
No. But he sent me a copy of that when it first came out. He bought it, and sent me a copy as a present. But he was involved a little bit when they were working on possibly doing a Metal Gear Solid movie. So he was kind of involved with a little bit of that, which I guess, of course, never came to fruition.
Were you a front runner for Snake?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, no, there have been tons of Metal Gear Solid movies. They just all come out on the PlayStation 3. And...
Yeah, I know. Oh, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, I feel like that. But yeah, I guess whatever the deal was, he told me a little bit about it. But obviously it fell through. And spent a lot of other time dealing with like music licensing for like the dance games or whatever that Konami did. But anyway, that's my little side bit.
And Duke, you should, or not Duke, Bill, you should check out Castlevania Lament of Innocence if you want a good 3D Castlevania. That one was
Is it really good? I haven't played that one.
Oh, it's amazing. And you get to little history behind the vampire killer, the whip.
Mm-hmm.
It's wicked. I thought it was an amazing piece of the Castlevania story.
I've got 2 games to add to my list. I got Final Fantasy V Advance and Lament of Innocence so far. Got my notepad and I'm good to go.
And it's super cheap because I don't think a lot of people like it. I love it.
3D Castlevanias don't get a good rap.
I'll give it a go.
He also picked up the Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition promo disc.
Yes,
with like 4 different games on it, right?
Yeah, that's a cool one. I definitely want to try to grab a complete copy of that if I can.
Now, am I correct in thinking, is that the one that came with Nintendo Power?
Well,
is that one?
There's a few. I was working at Toys R Us at the time when that came out, when that was a thing. I couldn't tell you exactly what year it was, but I know that it was bundled with the GameCube system that we had. So
I think
I promise. There's a few of them. There was one
where it was like Master Quest and Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's one of those, and then the first 2 NES ones.
That's the one I'm talking about. The one with the first 2 NES games and Ocarina and Majora's Mask.
Yeah,
So
and I think there was like a subscription deal with Nintendo Power or something for that one too, wasn't there?
yeah, it might have been done a few ways because we had it bundled with the system, but then they also sent us like a case of them that were not for resale. That they said just give these to people who buy a GameCube that doesn't have that game already in it. So, so there's also a not for resale one floating out there because I know just because we handed them out.
That's cool. How did I not get into any of this stuff? I just got a GameCube. That was it.
Yeah, but that's, I mean,
Nobody gave me anything.
and Toys R Us and Nintendo have this, long-standing partnership of having like exclusive colors, going to them, like exclusive color N64s and stuff like that. So, I think that it might have been some weird TRU exclusive, but yeah, I can't say for sure. I was just a kid who worked at Toys R Us at the time.
Yeah, but cool. I mean, that's a neat little thing to pick up.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't see those sitting around every day.
No.
And then moving on to, man, I don't know how to say that.
Really?
Invader G2?
Yeah, you got it.
I think we should go with Invader.
Invader G.
Invade Air Part 2.
He got some stuff, worked out a deal with Seavers 2 over on the board to get a couple NES carts, right?
Mm-hmm. Was it through Seavers that he got that Die Hard cart?
I think so. I think he got like a set of several carts from him.
Yeah, Die Hard's it's a really cool game, and it's really hard to find too.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's
I made a reference to that.
He's getting it at the right time of the year, right?
Did you see my blog post about that?
I didn't.
It was during when I was doing the Secret Santa not long ago. So I was just kind of like every couple of days I was like hey, like reminder, like do this and that. And the last call, I put a picture of Die Hard on the front, and I said, "Well, first of all, let me say Die Hard's a Christmas movie."
Yeah, I remember that.
So the picture makes sense, and finding the game complete would require a Christmas miracle, so it's doubly appropriate.
I remember that. I just remember seeing the picture.
Yeah, no, you got to read the words.
Words?
There's thought put into them. Hey, Mac users read words. I've been told.
There's just pictures on the screen. That's why I like it. It's just big pictures. I click on them. We got a couple other NES cards to some of them are a little trickier to find. For sure.
I've never seen Adventure Island 3 out there, so that's a good one to have.
Solitaire, I know, doesn't pop up too often, too.
No, it was kind of one of the harder unlicensed ones for me to eventually track down. He also got a really beautiful looking Master Chew and the Drunkard Hue, which those blue cards always seem to kind of turn nasty colors. So
yeah, that one was in a Ziploc bag or something. And recently, Race America is not an easy one to come by.
No, and it's actually a really fun game, too.
Yeah, I got that one complete from Tin Star with my big Tin Star buy last year.
Yeah, it was
or earlier this year, rather.
And then really recently, he grabbed Chip and Dale, too.
Yeah, actually, Duke just picked that one up a few months ago.
Yeah, and you guys kind of skipped over the most important NES game that he had in the whole lot, right?
I think that was on purpose.
Yeah, that was on our way to get into.
Wait a minute, there's no love for Joshua? I mean, come on, man.
Oh, wait a minute, it's unlicensed. Can we edit that out?
No, I do the editing. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, Joshua, Exodus, man, these are quality.
You know what? Like, I bet the Joshua looks a lot like Skyward Sword, with Joshua holding that sword straight up.
And it's probably just as good.
If not better.
So, congrats. There's a lot of good stuff that was in there.
Definitely. And also, bravo on the Metroid avatar, even though Krabby doesn't really think that it's that cool.
Does Krabby know what Metroid is?
Krabby, there was this game. Oh, it was so great. I don't know why you don't play it. It's great. It's called Metroid. You
like explore stuff and shoot things.
And you Vania everything.
I'd rather jump on things than shoot things.
Well, once you freeze them with the ice beam, then you can jump on them. Is that a good compromise?
There you go.
Maybe. I gotta get far enough to get there, though.
Now, Invader G2's partner in crime is Nice Guy 1283, right?
I thought it was Angle and Nice Guy that were the team.
Oh, am I got it totally screwed up?
I think so. Angle and Nice Guy, I think, are the...
But it's Angel. It's not Angle.
No, I think actually I was watching... I was sick like a week ago, and I was watching some Saved by the Bell in the morning.
Oh, no.
Remember? It was produced by Peter Engel. I think we have
That's-
I think we have a Closet Saved by the Bell fan on the boards.
You figured the code out.
So what's the 762 mean then? Is that like the classroom number they were in?
Episode 7, or sorry, season 7.
That was Screech's locker number, right?
Episode 7, yeah, season 7, episode 6, minute 2. You can see Screech dying in the back, like hanging from a noose in the background. And then he just comes and then you can see his twin brother come in and take over his part, where like he has like a slightly different speech impediment, and Peter Engel could never get over it.
I thought that's when Screech announced his porn career was starting.
Oh
No?
man,
No?
talk about crazy, like only it has to be real because it's so insane. I'm surprised people aren't talking about it on Krabby's YouTube channel.
That, and then like whatever the other gal from that show went to that stripper movie, right?
Showgirls, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just that one movie though. I don't think it was like a whole career shift.
Yeah, and then whatever,
She
like
had a
Mario
career after
Lopez
that
just ends
movie?
up as a host on Goofy shows.
Well, yeah, she shifted to having no career.
That's a shit.
That's a big shift, yeah.
Okay, so back to Nice Guy, right?
Nice Guy who
Nice Guy 1283.
Yeah.
Picked up one of my personal favorites for the Dreamcast. He picked up Skies of Arcadia.
Yes, he did, and that is such a great game.
I'll
I
just
really, really like this one.
keep my mouth shut this time.
Yeah.
What?
Well, Krabby, and that's fine.
I just
Everyone doesn't have to
hate
like
good
everything.
games. Haven't you guys
What?
figured it out yet?
So I think it
You
was the
really
first.
don't like Skies of Arcadia?
It might have been the
Boring.
first, or it might have been the first or
Oh.
second episode where Duke liked it and Krabby didn't, and Duke was like, "What?"
Oh. You don't like
I've
Super
actually
Metroid. You
played it
don't
to
like Skies of
completion, and I just don't care for it.
Well,
You don't like
we don't
that.
have to talk about Final Fantasy IX because that's where it's me and Krabby kind of have the exact opposite stands on Skies and Final Fantasy IX. It's fine.
A little of me died inside, I think.
You know what I loved about
That's
Skies?
my plan is
that-
to slowly kill you.
I guess
What-
man.
do you remember the Dreamcast GD-ROM drive?
Yeah.
And how loud it was? Yep. And the thing is, since it was random battles, kind of like Final Fantasy 7, 8, and
You
9
knew when they
style.
were coming. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
So
yeah,
you'd be
you did.
playing, and it would be silent in the room. You have some background music going on, but like, and nothing on the screen would change. But you would just hear. You're like, oh, here comes a fight, and then it would be doo battle music. But it was like, oh, GD-ROM drive.
Oh. So listeners out there, come on, man. Tell Krabby what's going on.
I think it's good.
Gosh. All right.
Sam-
I can't go on. Somebody else finish Nice Guy. I'm just gonna
Nice Guy, Samurai Showdown, bravo. Cool, nice, cool little Genesis fighter to have on there. Stubbs the Zombie, I've actually never played, but I've heard there's some people who have played it.
That's another one of those games that everyone seems to love but me. I just couldn't get into that one either.
Yeah, it really wasn't.
No, wait, Krabby. Wait. You didn't. You skipped crapping on Samurai Showdown. Go back. You skipped it.
I like Samurai Showdown. I like cutting people in half with swords. It's cool.
Do you prefer Samurai Showdown to Bushido Blade?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I didn't play a ton of Samurai Showdown. I remember playing Bushido Blade with a couple of guys, like where I was like, wait a minute, the fight lasts for like 8 seconds.
Yeah,
And
I had a
like,
friend
yeah.
who loved that game. We played a lot of Bushido Blade.
Yeah, you can sit down and play for a couple, like 300 rounds of it, because like you're like, okay, I got it. I'm gonna block next time, and then it just goes forever. Crab, now I don't even know if you ever played the Resident Evil games, Krabby. How do you feel about those?
I love them until 4. That's when I don't like them
Really?
anymore. Yeah.
So you loved 1, 2, 3,
I
Code
love-
Veronica,
Love
and didn't
tank
like 4.
controls. Love the tiny inventory. Love the puzzles. Not a big fan of like the shoot 'em up ones.
Wait. So as soon as the series dropped the 500 different cranks, then you were out.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah. Give me cranks. Give me emblems. Give me keys.
Yeah. Krabby dropped the microphone and then left.
Yep. I'm out.
I kept playing for like waiting for it to be Resident Evil, and it never got that place for me.
Yeah,
They got
I loved
action, yeah.
Resident Evil. I mean, I can't say I loved 1, but even though I played it, I loved 2.
Yeah,
and I
was awesome.
oh man,
The
2 was
remake
so
of 1 on the
cool.
GameCube though is amazing. You should try that if you haven't played it.
Let me get my pencil.
That is
Write
true.
that down.
You
yeah.
should.
There's no
What
more
about-
like Jill sandwiches and Master of Lock pickings and stuff like that.
I would say
What
just get all the GameCube Resident Evils.
What about? I was gonna say, what about Zero? Is that any good?
It's if you liked 1 and 2, you'll like
It's
0.
okay.
It's not quite as good, but it plays the same and it's decent.
All right. So getting back to
it's
Nice
like
Guy.
on a train, like parts on a train, right?
And you
So-
get to
so-
like switch between characters. It's got that kind of unique thing going for it.
The zapping system, right?
Oh,
Is that what they called it on
just like
Resident
in
Evil 2?
just like in Ninja Turtles on the NES.
Yeah, there you go.
Just switch between them.
It's not. It's like self puzzles though. You'll be in different rooms. It's not like Turtles where you just switch your guy in the spot.
Oh, I gotcha. So it's
Yeah.
like you're controlling two
like,
people in
you're
the same
stuck
space.
in that room. Figure out how to get me out of here so we can do it.
Oh,
Like so you can lift me up to that ledge, and then you have to figure out a way to get around up there. And
So you're playing co-op with yourself.
yes, exactly.
Okay. So yeah, so getting back to Nice Guy, he picked up Resident Evil 1. The long box.
That's a cool case. Yeah, regardless if you like the game or not, I think that's a sweet case.
Yeah,
that's
Resident
when
Evil
PlayStation had
looks
like the identity crisis when they couldn't figure out how to package their games.
What
right?
are we?
Some are Saturn cases, some are these other things, some are
Yeah, they got like the ridge sides, the smooth sides. And then...
yeah.
I love the ridge sides, and then I love when they went over to like other cases. They were like, "Well, people know us by the ridges, man. They know the ridges. We have to print the ridges on flat paper so everyone knows what they are."
Very sad. And when they had to buy the Saturn cases for a while,
Yep.
right? What a
Yep.
mess.
So so Skies, Resident Evil, action fighter. I don't know if you guys like that game or not. It's a little $2-3 game. It's a cool Master System game. I like Action Fighter.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, and Outrun's a decent little driving game on the Master System as well. And I'm not really familiar with those little black carts in that picture that he posted. You guys know what those are?
You talking about the Commodore 64 carts?
Is that what they are?
Yeah, it's got like a big lot of little C64 carts.
Yeah,
that were
never.
there.
I mean, I remember playing Commodore 64 games on floppies, right?
Yeah, hardly anybody ever played the cart games because they
Gotcha.
were lousy, but there's a few of them that are kind of cool.
Okay.
I've got some of those. Yeah, they're usually pretty cheap, but kind of neat to find. There wasn't very many of them. I mean, of the official Commodore ones.
Gotcha.
He also picked up a sealed game, right?
Nosferatu, yeah. Not
for
a
the
terribly
Super
rare
Nintendo.
game, but it's sealed. Sealed's awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, Krabby, you were kind of happy about one other pickup, right?
Yeah, he's got one that I'm always on the lookout for is Three Dirty Dwarves on the Saturn. It's a fairly uncommon game, but it's also got like a kind of cult following behind it. It's supposed to be a lot of fun.
You know, with a title like that, it sounds like it'd be way more fun than what it actually is.
I've only heard good things. I've never heard anyone say anything bad about it. So it's very high on my Saturn want list.
Name's a little misleading, though, don't you think? Maybe?
A little?
Little? Maybe, on purpose?
All I know is Ninetale was disappointed when he got halfway through that game. Said, "What is
Wait
going
a
on?
minute!
Did they put the right game on this disc?"
Well, okay, and up next, your fave, Krabby. Who do we have up next?
Blickle Blisk.
Yeah, all right. So what did Mr. Black Label Skate get this time?
Wait, who?
Oh, sorry, Blickle Blisk.
Blickle Blisk.
Blickle Blisk, sorry.
I traded up his 3DS for the XL model.
Smart move.
Yeah, and
It
I know
is.
a little later he grabbed Adventure Time for it that I've got sitting under my Christmas tree. I'm just waiting for my kid to tear into it so I can play it too.
Adventure who?
Adventure Time for the 3DS.
Who what?
It's based on the silly little cartoon. I think we've talked about it before. You guys haven't watched it, but I love it.
Who what? Cartoon?
Yeah, cartoon.
No.
You know, moving pictures like what the heck would have you watched back in the day, like Felix the Cat in the 50s?
No, like when like those.
They didn't even
those-
have talkies when I was a kid, man.
Those little what's it called? Those little like flip books that you would like watch a little cartoon.
We
on.
had those little stereoscope things where you would like hold it up to your eyes and you just like slid the little piece of paper in the end of it.
There you go.
We'd go to Nickelodeon and drop a penny in, turn the crank.
Yeah, so he picked up a good game for it. No, I hope it's a good game. Looks cool.
Yeah.
And then and I know later in the month he grabbed Skyward Sword for $5.
Yup.
$5.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Now I'll just have to unload a ton of cash just to get a Motion Plus to go with it, right?
You
Not
can buy
about
the
a
little,
ton of cash,
little
a
adapter
little
thing
bit.
for $20.
Yeah. Eesh.
Or you
Just
know
for
what
that little thing.
Or you know what you could do? Honestly, find a Wii lot on your local Craigslist. Just make sure it's got a Wii Motion Plus in there.
Sell
Buy
the
it for a
rest.
good price, and then sell all the rest of that stuff for what you just
Flip
bought
it.
it for a little bit more. Yeah, flip something. You get a free Motion Plus in a week.
Or just find a Fling Smash cheap, right?
Oh yeah, good
For
point.
Fling Smash.
That comes with the Motion Plus built-in controller.
There's also
Yeah.
a Wii Sports Resort box that came with 2 Motion Pluses. Most of them came with 1, but if you look hard enough, you can find the pack with 2.
Have to go out and scour for those.
Does it make any difference to you guys using the little add-on thing or having the controller with it built in?
The only difference it makes is when you're playing something like, it's a pain in the butt when we play Nintendo Land now, because when you turn the controller sideways, you've got like an extra 2 inches on there.
Good
And
point.
I can still play it, but my son just cannot reach it, right?
Yeah.
So we got to take it
And
off
yeah.
and on depending on what games we're playing.
And for like Paper Mario or whatever, because you have to flip the controller for games like that.
Yeah.
And I guess it wouldn't be that big a deal if you didn't use the rubber grip thing.
Mhm.
But if that rubber grip thing's on, then you're talking like, oh geez, hold on a minute.
Yeah, they're not quick to change out.
Yeah, those Wii condoms, like the oversized ones, will be kind of hard to find one of these days.
Really, I've
I
got
mean,
a
I
whole
would-
drawer full of them. Nintendo
Yeah, I mean,
just
you-
sent
The
me a whole
oversized ones,
bunch.
though?
Yeah.
The oversized ones?
Nintendo just sent
I-
me a whole bunch back when they
I'm
were...
so close to throwing them out. I just don't. Anybody want them?
I like them. Yeah, send them my way. I really
sure.
do like them. They feel comfortable on the Wii remote.
I keep them on my
I
controller.
don't like playing without
Really?
them now
Okay.
because the controller feels small and weird now.
You can either cut that out, or you can leave it in, and everyone will be mad that I offered it to them, and then Krabby snagged it.
Yeah. Take that,
Just get a
suckers.
giant box full of Wii condoms.
Take that. If you
I'm going to
if
make
you,
like a tuxedo out of them. I'm going to get so many.
if you donated $70, you could have been interviewed on the show and had first dibs on the stuff that I offer.
So up next is the exciting Mr. Sir Psycho.
Great lot.
Yeah, host of Why Did I Play This? So he's got a web video series. You guys should go out and check him out. He does Why Did I Play This? Really terrible games most of the time.
Like Skies of Arcadia.
Yeah,
Hey!
but
So he picked up some complete in box NES games, right?
including the Gradius box that I'm sure is just going to send to me out of love for what we do for the site.
Hint.
Because it's one of the last 2 silver box games that I need. I think it's so cool. He opened it up when he got home, and it's the Gradius box, and inside of it is a copy of Gyrus and the manual for Dragon Warrior.
So you know the dude selling it was like, oh crap, what I put in this box?
Yeah, it's like, oh man, I got to put something in there, either to make someone think it's in there, or just to, just so the box has some support on the inside.
Yeah,
But just
so
the
he
fact that
shakes
it's
it, you can see.
It's just the fact that it's a
Frankenstein together.
It's a CIB game where none of the CI or B go together. And it looks like it probably has like a registration card from Spider-Man and the Sinister Six. And the styrofoam piece from Stack Up.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh man, that's so cool. But besides
the
his
box was the best.
Yeah, that's the thing. Of the pieces that are in there, the box is the coolest thing of the
Because
three.
it could have been like a Gyrus box with Gradius and stuff.
Yeah, because Gradius or Gradius is a cool game, but like the card's not terribly hard to find. The box is. So but yeah, you also grabbed the Time Splitters, one of the very early PS2 games, possibly even launched. I can't remember.
I bought Time Splitters, I think, right after launch with my. I bought Tekken Tag Tournament on launch with my PS2, and Time Splitters right after that.
Yeah, so it was in that range.
Yeah, if it wasn't immediate, it was real close.
Yeah, there's the Bard's Tale for NES. He's got Ultimate Exodus, which I think is a fairly common game. I see it pop up a lot.
You love that game, don't you, Krabby?
No, I like Quest for the Avatar. The Exodus was kind of painful.
The moons thing, right? Thing with the moons.
Yeah, the portals.
Whoever he bought this lot from had a real fantasy thing. 'Cause he's also got Swords and Serpents and Wizardry, Discworld for the PS1, Shinjin the Ruler, and not video game related, but very happy to see another Game of Thrones reader out there. I'm on the second book myself right now, so he grabbed a Clash of Kings, which
Game
is
of who?
a Game of Thrones. You're not a reader.
The Thrones of what?
I'm
No,
not a
a
reader
Game
either.
of
I'm an
Thrones.
HBO watcher.
Pictures, man. Is there just some pictures?
I'll
somewhere?
allow it. Yeah, there's HBO. Just and they follow the books very closely.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, if you watch it or read it or do both, they're all really good. And Clash of Kings is the second book, so I think there's like 6 or 7 now. So yeah, good overall score.
So next on the list, I think, is Mr. Johnny Nintendo, right?
Yep.
Looks like he picked up a really nice little the Super Nintendo 2, or what I think do you call that thing? The Mini?
I usually just call it the Model 2.
Yeah, I've heard people call it the Mini. I mean, it's a little bit smaller, but we're not talking like, PS1 versus original PlayStation. Like, it's a little bit smaller.
Yeah, I don't know if I like Super Nintendo 2. And this doesn't sound right. But he got some games and some NES goodies, right?
A couple N64 games hiding in there too.
Yeah, some not little odds and ends.
Now, Mr. Unlicensed over there? What's that black cart in the bottom right?
That would be Pyramid by AVE.
Is that any good?
No, it's horrible.
Really?
Pyramid is like kind of like a Tetris style game, but think about you're doing it with like triangle pieces.
Oh,
it's really bad.
Together.
I believe it's a Sachin game that AVE released. So if you know anything about Sachin, they're awful. It's really bad.
He's got Mike Tyson's Punch-Out in there, Castlevania, both Tecmo Bowls for the NES, which I know a lot of people like Tecmo Super Bowl, but I kind of grew up with just regular Tecmo Bowl.
Do
you guys play either of those?
Load there.
Oh, yeah. All the rest of the...
But Tecmo Bowl, I think, was when we played most. And I don't think I ever had Tecmo Super Bowl back in the day.
Yeah, I bought it for my sister for Christmas, which I can say because she doesn't listen to the show because she's too cool for school. And so we'll see. We'll see on Christmas morning if it's any good because I'm sure we'll play it.
Ho, ho, ho. Now, you also got Zelda DX, right, for the Game Boy Color, it looks like?
Yeah, that black cart, yep.
Pretty cool.
Zombies Ate My Neighbors hiding in there.
Yeah, this is a nice little lot. I mean,
yeah,
nothing it's crazy, but
yeah,
good.
A little hard to see, but it looks like Mario All-Star, the million seller.
Yep.
Super Mario 64, Mario Kart 64, GoldenEye. I mean, like a little bit of everything Nintendo thrown in there, and all good games.
So next up is Mr. Wimpster, right? So Mr. Wimpster went out and got him a few cool things, I think. I know personally, I'm being the big 360 guy, I like that he picked up a 360 and Kinect, so good job on that one.
Yep, got to get those voice commands going in Mass Effect 3.
Yeah, they work out pretty good, actually.
Yeah. And actually do. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Crab.
I was gonna say, speaking of voice commands, you got "Hey You Pikachu" also.
He did.
What a segue. Speaking of voice commands.
It's not like he got the cart and the box, but like it didn't have the manual or something in it, right? I think he was missing a piece.
Missing a few chunks in there.
Yeah. So what were you going to say there, Bill?
Well, I was going to say, just speaking of voice commands, we've talked about it, but you said you like them in Skyrim. I could never really get them to work that good.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't use like whatever that stupid dragon language thing is. I just use like whatever the name of the thing is. It seems to work pretty well.
Okay. So you're not saying Fus Roda, you're just yelling unrelenting force.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. When I'm by myself.
You did recommend that I calibrate my Kinect from my new living environment, and I did not do that yet.
Oh, so it still doesn't work for you?
Well, I haven't tried since then, but I do have to do that before I try it out the next time.
So
really
because
works.
of that, Duke, is your top Christmas gift this year that Wonder Book thing, so you can cast spells in your living room by yourself?
I do not own a PlayStation Move. Thank you very much. I only sully my house with Xbox brand junk.
I have 2 sharpshooters that I got like on clearance for $10 each, and I just begging someone to take them out of my house.
Yeah. I just say I played the Move once. Did you guys ever play with the Move at all?
I like it on there's a couple games I like it on, like House of the Dead. Is probably my favorite, but it's like a very arcadey type experience.
Yeah,
Most of the other things I've tried with it, I've not been a huge fan.
It's okay. I
already got a Wii yet.
I already got a Wii. I don't need a.
Yeah, I hear you.
Too little, too late. And also a very hard one for the N64. Going back to Wimpster though, he picked up a Bomberman 64 Second Attack, right?
Yeah, it's a tricky one to find.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that one out and about. So
I have not.
So that's a very, very nice little pickup there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the next one I really liked. Did you guys see Barracuda's grab there?
The TurboGrafx?
Yeah.
Yep.
It looks like you got a really nice little starting set for all that, right?
I mean, I've never come across anything on Craigslist around me, but just from the look of it, it looks like a really good way to start a TurboGrafx collection.
Yeah, he's got like 15% of the library already?
Well, yeah. But I mean, he's got some really good ones. He's got Devil's Crush. He's got Blazing Lasers, which is really pretty fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Dungeon Explorer is pretty cool, and
Dungeon Explorer. Yeah, and even some not so fantastic like JJ and Jeff, but yeah, it's okay. It's some nice little setup. And it looks though like the TurboGrafx. I mean, I don't think he really cleaned it up before he took a picture because it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, but just like Hungry Moose recommended a while ago, he who's a big advocate of cleaning all your hardware. It's always nice to have before and afters. So I'm expecting to see that real nice, squeaky clean TurboGrafx eventually.
Yeah, all nice and shined up. So good deal. I was glad to see Barracuda. I haven't seen him really post much in a while, like in terms of scores, so it's kind of nice to see him come back. And speaking of nice little pickups, Addicted found one nice score I really like this month. Did you guys see that one?
Talking about the Super Nintendo?
Yeah, like the box Super Nintendo?
Yep.
That's pretty nice. I mean, you don't see a lot of those things anymore. It seems like I, for some reason, run across... Well, I don't ever buy them, but I mean, I've seen more NES boxes than I have Super Nintendo boxes.
100% agree.
Yeah,
I see control decks, and I see a lot of control decks, and then the occasional sports set or a deluxe set. I've actually seen like 3 or 4 different, deluxe sets over the last year and a half or so. I honestly can't remember the last time I saw a box Super Nintendo.
Yeah, really strange. I wonder what the deal is. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it is hard to find, but I wouldn't think so. I mean, there were a truckload of those things sold, so I don't know.
Right.
Now, coming up next, we have Mr. Noise Redux. He posted some nice stuff in his blog, right?
Still going crazy with the Sega collecting, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we talked about that last time, that he decided to kind of branch out and go nuts, and he certainly did, right?
Yeah, anything disc-based that's Sega, he's all over.
So tell me what he got.
I got a few big lots of Sega CD stuff and Dreamcast stuff. A couple of my favorite things he grabbed were the backup cart for his Sega CD.
Yeah,
those
definitely.
Don't come around too often. He said he got hooked up with a good deal on that. And Street Fighter Third Strike on the Dreamcast is a pretty cool fighter.
That's a pricey one too, right?
I think a lot of the fighters on the Dreamcast, people want them, so they're, $20, $30, $40.
I think it's probably taken like a little bit of a hit because really that was like the only good way to play that game. But Xbox Live came out with Street Fighter 3 a little while back, and I think that helped bring the price down just a tad bit.
Yeah.
But
it's so weird when that happens because I never would guess that would happen. But it's crazy how, because I just kind of feel like the DLC crowd who downloads and buys these games on their newer generation systems, I would just imagine that most of them don't have the older stuff lying around, but it's like what it happened with what is it, Guardian Heroes?
Yeah, took a little bit of a price. I mean, not huge, but took a little bit of a price hit.
Marvel vs. Capcom too used to be a big money grab, and now it's back down to reasonable prices.
Yeah, it just is really startling to me when that happens because I didn't think they would be that connected, but they are.
That's why I really hope that Panzer Dragoon Saga never comes out anywhere else.
Yep, keep that value.
Yeah. Speaking of fighters like that, when I go to this Street Fighter club they do in town, all of them have all the old games on disc.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as they did the Street Fighter 2 HD remake, I'm pretty sure all of them chucked their old stuff and just downloaded it on Xbox now.
Ugh.
Well, it's really good, and if you have like an X Arcade or something, I mean, it's pretty fantastic. And Third Strike is really good on the 360. So what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I haven't played it, so I can't compare them. But I love Double Impact and Third Strike on Dreamcast. I still have them.
Yeah, now don't get me wrong. If I owned them anyway, I wouldn't chuck them. But
Right.
I mean, I really like the 360 versions. They're good.
Yeah, they did a really good version with it.
Mm-hmm. And you had online play, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
So who's up next? We have our resident Brony, right?
Yeah.
The show brony.
So yeah. So Shaboni got him a nice cheap little deal, right? Pick something up.
And cast some spells with
Skyrim.
Like we were just talking about that, right?
Oh man, it's you know when a game is like so good and you play it for, weeks and months on end, and then like it's so weird because like I saw some things on Twitter today where it was talking about like, oh, all these places giving Mass Effect 3 Game of the Year. And it seems so weird, but like it was so long ago when I played that game, because it was like 10 whatever months ago.
I'm still playing that game.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, you're really in the multiplayer, and but it's like Skyrim, like the Dragonborn DLC has me like really excited to get back into it, and it's odd because like I'll kind of not like forget about it because I don't forget about it, but it's like when you leave the game for a little bit, and then you come back to something, and it just boots up, and you hear the music, and you get in the world, and you get in your inventory. It's just everything comes rushing back to you, and you're like, "Oh, why did I ever turn this off?"
Yeah, I don't know. I tried to go back to it with like whatever that first DLC that came out.
Do you mean the Dawn Guard?
Yeah, it was not good.
It didn't sound like, I don't know how other people felt about it. It didn't sound appealing to me, so I passed.
Yeah, it's not good.
And then Hearthfire is only $5, but like same thing. I don't really have a huge interest in building a house. Yeah. Dawn, what's it called? Dragonborn. Everything I've seen of it in the previews that I've seen for it, it looks like the thing I've been waiting for Skyrim for a year. So I'm super excited to get my hands on it.
Yeah, I think that'll definitely be something on my radar here at some point in time.
Yeah.
So good deal. Now next, all right, now I would say this is Angel 762. I don't know why you guys think.
Peter Engel.
I'm with Bill on this one.
Yeah, he's got to be.
No.
It's got to be Peter Engel.
He picked himself up a nice little lot, but I think the nice piece that I kind of picked up on is that he got himself a Sega Master System with the light phaser, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I like Sega Master System stuff. As a matter of fact, picked something up today, so we'll talk about that a little bit later. But good pickup.
I do too.
And then picked up a 2600 cart of Pitfall 2, right?
No, it's not quite Super Pitfall, but it's still pretty good.
Nothing is quite Super Pitfall, thankfully. But that was a really nice grab. That one I don't see as often on the 2600. I mean, I can go in, my local retro shop has 2600 carts like by the stacks, and they just all have a blanket price of $1 a piece, whatever they are. I've never seen that one in there yet, so
right.
I keep my eyes open. Hopefully I'll run across it one of these days. Now who's up next? Paulie, right?
Yeah, he doesn't post too often when the small score is there.
No, I hardly ever see Paulie post. That's the first time I can recall in, I don't know, a long time. But I think he decided to indulge himself a little bit, right? Him and his, didn't he say for his kids?
Yeah, I think his daughter, he said.
Yeah. Well, sure, we'll let you believe that, Paulie. Whatever. I don't know how well that excuse goes over in your house, but when I buy video games and say they're for the kids, it usually doesn't fly.
When I buy stuff for my wife,
yeah,
she's
right.
like, oh, so you can use this? I'm like, it's a computer. It's for you. It's in your office. Yeah, I bet you're going to be getting Photoshop, all that stuff in there.
But he picked up a PS3 bundle, right?
Yeah.
So you're a PS3 fan, right, Krabby?
I am.
I own one.
I've got one. It's a nice Blu-ray player.
Yeah, I'm in no way against a PS3. I think it's got, it's definitely got its place. It's definitely, it's weird because I'm not anti PlayStation 3. I just happen to gravitate towards other platforms. But I got no problem with letting Krabby have his PS3.
Yeah,
anything I can get that's multi-platform, I always grab it on the PS3 over the 360.
Oh yeah, totally. Is there another choice?
Yes, the 360, I think, is the choice.
No, but he said like if it's multi-platform, you either get it on the PS3 or the 360. Aren't those the only consoles that are out?
Well,
no, I said I always get it on the PS3 over the 360.
Oh, over the 360. I apologize.
Yeah. Yeah, we won't get into that one, I think, because I don't want to tick some people off. But
yeah. Well, again, I mean, everyone's got their thing, and That's totally cool. If you, I mean, it's. I think for a lot of people, it comes down to like, do you dig the controller? Do you care about online or not? What are your friends playing? So I don't really think there's like a right or wrong. It's just what's good for you.
Sure. I tell you one great thing about it. It plays like PS1 games.
Yep.
It's great.
I play, but that's what I play my PS1 games. I have the PS1 set up upstairs in my office with my computer, and then I also have the PS3 downstairs. So it's cool for me to be able to pop, upstairs or down with on either system.
Yeah, PS1 games on like HDMI on my HD TV, they look good.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a good deal. Now we, I think, inadvertently skipped some stuff or did we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I thought we kind of skipped a few things. Now, who I thought was Jason Lee, but again is not, right?
Jan Soli.
There was a couple of things that we forgot to mention earlier. Some good NES grabs that he picked up, and then one other. So he picked up a copy of Rockin' Cats, right?
Yeah, that's one of the ones I want the most right now. Been looking for that cart forever, and it's actually slipped through my fingers a few times.
Really? What happened?
Like locally or?
Yep, twice locally and once online.
Wow.
So that's surprising that you would see that thing pop up locally.
Yeah, and the guy that it popped up locally with is actually a buddy of mine now. He just happened to sell it to someone like the day before I knew him.
Oh man.
Yeah, I've only seen one copy locally, and I bought it. So
good story.
It gets me worried sometimes when I think about like all the cool stuff that I've only seen once and purchased, and then it makes me think about all the cool stuff that I've seen once then missed out on. I'm like, oh, I hope that I see that again.
I'm right there with you. Yeah. Like I know, I hope to goodness that the guy is making it up, but down at the little Game Exchange retro store I go to, I'm going through like my list, like here's the last NES games I need, right? And I bring up Bubble Bath Babes, and he's like, oh, we had one of those in here. I said, no, you didn't. He said, oh, yeah, when I first started. I'm like, no, you did not. Like, whatever you did, just tell me you did not have it.
Yeah.
Because trust me, this place probably would have sold it for like $7. So I'm going to let's just assume he's wrong.
Yeah. He was thinking about Bubble Bobble.
Yes, he was mistaken.
Bubble Bobble Babes, yeah.
You get a couple of another hard to find one though, right?
Another one that I still need too. Jimmy Connor's Tennis. I don't have that one either.
I don't know if that's a great player or not, but it is a hard one. It's one of the last few that I've picked up.
Yeah, it's one of those sports titles that I think people just overlook.
Yeah, when I got mine, it had like one of those like cardboard, one-page like instruction things like rental places would give out.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Where they like just retype the instructions.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of interesting to see that stuffed in there. It was like kind of shrink wrapped with. It was kind of weird. And another one, it's not as hard to find, but he picked up Gargoyle's Quest 2, right?
Yeah, it goes for a few bucks. It's one of those cool Capcom purple border games.
And then lastly, an expensive N64 title, but is it really that rare?
I don't think so. I think they pop up fairly often. They're just, people like it's got that cult following behind it.
Yeah, Conkers. I remember when this came out, I was like, okay, no big deal. I mean, for the N64 it was a big deal, but, you know, I'm kind of shocked at how much the thing still goes for.
Yeah, especially complete in box. It's a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, I know it was a late release, but I didn't think it sold fairly well.
I've seen half a dozen of them locally in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I don't know. I tell you, if I run across them at a decent price, though, be watching out for flipping that one.
Yep.
So who do we have next?
My buddy Sievers.
Yeah. What did he grab?
Oh, he's always working on his NES set, so he grabbed a bunch more goodies for it.
Yeah, he got some complete in box games. So were you a little jealous there, Bill?
Whatever.
Any of the ones that you need there?
I saw the picture he posted with the manuals.
Oh yeah, he picked up a bunch of manuals.
Yeah, and black box manuals are always cool to get because oddly enough, like you can sometimes find a pretty good deal on a boxed copy of a black box game that's missing the manual. So anytime you can grab those manuals for cheap, you can kind of complete them. I don't want to say too easily, but definitely for less money than if it was all together. So those are kind of cool. But I'm just trying to find the pictures of the boxes.
Well, he got Nobunaga's Ambition. He got really nice looking Bases Loaded, and then a copy of Trojan.
Yeah, I'm good. He can keep them.
Well, there you go. Bill's giving you his blessing.
Yep, don't worry, dude. You're all set.
And then next is one of our fellow NES partners in crime looking for a complete set, Mr. Single Banana, right?
Yep.
You got a couple items I'm a little interested in there.
Yeah, he got a lot of, again, talking about some Sega Master System, he got a total of 9 complete Sega Master System games. I mean, nothing like fantastic, but 9 of them. That's a nice little pickup.
That other accessory you got for the Master System's pretty cool thing there.
Yeah. Picked up the 3D glasses, right?
Yeah.
Sega Scope 3D. Doesn't that just sound cool?
Yeah.
And don't you guys kind of get to a point where it's got to be really hard to find 9 carts that you don't have?
Yeah. Have you guys ever used Sega Scope 3D?
I have the glasses, and I don't have the little adapter that plugs into the system that the glasses plug into.
Oh, yeah. Gotta get the whole thing.
I haven't had the pleasure.
It's really pretty cool. It works, I mean, surprisingly well.
It's because of all that blast processing.
I don't think the Master System had any blast anything, but...
imagine if that 32-bit RISC was around at the same time.
But it's really very effective. I mean, it uses it's really the same exact technology that Nintendo used for like the Famicom 3D glasses. You can only use it on the older TVs, with the interlacing. But the effect is really pretty good. It works really well. I remember I had that one friend that had the Sega Master System back in the day, and he had gotten that full set that included 3D glasses. We used to play. The games are not really that great, but the effect of the 3D is really pretty good. Much better than like the atrocious red and blue glasses crap that you had back in the day. And he also picked up a nice Super Nintendo cart, right?
Yeah, awesome beat 'em up, Knights of the Round.
Yeah, I like that one.
Really fun game.
I sold the last one I came across. Maybe I should have held on to it, but it had to go to help fund something else.
It'll crop up again. It's not that rare.
Do you remember what it funded?
I don't.
So wait, you remember the game you sold, but you don't remember what you bought.
Isn't that weird? Well, because I actually went to a store and found it. So you remember the fines. Sometimes the stuff you just like order, you're like, meh, I mean, don't get me wrong, you get to scratch something off the list, but it wasn't like, oh my gosh, I traded that and I got Panic Restaurant or something.
Yeah. I remember us like selling a whole bunch of stuff, and it funded a sale where I eventually got, among other things, Othello. So
awesome.
Yeah.
You know what's wild is a little while back, I don't know where it was at, but I saw a pic that someone had run across an entire case of sealed Othellos and was selling them.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that picture.
Yeah.
There's a couple other games with it too, wasn't there? Like a Bases Loaded and like a Family Feud or something in there too.
Yeah, there was some other awful stinkers, but like, oh gosh, Othello. You know what's funny and really weird about that too is I saw a picture one time not too long ago too of that came out on disc in Japan, and it was a case of the Othello discs that somebody had bought all sealed. You can't get rid of it no matter what side of the ocean you're on.
Apparently not.
I mean, like, that was on the 2600. I mean, who really goes, yes, more Othello?
This isn't your dad's Othello.
No, that's right. Now with more shades of black and white.
Yeah, now the blacks are super black.
That's right. And then Razor Knuckles, he got started with a new little collection, right?
Yeah, I think that was his first Dreamcast there?
Yeah, I think he picked up a Dreamcast and like a couple games and kind of a little starter set.
Still one of my favorite older systems to pop in and play. I play my Dreamcast a lot more than I used to. It's just a great little system.
And to me,
solid as a rock too. Like when you pick that thing,
Yeah.
you know, some systems you pick up and you're like, it's a hollow piece of plastic with like a PCB inside. Dreamcast just feels like a brick.
Yeah, and do you ever notice that, to me, that seems like the last of, like, the classics,
Yes.
before you got into, like, PS2 and all this stuff. I mean...
Yeah. I mean, PS2 was definitely hugely successful, but I know exactly what you mean. Like, it doesn't feel like like, at least to me, it doesn't have that same feel as when you talk about any of the systems that came before it.
Sure, I mean, like, I would lump in Dreamcast like how I consider, like, the Saturn to be classic.
Right, me too.
But
I'd have to disagree, actually. I'm not as big of a Dreamcast person as most people.
well, I think we've already established pretty well that your tastes are bad, Krabby.
Yeah.
So,
Like,
so why?
There's a few games I really like on it, but just the library doesn't do a lot for me. A lot of the games that people love, I just don't care for.
That's right. You hated Skies of Arcadia. We already discussed that.
So that's like half of the RPG library on it that I don't like already.
Did
half
you like
the
Grandia?
RPG. Half.
There's not a lot of
Did you-
RPGs on it.
Yeah, Grandia 2.
Did you play Grandia?
I haven't yet, no. I've actually got, I just picked it up on PlayStation a couple days ago, so I'll get to it.
Yeah, I mean, there's more than that.
There's a
Yeah.
few
What about
good
what about-
fighters,
what
a few
about-
good shoot 'em ups, but I really
What about Choo Choo Rocket?
no.
You like shmups?
I do.
Shenmue?
Yeah, I like Gigawing and Bangai-O.
There you go.
There's a few gems, but it's really I gotta dig for them.
You don't love Seaman?
I don't like
Really?
Seaman. Don't like Crazy Taxi. Don't like Jet Future Radio or whatever that one's called.
Jet Grind Radio?
Jet Grind Radio. Thank you.
What about Crazy Taxi 2 with the Crazy Pyramid?
Yeah.
Honestly, like the Crazy Taxi games, like the arcade part of them were like kind of cool, but like, and that's what got me into them. I loved them in the arcades, but on those home console versions where you had like kind of like those like side mission things, it was like the Crazy Box and the Crazy Pyramid and the Crazy X when Crazy Taxi 3 came out. That was where all my time was spent. Was like taxi bowling and like the taxi long jump and like all that stuff.
So, Krabby, you obviously must have never really played much Phantasy Star Online.
No, I've I had a buddy who was really into it when it first came out, so I've seen a fair amount of it, but I never really got into that one either.
That was like the whole justification for owning a Dreamcast to me.
Yeah, and you know what? And speaking of being online with it, I know that Krabby, I don't think you're as big into shooters as some people are, but I was a big Quake 3 fan on PC at the time, and when playing Quake 3 with the keyboard and mouse with the broadband adapter is one of my favorite times of my Dreamcast experience. I would play that thing for days.
You're missing out, Krabby. That's all I've got to say. Go back to your roots. Check out the good stuff.
The days.
So, welcome to a new experience, Razor Knuckles. I think you'll enjoy your time with the Dreamcast. There's a lot of really good stuff that's out there. So,
Yep.
give it some love.
And you don't really have to dig that hard.
No, and the controller is great. I don't care
Yep.
what anybody says. That controller is great.
Get some people over, play some Power Stone. It's man, there's
Cannon
there's
Spike? You got Cannon Spike on
there's
there?
there's such a great like it's hard to find a Dreamcast lot, like, you know, when you buy like 10 or 15 games, it's hard to find a Dreamcast lot that doesn't have at least one or two really good games in it.
I bought like 40 or 50 games all at once off of Isrit a few years back, and I think I kept 6 of them. I just did not like the rest of them.
Wow. Did he give you like 40 copies of Blue Stinger? Because I can understand that.
Carrier?
No,
like,
there was only one Blue Stinger
Carrier.
in there. No carriers.
What about Air Force Delta? I remember looking forward to that, and then it came out, and I was like,
hey, I like Air Force Delta.
do you really?
I do.
My big problem with it is like everything is like looks like it's miles away, and then it's like, okay, you're like, okay, get closer,
It's
and then
Ace
all of a sudden it goes
Combat.
from 3 miles away to behind you. It's you're like, oh,
It's
I gotta turn around.
it's the Ace Combat for the Dreamcast. I mean,
It is. It's probably a good air combat game. I'm probably just not used to. The last air combat game I played and really liked was Crimson Skies.
Oh, really? That wasn't like
Yeah.
a good air combat game. I felt,
Well, yeah, of course it
I
was.
felt
'cause
like
it was,
Mario Kart in the sky.
but it was slower paced, so you didn't have to. That's the thing, is you weren't going Mach 17 flying by
Yeah,
everybody.
you weren't flying a jet.
Yeah, right. You were flying like a propeller aircraft, which is more
ugh.
interesting to me.
Who wants to fly that?
Right here.
Jets
if you
are
could see,
awesome.
If you could see hands raised, you would see mine.
Where do you fall down, Krabby? Props or jets?
I don't do air combat periods. So I
Go,
really
go.
don't-
Get out of here.
What
Get
about
out of
space?
here.
What about space combat?
Yeah, Rogue Squadron's about the furthest into
Oh,
space.
okay.
combat.
Yep. I'll allow it. That's a really good answer.
That
Yeah,
has
I
nothing
loved
to
the
do with
Rogue Squadron
jet
ones.
fighters.
Did you get that 4 megabyte memory upgrade for your 64?
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, expansion pack.
yeah.
Awesome.
I really did notice the difference, but loved it anyway.
Hey, so it was not quite as foggy. The space fog was diminished a little bit.
Yeah, the draw
I think
distance.
the only thing we actually noticed that was noticeably different was like Perfect Dark. We could actually play the game then.
That's true.
Yeah.
It
Right,
was like
yeah, it
a
was- yep,
mess. Like no frame rate, right?
Yeah,
If you didn't have that.
we still had it freeze a lot even after that.
Yeah, it was a tough one. I really tried to push a little too hard, I think. So, good. Again, welcome to that one. Now, Mr. Deep Pockets himself is up next, right?
He's hitting it hard, yeah, every time lately.
Yeah. I'm happy for him, don't get me wrong, but man, I need some whatever he's doing. Mr. PWP Cody, he finished off a collection this month, right?
Yeah, something that doesn't happen very often.
Nope. He is now the proud owner of a complete U.S. N64 set, right?
Yeah, he picked up the last game you needed, which was the last game most people need, Clay Fighter's Sculptor's Cut. And
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Mr.
Congratulations.
Ghost Soldier, also an RF Gen, helped him out with that. Which is I've dealt with Ghost Soldier before. He's awesome, so I'm glad they worked something out for that cart.
Yeah, and so you don't get to see that every day when somebody goes, ta-da, checks the last box and goes, I'm done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Drops the mic, walks out.
Yeah.
It sounds like he might be migrating over to the Super Nintendo arena now.
That's fine. Just don't come to the NES. There's enough
What?
people here already.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he's into NES.
Don't need any more of that.
I saw the post where he grabbed like Revolution X,
Yeah.
and I remember thinking to myself, oh, I love Revolution X. It's such a great bad game.
Oh, it's
and
bad.
the very next post was Isret saying, I love Revolution X. It's such a good bad game.
Now, he also got the unlicensed cart that you both seem to opine over so often, right?
What, Tetris?
Tengen Tetris.
Tengen
Yep.
Tetris.
Tengen Tetris.
Tengen Tetris. That's what I said.
Yeah, it's one that I can't say I let it slip through my. I mean, like when I was selling the video store stock out, I grabbed like a handful of games that I knew I wanted to keep, and I would have liked to have kept some of the higher value or rarity ones, but at the same time I was trying to I was really trying to help these people out. I mean the woman's husband just died and everything, so I let a lot of the the stuff go that I thought could help her out, and my copy of Tetris actually ended up going to Duke before we. It was like one of the first trades we ever did.
Certainly.
I've
I just
actually
remember you had the big list, and you're like, okay, look, this is going to be a little bit. Is that all right? I'm like, yep. That's fine.
I actually bought one for a Secret Santa a few years back, and I gave it to someone as a gift. So I've held one in my hands, but I haven't had one to keep for myself.
But you didn't play it?
No, I had to get it out like right away because I was shipping to the U.S. So it came in
hey.
from the U.S. to Canada, and then I had to get it back to the U.S. really quick.
It really is the best version of Tetris, I think, on the Nintendo. Because you can play two players. It's just fun. I mean,
Yeah.
just kind of fun to compete.
I don't know how they didn't put that into the licensed one. Just weird.
Yeah, I got spanked the last time I played against John White. He's really good at his Tetris. I'm not so good.
Yeah, I'm very business cash with like the puzzle games. So it's like I'll sit down, like I'll throw a few lines together, but once it becomes competitive, Tetris Attack is the only one that I can kind of hold my own with. But yeah, regular Tetris and Dr. Mario and stuff, I can't.
Yeah, I'm getting spanked. That's all there is to it. So moving on from the heavy guns, we get back to some more reasonable things. So Mr. Sloman, right? Sloman.
Yep.
Mr. Sloman picked up a few PlayStation games. So being the PlayStation fan, Krabby, Why don't you take this one?
I was pretty pleased with the lot he got. He got like a bunch of PS3 and PSP stuff, but it was almost entirely role-playing games. Really cool stuff. Like you have Dark Souls, Jeanne d'Arc for the PSP, like 3 or 4 different Final Fantasy games. Really, really solid lot. Lots of fun stuff to play in there.
Now, how did you pronounce that?
Jeanne, I guess. D'Arc.
Is that?
Is that?
I would have like Genie. Is it Jean?
It's like Joan of Arc.
I would say
type thing. So
yeah. I would say Jean just because it looks French to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looks French. I got no clue. No clue how to say that.
Yeah, I'm as far away from the French side of Canada as you can get here. So.
Oh, speaking of, I was going to ask you for help translating some, Crab, but you're no good with the French.
No, I had to take it up to grade 8, and I have not used it a day
Sacre
since.
bleu.
Okay, I'll wait till my scores to give you the explanation why. We can keep going.
Good. Now he got Dark Souls right now. Dark Souls is the first one, and Demon Souls is the second one. Is that right?
No, that's backwards actually. Demon Souls was the first release. Then Dark
Demon
Souls was like a
Souls is the
spiritual
first one.
successor, and they've just
Dark
announced Dark
Souls.
Souls 2 as the direct sequel to Dark
I can't
Souls.
ever keep those things straight. Which one's which?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I played demos of the second game, and I don't know. Like, I'm just not sure if it's for me.
I'd pick Dark Souls over Skyrim any day. I like these kind of games.
Oh, cool! I didn't realize you were that into them.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. They're like playing an old Nintendo game with like new graphics. Like they're hard.
Because
they're
if
tough.
you die, you go back.
Yeah, and they're all about memorization and learning the enemy patterns. Yeah.
Very cool.
It's got some big fans. I know. I hear a lot of people love it.
Oh yeah,
So.
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of like from the people who love it. It's like game of the year. Like a lot of the people who love it really love it. But at the same time, like I've told you the story before, where I didn't understand Fallout 3 when I first played it, and it took someone sitting down and like walking me through like all the different systems in the game and what I should be thinking about when I'm looting and stuff like that. And then once I knew that, I put 80 hours into it in a couple weeks. So
that was great.
It might be one of those things where if someone sits with me and says, okay, like this is how you should be approaching this game, maybe I'd like it.
Yeah, I think that would actually help a lot. That makes sense.
Fallout 3 in like New Vegas was the only time in a game where I enjoyed the system where your weapons degrade over time.
Yeah, with I was focused on my repair skill. I was grabbing new weapons to replace the parts in the old ones. And then another example where I hated it was Vagrant Story, old PS1 RPG, because your stuff would degrade the more you used it. And I was like, are you kidding me? You would get caught in these fights, and it's like there was no realistic way to repair your stuff. You just had to like throw it out and get new stuff.
Yeah, I don't.
Unless I was, yeah. I mean, but yeah, you're right. Like
they made it fun.
They did. You would find new like hardware, and it was like, oh, I have one of those. I can fix it with this.
Yeah.
And it was like it worked so well.
Yeah, that's a great system. And if you took the right perks, you could just like totally keep your awesome weapons fixed for like next to nothing. Good stuff. So next up, Mr. Burning Toys.
Yeah, probably one of the most interesting finds this month.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really even know how to step up to these. So
I think Krabby actually, because I'd asked him some questions about some arcade boards earlier, so I didn't realize these Gemmas. He probably has the story on them.
Yeah, well, he picked up 4 just the boards, not the whole machines. The Gemma boards for a few arcades. Really good games all around. Picked up Kadash, Double Dragon, Mortal Kombat 2, and Street Fighter 2.
That sounds awesome.
That's a great bunch of games there.
Yeah, I don't know if he mentioned that if he has a machine or not, or if it's like a plan of his to maybe get one.
I wouldn't be hard now that he's got the hardware. You just gotta put a frame together, right? Throw a monitor in there.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably now that he has like some good Gemmas, do you think it'd make more sense for him to find an existing arcade machine that he can just swap boards out in, or would you think that he'd probably want to build one?
That'd be fairly easy to do, because like all those games, you don't need too many buttons on them. So I'm sure you could find a machine locally for pretty easy. But you could also build one for not too much more.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, arcade controls are all pretty stock stuff, so you could just build your own little there's board, right?
So many kits and instructions online that as long as you have the tools to cut some wood, you're pretty much set.
Yeah, I suck at that. So I think I would probably end up cutting my fingers off.
Miter saw.
Yeah, not happening. Not happening. But that's cool. It's a little outside my realm.
Yeah, it's same here. Very interesting, and something that if I saw pop up locally, I probably would have made the move for it too, even though I don't have like a cabinet or anything. But
I was just gonna
very
ask,
interesting.
I was just gonna ask if you'd be interested in buying them, just the boards. Yeah. I
Well,
probably
I've
pick them up too.
as you know, I've purchased a couple of PC10 PCBs.
Right.
So I'm and just because the minute I see a dual screen PlayChoice 10 locally, I mean I think most of us would say the same thing, for a decent price I'm grabbing it. So you never know if it's going to come with games, be empty, that might be part of the deal you get. So if I see a PlayChoice 10 game that I would be interested in putting in a system eventually that I can get for $20, absolutely.
If anyone locally is listening to this, I will go beyond a decent price. I'll pay a ridiculous price for this.
I won't go ridiculous, but yes, I really want one too. And I think Mimbler's over on NESDev. The last time I saw him, he had created a custom board, and if I'm remembering correctly, it was so you could put NES carts into the PlayChoice 10 slots. So it was like an adapter.
Weird.
Oh, so instead of because I know a lot of places they can flash the EEPROM to put that in the PCB, but you're talking actually plugging the cart in so it plays in the PC10. Okay.
Yep, it's like a little adapter board that he designed, and I asked him if he was going to start selling them, and he said he was talking about it. But I got to see kind of his prototype board. Man, that guy is so smart. I'm just sorry. Every time I'm like, you what? I mean, huh? So, man, I just don't get it. I'm like, that's just some other planet to me. I was beyond anything I can comprehend. Now, somebody I've not heard from in a long time is up next. Mr. Bad Enough Dude.
He's been around for years, but his posts have kind of been disappearing lately.
Yeah, I don't know if he's been busy. I mean, life sometimes it gets in the way, right?
He was actually the first person I ever bought anything off of on RF Generation, like 4 or 5 years ago now.
Really? Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, it was hookups for an N64. I found a loose system and I needed to finish it up, so he helped me get all the little odds and ends.
That's pretty cool. Very cool. So he chimed in. He picked up a couple nice little games there, right?
Yeah, his friend gave him like an early Christmas present, or one of them anyway. Tales of Destiny. You gotta be happy with that one.
And Tales, that's like that whole Namco series of RPGs, right?
Yep.
Are you guys fans?
I'm not a fan.
I've never played any of those games.
The ones I've played, I've not been a fan of. I mean, I've not played a ton of them, maybe like one or two, but
my brother was obsessed with Tales of Symphonia on the GameCube. And I've tried to get into it with him half a dozen times. I just can't do it. I've owned like two of the PlayStation ones, Legendia and Abyss. I've owned Tales of Destiny. I just don't like them.
Everybody keeps telling me that Vesperia, Tales of Vesperia on 360 is pretty good, but I've not run across it yet, so I'll have to reserve judgment.
Yeah, there's also, like, when it comes to RPGs, just because of the length, I mean, I have to be really selective on what I'm going to put the time into.
Yeah.
And like, every time I figure I want to play, like, one of those old RPGs, I start thinking about the 2 or 3 that I'm really, really ashamed that I haven't played. So, like, I'm just going to stick to, getting through that stuff before I look at that, anything that's kind of iffy.
I would agree. Go to that list you were making, play some Final Fantasy V Advance, you'll thank yourself.
It's on the list.
There you go. Now, next we've got Rustly Man, right?
Yeah.
Is that how you would say that, Rustly Man?
Yeah.
Okay, make sure.
Unless his name is Russ Lyman.
Could be. Yeah, could be Russ Lyman. That's possible.
Right?
All right.
Russell Lyman. He's a lineman.
Or Russell Yimman.
Russell. Why, man?
Why? Why you gotta be like that? Now
why you gotta be all rusty, man?
He picked up. Now, Bill, do you know a little bit more? Was this a harder one to find?
I couldn't say, but I have not seen this sports Genesis set.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember seeing this anywhere before. I mean, I'm not super into the Genesis. Like, I like my Sega stuff, especially my 32X, as you guys know. But I can't remember ever seeing this sports set anywhere else.
Yeah, I've never seen one before.
Like, same thing. I don't know much about it, but it's not something I can say I've seen around.
Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, like, I got my Genesis, like, originally, like, when it came out. So I didn't really follow a lot of the other system releases later besides, like, oh, this one comes with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was kind of interesting to see that. But it's, like, all complete in box and everything that he's got. So it's kind of neat to see some of those interesting system variants that you don't run across very often.
Absolutely.
I mean, I see the Dreamcast sports version a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, and you see a lot of people on Craigslist with that, claiming that it's like the rarest thing in the world.
Of course it is. Right?
And it's to be honest, it is less common than finding the white system, but yeah, they pop up fairly often.
Oh sure, yeah. Because didn't they get bundled with one of the 2K games or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they came out, I think, with NBA and NFL in the same bundle. I could be wrong. I think it was a bundle with both games.
Yeah. And returning to the fold, I think he's been gone for a little bit. Mr. Hungry Moose, one of my local guys
I was just
here.
gonna say, how'd you let this slip through your fingers? You let someone else grab it.
He's like, okay, where I'm at compared to Indianapolis, imagine almost like the flip side of that. So he's actually, probably a good hour, a little over an hour away from me. So he kind of soaks up the stuff over on his end, and I soak up the stuff over on my end.
So he's local-ish.
Yeah, I mean, close enough to drive to and see, but not that we're like button heads collecting.
Gotcha.
So he picked up a nice big lot of Nintendo Power Mags, right?
Yeah,
They look good.
big stack of them there.
I already worked out a trade for a couple of those for like a couple of odds and ends that were in my thread that he wanted. So I'm really good with that.
And he got like most of the Super NES era.
Yeah, mostly that. He's got a few NES ones in there, and a couple of the dupes he had. That's kind of what I went for. I think I'm picking up 2 mags off of him. That's like mid to late NES era.
Just real super quick before we get too far off of that Sega Sports Genesis.
Yeah.
Did you notice that the Sega Sports logo is the same Sega Sports logo on the Sega Sports Dreamcast?
No, I guess I didn't pay attention to that.
If it's not the exact same, it's very close. And also it says free stadium cushion inside. I wonder if it came with that. So
was it in the box?
So Russell, why, man? If you could let us know if that was in there. And also, you see right above Joe Montana's head, that's a Goodwill sticker. So that was a Goodwill score. So it's kind of nice to find something like that in a place like that.
So I wonder, was that just so like when your butt never gets off the couch, it doesn't get too sore? Is it the plan?
Well, yeah, and I would imagine that their goal was to get you to go to an NFL game.
No, it wasn't. They want you to sit on your TV and buy more.
No,
games.
they want you to frame it because you're a collector. No, don't ever sit on that. Can't use that thing. And also, you know what else is weird is because it looks like it's a Genesis 2, obviously. Why wouldn't they have 6-button controllers with that system?
I guess for sports games, most of them you really didn't need that. It's just like some of the fighting games, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, not really needed. And then we get to this one other little silly thing at the end. I guess we can just skip it, right? We don't need to talk about this one.
Yeah, no one will care.
Yeah, it was. I've never even seen this cart. I don't even know where you would find something like this.
And it was kind of ugly. It was like cased in plastic, and it was like kind of roughed up. Looked like it'd been used.
Seriously, get some nicer box art.
Yeah.
If you're gonna put something out.
Yeah.
I don't even think he has the box for it.
No, and it looks like somebody's like really used the living tar out of the thing. I mean, it's kind of
ridiculous. And part of the cart is broken, and there's like dip switches popping out of the cart.
Yeah, like what? I mean, I don't know. All I've got to say is if he wants to get rid of it, I would consider maybe tossing a few bucks his way. I mean, maybe. Just I don't know.
I've got a loose copy of a Star Wars Arcade for the 32X. I'd throw in for it.
That seems fair enough.
Yeah.
So yeah,
maybe if he colored the label, like added some color to it, he could probably get some more money for it.
That's it. I mean, like some magic marker. Do you think you should color it in,
Krabby?
Sharpie? Paint the gray shell gold, maybe. Fetch
yeah,
a few
like
extra
spray
bucks.
paint it.
Ooh.
Could you get like duct tape and kind of just tape it up and a little quick paint job?
Or you could just go buy a car.
You could buy a car, yes. So Mr. Wayne Pe, and I know for a fact now that it is Wayne Pe, because
Is it really?
he friended me over on Xbox Live, and I know what the whole thing stands for now, and it is Wayne Pe, because there is more after that.
I think it's Winkle Pimp.
It is not. I know for a fact Wayne Pe, and there is more, but we'll just leave it at Wayne Pe. So he picked up a graded Nintendo World Championship, right?
Woo, good for you.
A what? A great Nintendo World Championship graded cart.
A VGA 85 plus cart number 311, 1990 Nintendo World Championships. Congratulations, Fred Savage.
And yeah, that 85 plus means it's gold condition by their standards, so it's in great shape.
Man,
I don't know what to say.
yeah, I mean, it's really hard to spend so much time talking about someone's like Barbie horse adventure score, and then to mention this for a minute and be like, "All right, Krabby, what'd you get this month?"
Yeah,
I did not get Nintendo World Championship, right?
Nope.
And we should mention.
I would love.
I was gonna say we should
go
mention
ahead,
this is the same guy that had the SNES Max rifle with the case and everything last time around.
Right.
That's good. That's a good point. I would be curious if someone can add up the values of every other score this month to see how they stack up with the price that he got this single item for. And Krabby, didn't you make a comment that you know the person who he bought this from, or you know this the what they paid for it?
Yeah, he's over on Nintendo Age. He was pretty vocal about what he paid and when he was selling. It was pretty transparent.
Well, it was on eBay. I mean, you can see what he paid for it.
Yeah.
Right.
But I got a sneak peek because he friends me over on Xbox Live. Like, oh hey, yeah, how are you and everything, and he's like, oh yeah, I just won this auction for a Nintendo World Championship. Oh.
And he said, "Oh, that sounds pretty." What?
Yeah, like,
I'm willing to bet that he might tell the story a little differently. He probably won the auction and then got all these friend requests from Duke.Togo all of a sudden. Hey, want to hang out?
Come over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that's great.
You'd have to crack the thing open, right? I mean, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Hey, do you need a roommate?
Can I just come over?
Do you need someone to house sit?
I promise, I will come unarmed.
Yeah, you don't want to try and break in. You'll have a Max rifle in your face.
So, congrats, Wayne Pear.
Wayne Pe. You win. So thanks, guys. It's been nice doing the Collectorcast. I guess this is over, right? It's been fun. Have a nice life.
Yeah. Just add a drop the mic sound in post.
I feel a little bad for Cody now. Like he's been working on this set all year. Finally nails it, and then someone grabs a Nintendo World Championship at the same time.
And then Wayne Pez like, I have a feeling that someone has some thunder that I need to steal.
There's a disturbance in the force.
But no, I mean I mean again, same thing. Like we spent all this time on all the scores, but then we glaze over. Oh yeah, completed a collection. It shouldn't be underestimated how cool that is and how good I could imagine it feels.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. It's just within reaching distance, but yeah.
Yeah, very very cool accomplishments for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything else I can say. I'm just kind of
there's nothing else. There's nothing else you could do.
All right, so we all got some crap this month, right? We got some
crap. A couple things.
Some stuff.
Yeah. Should I go?
No Nintendo World Championships.
I think we have to call it crap in comparison.
Yeah. So the crap I got some crap for the Dreamcast, some crap for the Nintendo, crap for the PSP, crap for the Wii, and some crap for the 3DO and the GBA.
Yeah, I got some Nintendo crap. What else? What'd you get? Krabby?
So on the Krabby got crap.
I think Krabby got some crap.
I got some crap. It's especially crappy because I even got some PC stuff in there.
There's some crap.
Oh, okay. Well, then you get to sit in timeout for that, mister. So the crap that I got, Duke actually helped me out. He's kind of works for me now. So
I am on the lookout patrol for Mr. Wild Bill.
He's on the payroll. He's got the badge.
I
It's
am.
like,
I show people the official list when I walk into stores. Do you have these items, please?
Get out of my
Please
way,
put them in the
sir.
bag.
Pushing people out of the lineup.
So for Dreamcast. Speaking of Dreamcast, you got your 18-wheeler American Pro Trucker. Eat your heart out, Wayne Pear.
So tell me, whenever you play that, I mean, do you have like the urge to do like dress up like Smokey and the Bandit and like play that song?
I actually have to dress down to get to Smokey and the Bandit level.
Do you grow out the mustache?
I have to put on the smaller belt buckle.
Just blaring Eastbound and Down on the stereo.
And honest, in all seriousness, one of my favorite games in the arcade and on the Dreamcast, Hydro Thunder. I know it's really just kind of like, a throwaway game for a lot of people, just like this, aqua, boat racing game. I remember going in the arcade and loving this thing, like with the throttle, with the whole machine would like shake the faster you would go. To me, it really felt, as someone who's never raced in a boat, it really did feel like I was kind of like racing in this boat. So
our movie theater up here actually has that machine still.
Oh, I love it. If you can get your hands on it, just ship it to me.
No problem.
Yep, done.
Yeah, just.
You need a Dance Revolution too?
No. I have all the dance moves I can handle in my. I don't need any more revolutionizing it. Ready to Rumble Boxing, which it's not a great game, but you know what it was? It was when I would explain to people the Dreamcast could do things 60 frames per second, and they were like, "What does that mean?" I would put on Ready to Rumble Boxing because it was solid 60 the whole time you were playing it.
And they would just go, so?
Yeah, and they were like, and that's it? And I was like, yep.
Why
and
did
then
you waste
there's
my
Afro Boxer, dude. My copy, now probably the coolest thing in this little group, The Last Story. My copy of The Last Story I got, I think it was on Black Friday or on Thanksgiving. It popped up on Amazon for like somewhere between $20 and $30, so I grabbed it for that. Still gotta jump onto it. I'm playing Borderlands 2 right now because I have friends who gave me crap that I'm not as far in it as they are, and they want me to catch up, so I'm playing Borderlands 2 now, but Last Story is probably next.
So I gotta give you more crap about Last Story? Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's how it works. Right. Whoever gives me the most crap, that is the person who chooses the game I play.
There's a few of us playing Last Story right now, so I'm gonna post in that thread. Everyone needs to just barrage you with PMs. We're gonna give you way more crap than the Borderlands guys.
I don't mind.
I'm still insulted you don't have the 360 version of Borderlands 2. We could be playing. No, you and your snazzy PC friends.
Yup, got my SLI running over here.
Crap. All right, keep going.
Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. Yes.
No.
This one popped up on a Newegg for $10 and I grabbed it. It was cool. Double Dragon 2. I am missing the manual, but that's okay. Gilligan's Island, Ikari Warriors 2. Those were trades from Fibro Freak. Thank you very much, Fibro. I think she's in the process of getting rid of some system boxes as well.
Why don't you just drive over to her house?
I could, yeah. She's maybe like an hour-ish away from me.
Just go raid her house, man.
Yeah. Oh man, it's she has so much cool stuff too. I'm not gonna raid your house. I'm just saying. Every time I look through like her enormous list of stuff, I'm like, oh, where do you get this stuff? But I think she's in the process of selling some system boxes. So if anyone's looking for like a Virtual Boy box, I'm pretty sure she still has it in the sales thread on RF Gen. And that was my first little score. And then Duke sent me another little group, including a Black Label Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. Been looking for that one for a while.
Awesome.
Black Label Final Fantasy VII. It's not the misprint on the back, but still much appreciated, and I will cherish it forever.
There you go.
And San Francisco Rush 2049. Not quite as cool as the first Rush game, but you gotta have a full Rush collection, you know.
Do you have to?
And and then a couple of complete NES games: Cybernoid, Ikari 1 and 2, Starship Ector. Sesame Street 1, 2, 3, MTV Remote Control, World Games, and here's the two things. First one is from Johnny Nintendo. He sent me a copy of Metroid for the GBA, the classic version, complete in box. We were at first trying to like negotiate a price, and we were close, but I didn't have anything he wanted in trade, and it was like, oh well, this and that, and it was kind of going on for a few days, and then he said, oh man, I'm so sorry, I just realized this is like in your keep an eye out for me thread that like you're really looking for this. I'm just gonna send it to you. So he just sent it to me, and he said just keep an eye, like just what you do, like just keep an eye out for me. Any complete NES game that you come across I don't have, just hit me up at some point.
Nice.
So besides being like exactly the kind of collector that I like dealing with, Johnny Nintendo has exemplary penmanship. There was an index card that came with this game. When he writes Johnny Nintendo, it's like in the red oval, like the Nintendo logo.
Nice.
And it looks like it came from a typewriter, and it's his handwriting.
Nice.
I'll scan it. I'll throw it in the thread. So big ups to Johnny. And Duke grabbed me the Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo for 3DO boxed, the long box version.
I was actually talking to him about that, and he told me that you've got the Canadian variant.
It's the Canadian one.
Which is funny, because I bought one locally, and mine is the US version.
They must have got paths must have got crossed. So the cool thing, the box is in ridiculous shape. It's really nice.
You're welcome.
Everything's crispy on it.
That's
and when
so
you open
hard
it up,
with those long boxes too.
It really is. Like, I don't know what, and the thing is, like, when like inside of it, it doesn't really have like a whole lot of supportive material, like, you know, styrofoam or anything. It's just the box.
Yeah.
So it's really, really nice. And when I opened up the inside jewel case, the inside jewel case was sealed. And whenever I come across anything sealed, I'm like, what do I want to do? I eventually decided, it's Canadian. I want to enjoy the game. Whatever, I'm going to open it. So it's weird. On the outside of the box, everything's in English and French.
Yep.
But the instruction manual, 100% French. And what I really like about the instruction manual inside, I really like when there's artwork in an instruction manual.
Uh-huh.
And the cool thing is when they're not showing any digitized pictures or screenshots or anything. Like when you go to like the section where all the character moves, like DJ, T-Hawk, like everyone knows the Street Fighter characters. There's original artwork showing what each of the moves looks like.
Those
and that
are
kind of
the
stuff
first
is really
two Street
cool.
Fighter characters you name.
T-Hawk. It's super. It's super.
I just flipped open. I have the book in front of me, so I flipped it open, and they are like the centerfold.
They're the new
is DJ and T-Hawk.
characters. They were new in that. Well, not quite in that one, but
Now, do you have the fight stick for your 3DO to play that with?
I actually posted a thread in RF asking if anyone has any experience with some 3DO controllers with the 6 face buttons.
Yeah, because it's really hard to play that with the standard controller. I've tried.
Yeah, I mean, the only controllers I have are the 2 standard Panasonic 3-button controllers, and I haven't even tried to play with those
you have
yet.
to like hit start to like switch over to your kick moves. So you
No.
Yeah.
So wait, there's no button config?
You've got. I don't remember. I just remember it being really challenging to do much.
I mean, even if there was, I mean, like, what's the best you could do? Put like medium or hard punch on B and medium or hard kick on C, and just use one of each.
it was painful.
Yeah.
It was kind of like the way Championship Edition on the Genesis was if you didn't have the 6-button pad.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Or Mortal Kombat on the Genesis with the 3-button. Oh, just
yeah.
oh.
You needed the 6. I mean, it was unplayable, especially once you got to Mortal Kombat 3 with the run.
Oh yeah.
Like, because in the first few games, the middle buttons like X and B were both block, but then you had a block and run button. It was unplayable without the 6-button.
Oh yeah, for certain.
So yeah, so that's pretty much it for me. And yeah, it's I mean, again, it's no Wayne Pear or Petapare Code, but yeah, it's some nice little stuff, and I'll definitely play most of it.
Certainly. So, Krabby, I remember a little bit ago, Krabby sends me a message. He's like, I'm going to have to take a break for a while. I'm not going to be buying anything. I think I've got to take a break. And then there's this giant list of stuff I'm looking at. I'm looking at this giant list, Krabby.
Well, one of them was kind of a freebie. I got my Club Nintendo posters in for hitting platinum status there. Did cost
yeah,
me,
now you
didn't
got
cost me a
the
penny.
Yeah, you got the poster set. So how's the poster set?
They're really nice. I've got all the other poster sets they put out, so I decided to keep going with the poster collecting. And yeah, they're really good quality. I like them. The Luigi's Mansion one looks awesome.
Yeah, you actually, when I was asking you what rewards are good, you said that you had the full poster set going and that you really liked them.
I love them. Yeah, I've got every one they put out so far, even the limited ones they put out really quick, and they're really good quality. Really good artwork on them, really glossy. I like them.
Now they come in tubes?
The first ones came in tubes, but this last one actually came in a triangle. It was weird.
Huh?
Oh, but my main question was they're not folded, they're rolled.
They are rolled, yes.
Okay, because there'd be pitchforks.
Hell to pay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they pack them well. They get here safely.
That does remind me, though. I did get my platinum Nintendo cards. I got to post a picture of those.
They actually
And the what's it called? The DS, the 3DS 18 game case hit the Club Nintendo today.
Yeah, why?
What do you mean why?
Why? You already have cases. They come with every game. You buy them.
Yeah, but this one holds 18 cards, and it has like 4 reversible paper sleeves that are limited edition to Club Nintendo.
Now, don't get me wrong. I would get it, but I mean, to use it, no.
I ordered it.
Oh, well, good.
I ordered it. I'm totally getting it, and I totally can't wait to put my 3 3DS games into this 18 3DS game case.
So you can feel bad about yourself and have to go buy 15 more 3DS games, right?
Yup, gotta collect them all.
My son's just got a little like 12 game case he takes when we go on trips.
Be careful.
Oh, we're careful.
Yeah, I absolutely know you are. It's just I get so nervous with kids when they have all their eggs in one basket.
He is been trained since birth to take care of games, so I trust him.
They're not eggs, Bill. They're games.
It's an expression.
Well, you got to get.
I figured you would have heard it before.
Got to get one basket for each egg. Is that it?
That would be hard. Yeah. You would never go grocery shopping.
Did you just quote The Simpsons?
Did I? I know I've heard that somewhere recently.
You did. I was watching. Oh, Jesus, us and tangents. So, but no, it was I forget. Like Homer says that to Marge. Marge is like, "You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket." And he's like, "What? You want me to get a basket for each egg?" And she's like, "Yeah." Now that you say it that way, I got to scratch that off the list of things I say.
I did that like 2 days ago. Yeah, I can't remember what.
Oh, that's great.
I'm totally behind on
and that was a great episode, the MyPad episode.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think I might have made you guys a little pleased with me this month. I grabbed a few new 360 games finally.
Woo!
Thank goodness.
Thank you for Children of Eden. Please give it a try.
I plan to.
It is. It's cool.
Yeah, I've got
our child. Sorry, child.
Yeah.
You need a Kinect.
I've got the Kinect, so
there you go.
I'm gonna give that a run. And then I like the only place you can really get like old style like scrolling shooters anymore seems to be the 360. There's the odd one on the Wii. Everything else is digital, so the 360 is kind of my shoot 'em up place now. So I grabbed Death Smiles and Odomedius Excellent for that I'm looking forward to trying out.
Good job. Nice little cute 'em up there. I've got that one too. I just haven't opened it yet. Yeah. So I'm in that like I wanna but I don't but I don't, you know.
I'm excited. Get to the PC games.
I'll leave that junk for the end.
No, come on.
So we were down in Kelowna a little while ago, which is south for me, and we went to Toys R Us, which we don't have here, and they were having a sale. Everything was buy one get one 50% off in their games department.
Very nice.
So decided to grab a couple more Wii U games, and our first and second choice were actually
So it was on everything.
Everything, yeah.
Oh, I wonder if they're doing that in the States. I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, Israel posted it in the deals thread, so it's definitely going on down there too.
Must have missed that one. Good deal.
Yeah. So we really wanted. I wanted Mass Effect 3, and my wife wanted Scribblenauts. They didn't even have a SKU for either. Like they just didn't even sell them.
Are you sure you wanted Toys R Us?
Yeah. So
they probably just looked at you. You want Mass Effect 3 for what? Like, no, trust me, we can give it to you on 360. What?
Yeah. What? Who wants that? Jeez. So anyway, we got our third and fourth choices, which were Zombie U and Sonic and All Stars Racing Transformed. Gotta get that right.
Ay.
Horrible name, but oh man, that's my favorite game we've got on it right now. It's Awesome Racer. Awesome. What else we got up here? While we were down there, my grandparents live close by, so we stopped in to see them a couple times. Mm-hmm. And they're in the process of trying to, like, I think they think they're dying or something. So they're giving away a lot of stuff. They're just like emptying out their house.
Okay.
So Grandma's got my name on a bunch of things she thought I might want. So I ended up getting my old. She bought a Sega Genesis for us to play when like the kids came over.
Yeah.
So she's still got this complete in box Genesis Model 2. And she's got a Sonic 3 jammed in there. So this is one I used to play as a kid, and now she's given it to me. So it's a really nostalgic piece for me that definitely won't be going in the sale thread.
Very nice. Very nice. It's fun when those things kind of come back to you, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's in such good shape because, once the kids are done playing it, they'd stick it back in the box and they put it in the closet.
Rock and roll, man.
Everything's really, really good. And then the last couple of days, my wife's been out of town, so I've been going to the pawn shops finally. I haven't had time to run down there for a while. And I grabbed a whole bunch of stuff that I've been looking forward to playing, like Star Ocean, Grandia, Discworld 2, some Super Monkey Ball. I grabbed the last issue of Nintendo Power that just came out while I was out yesterday.
Oh, yeah, it did.
Come on.
That's about it.
No!
That's great. That sounds like some good grabs. Oh, what Bill's getting to, he's so upset because you forgot to mention Samba de Amigo for the Wii.
Oh, right. Now I can play Samba de Amigo, because I did miss out on the Dreamcast one.
As long as you say Wii the way you just said it, Duke, Samba de Amigo for the Wii!
Is there any other way to say it?
The Wii U is like, I forget what show it was. I was listening a while ago and someone said it, it's almost like a karate move.
Wii U!
Like, it's the Wii U!
That's funny.
But yeah, Bill's trying to get me to talk about these old PC games because I totally missed out on most PC stuff. So when I saw Grim Fandango and Curse of Monkey Island for dirt cheap, I had to pick those up, and I actually kind of want to give them both a try.
Tell you, the classic Tim Schafer, and if I mean,
and I do like other Tim Schafer games I've played on consoles, so I have high hopes for these ones.
Yeah, I mean they really are night and day with like the old adventure stuff versus like Brutal Legend and some of the other Double Fine things. Yeah. But if you're at all interested in adventure games, Grim Fandango and Curse of Monkey Island, there's almost like no two better games you could test the the waters with the genre. I'm a big fan of Full Throttle. Even though it's a little bit shorter, it's one of my favorite games. Also a Tim Schafer game, but Grim Fandango is a great one. So if you can, I think being that they're Windows 95, you're gonna have to run them through.
Actually,
some sort of front end.
I have my old PC that still will be able to run them problem.
No way.
Nice. So you're gonna be able to have that authentic experience.
I'm so far behind the times that it's not an issue.
Ay. Oh, man. Well, you did pretty well to get to the PC games.
Yeah, I didn't know that they were even collectible or worth anything. I just
Are they?
knew they were. Well, Grim Fandango, I was looking on eBay, it's like $40. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's for just like the game. And remember when Double Fine was doing their Kickstarter for Double Fine Adventure? Mm-hmm. One of the pledge levels, I forget what one it was, but Tim Schafer said, okay, like it was like crazy high. It was like $30,000 or something like that. And besides getting all the other stuff you get at that level, he was like, okay, you'll get one of my 3 sealed boxed copies, like PC big box copies, and the box was kind of like the shape of a tombstone of Grim Fandango. And then he, in parentheses, he wrote, "What am I, crazy? I only have 3 of these." So this it's one of those weird, odd old PC games that actually still goes for decent dollars because people want a copy.
Interesting. PC games are just such a pain in the rear.
They are. Oh, and actually, I forgot to mention earlier, but I really wanted to. I probably didn't say it because you were giving me crap about PC games. But, was it Addicted? I'm really sorry. I'm gonna go back and see who it was. But someone had all these big box PC games, including Blade Runner. Which, I mean, obviously my avatar and like my love of Blade Runner, but it's a really good game. And to see a whole bunch of big box PC games like right in the middle of his collection there. Made me happy.
I do have to say that a lot of PC games have some pretty cool packaging.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, most collectors, especially, how much we like box art, you just get a great big, huge box. It makes us all happy.
Well, I guess I got to bring up the rear then, right? So I did not get Nintendo World Championship.
No, you got a good one.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that?
I don't get it. Well, I got a copy of Super Pinball, complete in box from John White. So there you go. I mean, actually, though, it was very nice. John came over the other day. He says, "Hey, I got a Christmas present for you." I mean, totally out of the blue. I didn't get him anything. I felt bad. But he gives me a package. Like, I said, "I don't have anything for you." He goes, "Oh, don't worry about it."
You got over it, though, right?
I did, once I opened it. But I've had, like most people, if you're not on RFGen, you can set up a wish list, right, of things you want in your collection. And he actually snuck over there and took a look and saw that I had Super Pinball for the Famicom on my wish list. and he went out and he found a like mint complete in-box Famicom copy of Super Pinball. So that was really pretty cool. I like it. It just looks beautiful.
Very awesome.
So thanks very much. And I picked up Borderlands 2, but for a good system. Bill, I'm sorry.
You mean you picked it up for the system that's not as powerful as the one I'm playing it
The
on?
who whats? You're not a system. It's like a cobbling together of junk. But
it was addicted.
It was addicted.
It was addicted.
We got some PC games.
Besides Borderland, Diablo 2, StarCraft, like a lot of the Half-Life, Baldur's Gate, so a lot of the really good classics, but Blade Runner is one that stood out. Hey, my first choice was 360. Absolute first choice.
And then you went astray.
And a friend of mine said to me, listen, like, I need to know what system you want to play it on because I'll buy it for that. And I said, listen, I'm getting on 360. We'll play it.
Yeah.
And then, like, I saw her like a week after the game came out, and I was like, okay, I'm buying it tomorrow. And she was like, I bought it on PS3. And I said, what? I was like, okay, I guess I can get it on PS3. I have a PS3. And she was like, well, and also we made this like deal to play with each other. And then she said, well, I kind of started with my brother already because he really wanted to play it. So then I lost my playing partner, and then I just ended up grabbing a video card. Like a great deal came up, and it came with it. So I'm like, well, I guess if you're gonna get a new video card, might as well test it out with a cool new game. So, boring story. Whatever. Back to your pinball machine.
So you could be playing with me.
If I spent another $40-$50 on the game, yes, I could be.
As opposed to spending how much on a video card, right? See, I was the cheaper option. You went astray.
You were.
You went astray.
Yeah.
I'll forgive you. I think you did something other favor for me. I'll get to that later. So I guess I'll let it go.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got Borderlands. I got my Club Nintendo gift too for the Platinum set. So I got my deck of cards.
You get the cards too?
Yeah, I did. I'm not gonna open them up. I'll just look at other people's pictures.
So you haven't even opened the package?
No,
Oh, wow.
So it's the deck of cards. I don't want to open them up. You know what I mean? What am I gonna do? Play cards? No.
They're clear.
They look cool. I've seen the pictures. I'll just keep them, and I, just like put it in like the same box that I got like my Game & Watch ball. I'll just keep them boxed away somewhere. Very nice.
I'm hoarding my coins to get my ball.
You're gonna be there soon, right, Krabby?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
I just spent 250 of them.
All those Wii U points didn't add up pretty quick.
Oh, they added up, but I'm still a little short.
Hang in there. Don't be led astray by Bill's goofy card box thingy.
18 cards.
Yeah, not gonna happen unless they bring up another poster set. That's all I'm going for now.
Now, while I was out today, actually on the way home, I stopped by the little retro shop and I picked a couple of items up. So they were pretty good deals, pretty cheap. I picked up a copy of Mario Party 2 for N64. Looks really nice. And I got that. I only got it's $15, which is a pretty good deal. I think it sells somewhere like around $30 right now or something.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
All three of those, the first three are easy moves.
Yeah, I'll hold on to it. I think though I kind of like it. I also picked up. I was kind of mentioning earlier Outrunners for the Sega Genesis. I was talking to Bill about that a little earlier, so if you'd heard of it. But it's like complete in box. It was like real cheap. And the weird that I still think is weird. Data East. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why this is a Sega game? Why did Data East do it? I don't know. But anyway, and then the weirdest thing I picked up there was I found a PAL Mega Drive game on their shelf. Really random. I'm sure it's probably nothing exciting, but it's the Aquatic Games starring James Pond and the Aqua Rats.
James Pond.
It's an Electronic Arts game, but Mega Drive. That's kind of interesting. So European release, and it's really when you open it up, like the instruction booklet that comes with it, since it's got to be in like umpteen different languages, it's like really thick. Mm-hmm. It's almost like a book. So yeah, it was kind of interesting. But English, Deutsch, Svensk, French, whatever you have, Francais, what I don't know, French, Italiano, Espanol, and Netherlands, all in the same manual. How do you like that? I don't even know if it'll work in my machine. I don't know. Do you guys know if PAL carts work in American Genesis?
You know what? I never
to
tried.
Find out.
I will find out. But it's the Penguin official sponsor, whatever that means. It's got like a little thing on like a sticker or something on the front of it. And then I got like a dirt cheap copy. They had a shooting gallery for the Master System, which I didn't have. So I picked that up. And then lastly, Bill, it was something. Was it something you? I don't. What?
Little.
No. Yeah, it was little. Right? Little. Absolutely.
We'll pick up.
So I think
you want to tell the story?
I think you alluded to this last show, right?
Yes. This was something that I kind of had. I didn't know any of the details yet, but I kind of had in the hopper.
Yeah. So why don't you tell folks about how you acquired said item?
So I was just hanging out one night, watching on my computer, doing my my usual routine, and I decided I would check Craigslist. And normally I check it on my phone because I can search I fall in a really weird Craigslist spot, so I have to search 5 different areas. So I searched on my phone, and then I saw this thing on my phone, and it just said original Nintendo. So I click on it, look at a picture, and I said, "Wow, that cart is that the cart I think it is?" So then I loaded it up on the computer. And I kind of zoom in on it, and I'm like, "Yeah, that is the card I think it is." So, the post was named Original Nintendo, and inside the body of the post, it just said Original Nintendo, and it said 21 games included. The thing is, the name of the game was not written anywhere. So if anyone had been looking out for this title, it would not have popped on any of their alarms or anything like that. So I shoot the dude an email, and it just said, "I'll take it. I can be there. Just let me know when you want to meet." It was about an hour away, but I didn't say that because I would just, I'd make it work. Right. So I didn't get anything back. And then it was late. It was kind of late, and it was 8 or 9 o'clock. He had just posted it 20 minutes prior. I emailed maybe once more before bed, "Hey, not sure. I forgot to give you my phone number. Here it is." Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so I wake up in the morning. I get an email from him that says, "Yeah, it's still available. When can you meet?" And I had to work that day, but I said, whenever you need me to. So he said, "Well, how about 4 o'clock?" So I said, "Okay." So I ended up going to work, but I work an hour south of, where I live. So I had to leave work 2 hours early to make it to him by 4 o'clock. So I make it to this parking lot. I'm waiting. He finally shows up, opens up his trunk, and I look through the games because I'm only looking for the one cart. So I looked through these 21 carts, and I'm not seeing it. It was the last game that I looked at. So I'm like, "Whoa, is it at home? Did you forget one?" And then I saw it. So I paid the dude, gave him the money he asked for, got back in the car, went home. I'm beaming the whole way home. I'm looking at it. I'm holding it in my hand. I'm like, "This never happens. This never happens to me." So,
yeah.
And I already knew that when I first saw it, I already knew this is going to Duke. It's not mine. It's And then after I made that decision and I saw on eBay what they're going for, I was like, "Oh, geez, I already made the decision." So I got home and I texted Crab or PM'd him or something, and I was like, "Dude, can you get on Skype right now? And he was around and he got on Skype, and I told him the story, and he said, "Dude, I have to be on Skype when you tell Duke about this." So we get Duke on Skype for the next episode.
The last episode. Episode 9.
The last episode that we recorded. And I took a picture of it in my hand at my desk, so he knew it was me.
Yeah, so he's like, "I'm gonna here, click on this. I want you to click on this picture."
"Oh yeah, we found something for you. You should check this out."
And I'm like,
and we sent it to him.
I'm like, "Oh, what, you some silent service cards or something?" Or
yeah. and then the picture of little Samson pops up, and he's like, "Oh, haha, very funny, you guys."
Yeah, I'm like, "Okay, where'd you
and
get?"
I was like, "Dude, do you
that?
recognize my desk? That's." And then he was like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, because I go over to Bill's house all the time.
That was a really good Duke impression there.
So yeah, and then we're like, "No, that's it."
And I'm like, "No."
He's like, "No, that's not the thing." And I was like, "Do I need to take more pictures of it and send them to you?" And he was like, "Really? Is that it?" I was like, "Yup." And then right after that, it's like, "Okay, we'll negotiate terms later, but let's get to the show." So if in episode 9, Duke was kind of like, what are we talking about?
See, on my end, I'm thinking the whole time, I'm like, "What? No." I'm just in the back of my head, there's just something that's going, "No, there's not. That's not going to happen." You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then I showed I went to Retro Games Plus and I showed Chris, the owner of the store. He's like, "So how you been, man? I haven't because we've been talking. We haven't seen anything on Craigslist lately." And I was like, "Oh, hey, did I tell you what I found?" And he was like, "No." And I showed him the picture, and he didn't lose it, but like it's as close to losing as I've ever seen him. He's like, "You found a little Samson on Craigslist." And then I looked at Sarah, because I tried to explain to Sarah the significance of this.
They don't
and
get
she
it.
was like, yeah, no, that's really cool. And but then I think when she saw his reaction, I think she realized what a big deal it was.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think like we were recording that whole piece because that was, I think, the last day of the recording that we did for that last episode. Because if those of you that don't know, we don't sit down and do this whole thing at once.
No,
it would kill us.
Who has the energy?
But like the whole time, just like, you know what I mean? Just, I'm like, first off, I didn't know what to say. You're just kind of like, what?
Right.
What?
My favorite thing that you said, and it actually made me like just feel great about the whole situation. That my favorite thing that you said is, it was like one of the first things you said too is, I think I might actually complete my Nintendo collection. Because that was the one that you were like, well, if the price keeps going the way it's going, I'm never getting it.
Yeah, because it's been going crazy. And I think I'd like posted on like Twitter or something a few days before. I'm like, you got to be kidding me what this thing is going for now.
Yeah, it was like 2 days before we found it. I remember that post because I commented on it. And then the next
day, don't give up. Don't give up.
Yeah, and then like 20 minutes after I posted that, he's like, get on Skype. We got to get on Skype.
Because I guess I need to start griping about Flintstones 2 more often, maybe.
Yeah, right?
But that's the one I knew that was going to be expensive. You know what I mean? I just knew it. But Little Samson had gone like just crazy this year.
Yeah, nuts up.
I mean, like over doubled in price. Because, I mean, that was it. Like at this time last year, you guys remember I sold that sealed Dracula X?
Yep.
When I sold that, at the time, when I was talking to the guy, I'm like, he's like, hey, I got a guy that's selling a Little Samson in the box. The box is kind of beat up and there's no manual. I could probably do that as part treatment if you want to. And I said, well, what is he wanting for? And he was like, I think he's wanting $225. And I was like, oh, no.
Yeah.
I'll just get a card only. That's okay. You know what I mean?
Wow, dude. I'd never heard that before.
Well, I mean, because at the time, carts were going for $200 or a little less. You know? So it was just like, it was just one of those things, right?
It was nice. I mean, it was. I remember, and Sarah walked in the room right after I brought it up in my machine, and I realized what it was. And then she walked in, she's like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I said, "Feel my heart right now." And she put her hand on my chest, and she made this face like, "Do we need to go to the hospital?" Like, what's? And I was like, "No, I just showed her what was going on." And I remember when I got Krabby on Skype, I sent him the picture. Like, I took a screen cap from Craigslist because the ad was gone, and I showed it to him, and he was like, "Yeah, like it was plainly visible." And that's what worried me, is anybody who looked at this post, who had any idea what they were looking at, would have seen it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And do you know what? I would have been. I'm so shocked that somebody didn't try to spoil it for you and send a message and say, "Hey, do you know that's worth a lot of money?"
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I didn't want to get into any, anything back and forth with like, "Oh, well, I'll give you a little bit less than what you're asking." Whatever. I was like, "Yo, where do you want to meet? I'll be there with cash."
So yeah, I finally get it in the mail, and don't get me wrong, people, this thing is beautiful. I mean, it is in really fantastic condition. I mean, no, it's not beat up at all. It looks great. I'm really shocked. I mean,
yeah, I think we all were.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things that you just okay. Again, all right. Now, number one, this happens to Bill, and which I'm thinking Bill the whole time is going to be thinking this doesn't happen to me. Okay, now add that on top another layer where somebody goes, "Yeah, listen to this awesome thing," and you can have it. You know what I mean? What? It just doesn't sink in quite right. So things, yeah. So you know what my wife says? So I show her, I go, "Check this out," and I'm like showing her this thing, and of course she doesn't care, doesn't know at all. And I'm like, right. You got no idea. Do you know that this thing sells for $500? And do you know what her comment was?
What?
Great, let's sell it. I just gave her this look of horror. You know what I mean? Like,
you said, "Do you know how common $500 is?"
Exactly.
There is $500 everywhere.
That's right. I could go out and bust my butt and make another $500. I can't go bust my butt and make another little Samson appearance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So that was really fun. So I am currently under indentured servitude to Bill,
in the nicest possible way.
which I've already worked some of it off, as you heard. So.
Yeah. I mean, a good chunk's coming off, and we're working on a few other
yeah,
things.
I think you'll have another nice little thing to talk about soon. That'll be a nice chunk.
Ooh.
I think you'll have another little surprise.
Yeah.
Coming up. Probably,
Like
maybe in time for the next episode, maybe something will work out.
I was considering just sending it to you and just saying, hey, give me a call when it gets there. Because that would have been like more of like, it's here. It's in my hand.
I think you would have had I don't know what. Probably just stunned silence, I think. Because, even when you guys told me online, that was it for a while. Just stunned silence. Like,
yeah.
What do you...
No, it was. What? And it was like, remember I told the story about, like, when I went to Chris at the Retro Games, and he was like, oh, dude, look at the stuff I got. He opens a banker box, and every complete 32X game is in there. I just didn't say anything. It was like, it's all the things. Like, all the things I've been looking for are in this box.
And isn't it horrible when, you slave... I mean, like in that case, like, you slave to find all this stuff, and then it's just there, right? It's just all of it's just there.
You slave to find one of them.
Yeah.
Like, you spend weeks trying to find just one nice copy of Blackthorn, for less than $60, and it's like, oh, here it is.
Yeah, and it's like no big deal. Like, check this out.
Yep. Hey, guy brought this in. I gave him some money.
So I'm curious, does the guy still have the Web of Fire? Did he sell it?
He did sell it.
He really did?
He sold it for, I think, about $350.
No way.
And he said the guy he sold it to paid for it in installments. And he said, just so you know, I'd be totally cool doing that with you, like if you ever wanted anything that was more expensive. So I said, yeah, I really appreciate it. I really feel, and he was basing it off, current or recent completed eBay prices. And there were a few that had gone for, $400, $450.
Wow.
And whether they were real or not, I don't know. I have a feeling they weren't real because the last 3 have gone for $200.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you never know. I mean, some people might get some crate like Nicolas Cage might be on the other end, just saying like, I gotta have it. So, but yeah, it's he did sell a Web of Fire, so I think I'm just relegated to the eBay space for it because I just can't imagine finding it anywhere else.
I'm keeping my beady eyes open. Trust me.
Yeah.
That's just gonna be a toughie. I think I might have some better luck with some other like NES boxes or something.
And it's weird. I mean, like about once a month. Like there was one in October. There were 2 in November. There's one in December that I just lost. There's another one going on right now for about $50 too much. But yeah, I mean, I'll get it.
Yeah, it's just one of those matter of time sort of things, right?
Yep.
Good. Well, all in all, just a pretty fantastic month for everybody, right?
Really
nice. Merry Christmas to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, Little Samson, Nintendo World Championship, complete N64 set.
Yeah.
That's insane.
It is. And Krabby bought some 360 games. I mean, so
it's even more unbelievable than a World Championship card.
I know.
And a Grim Fandango?
PC and 360
case?
games. Yeah, it's really... I think that...
wait a minute, Krabby. Did you also buy Microsoft?
He's going to have to edit this quick to get it up before the end of the world.
Yeah. Did you also buy some Microsoft points?
Oh, I haven't stooped that low.
He's just going to keep the card anyway. He would never use it.
Yeah.
They'd frame it.
I still have a sealed Wii Points card for 4 years now? 5 years running?
Ay. It could be a Mega Man 10.
Could have been.
All right. Well, as usual, everybody, we love, obviously, talking about what you guys pick up in addition to what we find as well. So, if you're listening to the show, you're not a part of RF Generation, why not? Just go over there. We could be talking about your stuff instead of some people maybe that you don't even know. So, join us over there, and we'll be happy to take a look at your stuff. So, here's to another month and to another year. right, everybody. So on this episode, we thought we would tackle something maybe a little bit different, and we want to kind of talk about maybe some things that are a little outside of the norm for collecting. So we're going to talk about like reproductions. We're going to talk a little bit like pirate carts, flash carts, backups. Just going to deal with a wide variety of these things and how they kind of fit together. So first off, we want to talk a little about reproductions. And when we talk about reproductions, I guess really there's a wide variety of kind of where these things fall in, right?
Talking to me?
Talking to either one of you. This is amazing. We have a show where I talk and people talk back. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it before where, I'm not really huge into the repro scene. I'm interested in it. I had that one custom NHL cart that I assisted with kind of, bring into a physical cart with, real, custom artwork that DJ Shock over on Sega Age had helped me out with. But yeah, I mean, the whole repro scene is kind of new to me, so I'm interested to see where it goes.
So what you're talking about there is probably something there's like maybe I would think about two kind of general types of reproductions, right? There's the kind that you're talking about where it's like maybe a ROM hack, right?
Right, yeah, that would be considered a ROM hack.
And then there's what people would call just a blatant, you've just put another copy of that thing out there, right? Just a literal reproduction. So
are you talking about like if someone puts out like a multi-cart with Sonic 1, 2, 3 and Knuckles on it?
Sure. Or how about a game that came out in another territory or another language where they've translated it and put it out in another format, right?
Would you classify the language change as a ROM hack also, or does that have a different definition?
I think most people would probably just call that, I mean, it is a ROM hack, but I guess it's just a translated version, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like a ROM hack, I kind of feel like you're changing something about the game fundamentally that makes it different, whether it's good or bad. It's changing something unique about the game. Whereas, I mean, it is you are hacking the ROM, but if you're translating something, you're leaving everything intact. You're just making it accessible to a different group or people who speak a different language. So you're right, it is a ROM hack, but I wouldn't consider it a ROM hack.
Okay, to make things more confusing too then, how about partially completed prototypes when you've got people finishing the coding and then putting them out? How does that fall in there?
Usually, I mean, at least from what I've seen, and if you guys have seen something else, let me know. Usually what they do is just fix it enough to where the prototype would play once they reproduce it. They don't usually totally finish the game, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So it might have been like just buggy enough to where when they try to reproduce it doesn't work quite right, so they tweak it a little bit and away it goes, right?
Yeah.
I think I mean, boy, that's why we're talking about such an interesting area. I mean, I kind of have to have these different views of things. Now, when it comes to something like that, I think to me, you're doing the community a service. I know technically speaking, it's probably not kosher, but you're getting something out there that people can't really play any other way, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's awesome.
I mean, for example, I've got a reproduction cart of Final Fantasy II for the NES. It was a prototype translated into English, and I've got a copy of that. And to me, that's pretty amazing because that was a game that was going to come out, and there was advertisements for it and everything. And I mean, there's plenty of other ones that are out there too, right?
That you bring up a really interesting point, and I feel like this conversation is going to go on a lot of different tangents because there's so many little pieces to it. But that's one of the things that interests me very much about reproductions are things that were not released but were advertised. Like being a hockey fan and having that hockey subset, I've opened up 3DO games and seen advertisements for NHL 96, and I never even heard of that come out for 3DO. I do a little research, and you come to find out it's canceled. But there's YouTube footage of people playing it. So it's like, oh, wow, like someone has a partially completed, like ROM dump of that. And it's something that you could make and put a custom case out there and just, have a unique piece. And even if it wasn't an official release, there's something really cool about that for some people.
Yeah. To me, that's probably out of reproductions. To me, that's what I would classify as like the highest tier. I mean, that's like, to me, if you're going to do it, that's definitely the best reason to do it.
Yeah, so do something that you cannot get anywhere else?
And I guess we have to kind of classify that. I mean, technically, you could get it. You could pay a truckload of money and buy that actual prototype, right?
Sure. Oh yeah. I mean, there's definitely a prototype collector market out there that's got a lot of dollars flowing in it.
Sure.
Depending on the game, though, too, you're going to need some programming skills.
Yeah, I mean, to get it into that point to
Yeah.
where you can launch it out there, because maybe it's something that plays fairly well in an emulator, but once you try to put it on the hardware, it's a little buggy or something, and you just have to iron that a little bit out. So it's interesting you talk about. I mean, when I think about a lot of these, I think about obviously like NES and Super Nintendo games like Earthbound on the NES. There's Bashi Bazook. There was, I mean, a lot of these games that were out there. And then on Super Nintendo, there was Star Fox 2. I'm sure there's some other ones that were out there too.
Isn't there an Earthbound for NES?
Yeah,
Mother 3,
I
is
said
that the one?
I'm sorry?
Is it Mother 3 that you're thinking?
No, Mother 3 was for what?
Game Boy?
GBA, right?
Okay. I know a lot of people like their JRPGs kind of translated over and reproduced for the SNES, like the Dragon Warriors that didn't come over and stuff like that.
Yeah, same thing applies with NES. There's a lot of that. So yeah, getting unreleased games out there. Personally, my feeling about that is I'm for it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I have no problem with it.
Yeah,
I think there's so many cool things you can do with that. Whether it's, buying a fully made repro, whether it's making your own, custom, cover sticker for a cart. There's a whole bunch of ways to, they have like that, like book tape that you can like laminate the label on. You can, Uncle Tusk is always out there to help you make boxes. He's got, for both repro games and also like originals, kind of like Zelda Outland. I literally have zero problem with any of this stuff.
Okay, so like Zelda Outland, so that's a ROM hack, right?
Correct. Yes.
So ROM hacks, I mean, these are things where somebody's gone in, maybe they've redone the levels, they've redone the art, like in that Zelda Outlands, what they've come up with like a new map and new dungeons, right?
Right. You kind of take like all the existing assets and like the way the game works, and then you take that canvas and you kind of rearrange it however that you think would make a cool game.
Now, I'm kind of curious. I see a lot of these for like the NES, but honestly, I don't look at a lot of the other systems. But I know you talked about whatever that NHL game was, a Sega Genesis one you kind of worked with, right?
Correct. Yeah, it was a and I have zero programming experience. I mean, I know my computers and I can build a PC and do all kind of like the basic to intermediate type stuff, but I'd never done any kind of programming. So when I initially started out, I just thought to myself, well, I mean, it looks like there's people out there doing, ROM hacks for NHL 94. What if I just get it updated with current rosters? And that's all it was. I just wanted current rosters. But then I just kept having more ideas. I was like, as you start playing the game, I said, oh, wouldn't it be cool if I had the digitized picture of, Sam and JD, like the Rangers broadcasters when I was growing up. So then I just had to do a little, be able to go into the graphics and, and it's actually pretty simple once there's all these like, numbers you have to put in to make sure that everything kind of comes up the right way. And then you can just copy and paste like a PNG or a JPEG or something into it. But then you have to make sure that, that everything goes back exactly the same size it was. I mean, it's just a process. So it just became like adding piece after piece after piece. And then when I was done, I said, I'd really love to have this sitting in my collection with all my other boxed Genesis games. So I kind of put it out there to Mr. Mark on Sega Age. Is a pretty big Genesis 32X a repro team. Him and I think it's Mr. Beaglepuss, something like that. And he said that DJ Shock does all his custom art, and DJ Shock was unbelievable. We must have sent back like 30 or 40 emails back and forth. I kept saying hey, sorry to bug you, but do you think the ice could be a little more ice chippy? And and he was so cool. He was like, oh yeah, no problem. So, but yeah, and it's I mean, I can only imagine what it's like for the people who have to like open up the ROM and program it from nothing, or to kind of make a game from something that already exists. So, but yeah, the ROM hack. I mean, what I did was very small compared to what some of these guys are doing with full ROM hacks.
So what do you think, Krabby?
About ROM hacks?
Yeah.
I'm definitely for it. One that I'm really keen on. I'm not a big Zelda fan like you guys, but I love Mega Man. I've seen a few cool Mega Man hacks out there that I would love to get my hands on.
Are you talking about the new one or different ones? Like
most of the ones that I'm talking about have been around for a while.
Gotcha.
Nothing new. Yeah. But just it kind of gives there's the 6 Mega Man games I can play on my NES, and I still love them. But it feels like new, fresh material coming out, even though it's just kind of recycled material. It still feels interesting to me.
ROM hack. So, Krabby, would you say, okay, well, I will buy a cart of a ROM hack to have in my collection?
Yeah, I just don't feel comfortable playing on an emulator of any kind. So yeah, the only way I'd ever play these games that I'm interested in would be if I could get a physical cart for them.
Really, that's interesting. So if there was I guess you just answered it. So you're saying if there was a ROM, available, let's say someone's working on a new Mega Man ROM, and they've kind of put out like an unfinished, like a beta version or something. So you would not download it and play it until it was completely finished and you had a physical cart.
Unless I knew the person and he needed help beta testing it, probably not.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I think we're all probably in agreement then that ROM hacks have their place, but there's also some pretty lousy ROM hacks out there, right? Have you ever seen naked Mario Brothers and stuff?
I'm sure I can imagine, especially people who just find out oh, this is something you can do, just doing, it's Mario Brothers, but Mario's green now, stuff like that. But yeah, it's again being kind of semi new to the homebrew and the ROM hack scene, especially on the NES. I really haven't played enough to be able to name the lousy ones.
It seems to me. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I wouldn't classify that any different than anything else. It's just you get your cool stuff and you get your shovelware, and I think ROM hacks is no different than licensed material in that sense.
So remember recently, Krabby, you were talking about how you used to have a bad game night where you would rent a good game and a bad game.
Yep.
Now, so would that? Does that hold true now with certain ROM hacks? Is there a ROM hack out there that is bad and that you still want, so you can just play a lousy NES game for fun?
If I followed ROM hacks more closely, I'm sure I could find some, but nothing jumps to mind.
Gotcha.
It seems like Super Mario Brothers is like the ROM hack training wheels for everybody, because there's a million of those things out there, and they're just I've swapped out the sprites,
Well, isn't scrolling something that is something you have to kind of learn how to do on the NES?
Yeah, but they're just taking the whole engine. They're just literally swapping sprites.
Right.
That's it. Mario, is naked now, haha.
That it's what I would be interested in too is there's this big. I don't know how long ago it started, but there is kind of this pixel art, or 8-bit art, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if it ever really went away or if maybe I just see it more nowadays, but there's so many things are being, kind of pixelized or put in that 8-bit style, and it's still really popular. So to me, it would be interesting to have an 8-bit Mortal Kombat, or an 8-bit.
I've got an 8-bit Mortal Kombat.
Oh, yeah, no, and I know there's a few that are floating around out there, but to me, some of the newer games redone in 8-bit would be very interesting.
Yeah, well, you see a lot of those, what they call them demakes, where they look like they are, but really there's flash games that run in your browser.
Mm.
I've seen ones where they've taken a Grand Theft Auto or something like that and tried to make it wow, this is what was on the NES or whatever.
Yeah, I feel like the majority of those are someone does something in Photoshop or an animation real quick, and it's I would have liked it if someone actually did a game, a game that was actually good made with this stuff.
Yeah. So ROM hacks, and then translations, which we were talked about. Now, translations, really what happens there is that the person translates stuff, they put out a patch, and then the patch is completely legal and separate from the ROM itself, and it's up to the end person to put those two things together.
Right. So I guess the way it works is you run the patch on the ROM, and it updates all the appropriate files, to reflect the translation.
Yeah. Now, in that case, really, I think that's a big service. obviously, they're taking something that you just couldn't get any other way, right?
Yeah,
100% agree.
Yeah, with translations especially, the thing that pops to mind instantly are Final Fantasy and other RPG games that either didn't make it over here or just for some reason are just, not available as easily in this market. To translate all of the dialogue and something like that is total. Like, even if you end up making a few dollars back from selling some carts here or there, that there's no way you're going to recoup all the time it takes to translate like an entire. You're pretty much you're localizing a game for the love of the project. So
Yeah,
I think that's a phenomenal
completely
service.
completely a labor of love. Like, it's usually a lot of times you even get whole communities doing it. You'll get little groups of guys that just passionate about the game that are involved with that process.
Yeah, like for example, have you guys seen the Shining Force 3 project that's going on? It's almost done, actually.
No.
You know what? I haven't. It doesn't surprise me that you have, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Shining.
I like Shining Force.
Yeah, you do. I like shiny things.
Yeah. I'm easily amused. But what they've done is they've created translations for all 3 versions, because when the first one came to the U.S., Sega knew they were never going to bring scenarios 2 and 3 here. They knew, Saturn's dead. We're not worrying them. So they altered the translation of the first scenario so they could just tidy it up, right? Tie a bow on it, game's over. Whereas in Japan, that one was kind of open-ended, and you had the 2 more games, Shining Force 3, Scenario 2, and Scenario 3. So what they've done is they've completed translation patches not only for 2 and 3 in Japanese, but also to fix the US version so the story continues like it's supposed to. And last time I checked, they were just about to put this out and be done. So, I mean, can you imagine? I mean, don't get me wrong, an NES game has got a lot of text. If you're doing like Final Fantasy 3 or something, but can you imagine trying to translate the games of this scope?
Saturn games, yeah. That's a whole different monster.
Yeah, it's very impressive. And I've got to give them a lot of respect for I'm sure lots of people had to go in to make that happen. But I mean, I've seen things too, like a lot of Super Nintendo games get translations, like a lot of RPGs there, a lot of NES games. I'm sure there's other ones out there too, but I guess those are the ones I'm most familiar with. Have you guys played any of these?
Well, here's my thing. I know a lot of, and Krabby's already said his stance on it. Before I got into like actual like NES game collecting, I had emulators.
Oh.
And it was just one of those things where it's like, oh, I can use this and play Nintendo games, and I did it for a little bit, and immediately, I mean, you're looking at this, high resolution monitor, and it's like, it doesn't look right. Everything's stretched because it's a widescreen monitor. I don't want to run it windowed. The controller's not right. You start thinking about, let me get a controller USB connection. And very, very quickly, I said, I don't care that I have ROMs for every game. Like, I want a Nintendo. And that's like part of what got me back into it. So for me, it's I haven't really, like, I'm not opposed to emulators the way that a lot of people are, but at the same time, I don't go out of my way to to load up the emulator and play some, whether they be ROM hacks or anything like that. So I think I'd be more likely to what I'd really love to do is to find like a local convention that has maybe like a repro room, like with like a free play area or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That way you could play it on a system and probably even talk to the person who's there, probably sharing it with everybody else.
Yeah. What about you, Crab? Have you tried any of these out?
The only one that I own myself is a repro of Rekka, the Japanese festival game, yeah. And I really had no interest in it at all before I got this item as a gift, and it just blew me away. And now, since then, I've been definitely looking more into them, because I would have never even touched this game. Now I feel like I have found like a loophole in my collector's mentality where I can like add games to my like quote unquote licensed set that they look right, they fit my theme, they play well, they're awesome. So I'm definitely looking to expand my my reproductions.
Okay, so let's take that piece, because I think that trails into maybe the last piece of reproductions, which are pretty much just flat out copies.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like Rekka you had. I mean, at best, maybe they translated the word Rekka on the title screen? I mean, because there's no text
there's no
to it.
translation.
So it's a flat out theft.
Yep, it's just a copy.
So So would you consider like Super Mario Brothers 2, like like the one that was released here as Lost Levels, like actual Mario 2, the same thing?
That's one that I would like to get because it fits into my little loophole there, so I can have a way to have it in my NES collection, and I don't have to grab that Famicom cart because it'll look silly next to my NES carts.
Yeah, I mean, I already plan on getting that Mario 2 repro with the Uncle Tusk box because I want it right there in my black box games.
Nice.
Well, it's not on cart, it's on disc, so you'd have to go that extra step. But
oh, there's no repro on a cart? I thought there was.
Oh, for US, yeah, there's a repro. I'm talking about the original.
Oh, right, no, yeah, you're talking, no, I meant the repro cart.
So, like, that's Retro USB, Retro Zone sells. They sell that one. They sell quite a few others, right? I mean, there's like Nintendo World Championship. There's Gradius 2. They do a repro of Splatterhouse.
Yep. Yeah, and then
there's quite a few.
Yeah, when you get onto Super Nintendo, there's a popular Super Metroid remake that they've got on there, and like we've mentioned others like Zelda Outland and Earthbound and a whole bunch.
Yeah, I'd love to get one of those Nintendo World Championships just because I don't see myself ever spending the money to get an authentic cart.
Yeah.
Right. So there's this
same here.
underlying piece though that really at this point, I mean, someone's literally just taking something else wholehearted and reproducing it.
Correct.
Probably with no
permission.
Maybe in some cases, but in some cases just literally there it is, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like I downloaded this thing, I put it onto an EEPROM, and I screwed the cart together, and now here it is. Right.
So, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've got that Super Mario 2 cart that you guys are talking about. So here's the issue, I guess, with all this. I mean, it's a gray area, right? Mm-hmm. Are reproductions really just another form of piracy?
That's a really
probably technically,
really
but since they're not cannibalizing any sales because the companies aren't selling these items anymore, I really don't think anyone cares, even though they probably are.
Yeah, I think that it is definitely taking something that someone else made and putting it out in the marketplace. But like Crab said, we're not talking about the kid who's stealing a copy of FIFA 13 and uploading a torrent of it and giving it to 50,000 people for free or anything like that. It's something that the company who would have the official rights to it are not interested in pursuing it. So which is probably why they don't really go after anybody. So I see where you're going with that. I don't consider it piracy myself. I just kind of consider it I guess like in my mind it's beyond whatever the statute of limitations is or whatever.
This is something you have to think about because these days you've got a lot of things like the virtual console, right? Mm-hmm. So those games are still being sold, just not in a cart form.
Do you think it's the same market though?
Does that matter?
Well, I kind of think it does. I mean, because if you have a person who's buying, let's just say, Nintendo recently announced that the Mega Man games 1 through 6 are going to be released on the 3DS shop. Mm-hmm. So let's say you have a person who wants to play Mega Man 4, his personal favorite Mega Man, even though some other people like 2 and 3, and he wants to play it on his Nintendo system. Now, let's say he can't find a cart locally or whatever the case may be. He finds like someone who'll do a repro and sell him the cart for $20-$30, whatever. Since that person, we're talking about me, right? so since that person was never in the market to buy the downloadable copy of this game, he's still not cannibalizing a sale from that platform. You know what I'm saying?
See, this is where we get...
In that case, though, wouldn't like for any game that's, say, under $50, just to keep it easy, because most of these games are coming out on the Virtual Console, you can buy them for a comparable amount, like a physical licensed cart. In most cases, there's definitely exceptions.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
Often cheaper.
Yeah, so wouldn't Nintendo be cannibalizing their own sales with their older products anyway? I don't see how the reproductions, they're not so rampant that they're going to be stealing Virtual Console sales, I don't think, especially when there's so many licensed copies of most of these games out anyway.
Well, again, I think if we're going to go by the letter of the law, we can probably all agree it's blatantly illegal, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But we get into this gray area that there's a market. It's not very big, but wherever there's money, somebody's going to find a way to get it, right?
Sure.
And also, I think they would be a little bit more likely to go after somebody who is trying to pass something off as 100% legitimate Nintendo products.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was going to mention that to you.
So now we've gotten to probably the bottom of the barrel of the repro biz, which is literally trying to fake a legit cart.
Right, and that to me, there's one thing about making a repro and saying, hey, this is my name is Doug, I'm going to make this repro cart, if you want to pay me $20-$30 for it, cool, I'll send you one, like, that's one thing. It's a total other thing, it's fraud to say, like, hey, look, here's a brand new real little Samson, give me $500 for it.
Okay, here's the trick, though, right?
I was waiting for this.
All right, so yeah, it's fraud, but isn't the rest of it illegal too?
Isn't the rest of what illegal?
All what we're talking about, all these reproductions are illegal.
Oh yeah, no, it's like we've said before, like if you're gonna look at the law and say, okay, do you own the rights to this piece of software, so should you be selling it? The answer is no. You don't own the rights to it. No, you shouldn't be selling it.
Okay, but when someone is doing it and it suits your needs, you're all for it. But when somebody's doing it and it's not to your advantage, you cry foul.
Oh no, it's not that it doesn't suit my needs. It's someone being honest about what they are selling.
But someone is copying something either way, right? They're making a copy of something. It's just you want a copy of one thing and you don't want a copy of another thing, right?
So you're saying, I'm just trying to stay with you. So you're saying that I want a copy of a repro game that someone is telling me this is a repro game I made.
So like Krabby, all right? So you want Rekka, right?
Yep.
And you got that copy of Rekka.
Yes.
Somebody does Little Samson, right?
Mm-hmm.
How are these things how are they different? I mean, don't get me wrong, I hate it. I mean, I think it's disgusting, but...
Well, to use Retro USB's Nintendo World Champions as an example, I really appreciate that they made it completely distinct from the original release. No one would confuse the two in any way. One's got the blue shell and the label's completely different. It's a reproduction, it's the same game, but it looks way different. If someone copied the same game to make it look the same, maybe they do it well enough that I wouldn't even know, but that's, even though they're still doing the same thing, I have a problem with it just myself, and I can't
they're doing the same thing, but they're putting someone else's signature on it, and that's the problem that I would have with it. Like if someone puts out a repro and says, this is Bob's Repro Shack, we made this. And then if someone puts something out that says officially licensed Nintendo products, like the games produced by Taito, then that they're putting Nintendo and Taito's signature on it instead of putting Doug's Repro Shack on it. But
Doug, in the first place, doesn't have the rights to what he's selling anyway.
Correct. But he's honest about what he's doing.
So he's telling everybody blatantly that he's breaking the law.
Yep.
Bill will know from past conversations with me, but my likes and dislikes aren't always logically justified.
And that's fine. And don't get me wrong here. I'm playing a little bit of devil's advocate because I feel the exact same way that you guys do about all this.
Right.
There is another
I get
side
what you're
to it, right?
Yeah. No, I totally get what you're saying, and you're right. I mean, before anyone says this is legit or this is something I made, it's a piece of software that you do not have the rights to, that you're putting out in the marketplace to sell. I think a lot of the reason why it goes kind of unnoticed seemingly by so many of the big companies is because it's not worth it to them at all to pursue it. I mean, have you ever heard of a company going after somebody for a repro?
No, but Sega's been putting cease and desists out for YouTube videos of Shining Force on YouTube.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, so you never know. I mean, don't count it out. That sounds pretty random to me too.
Did you read that on shiningforce.net?
No, it's been passing around.
Where you're on you and like 8 other guys on the forum over there?
It's our own little club. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm right there with you guys. I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate and talk about the other side that's out there, because there are people that have legitimate issues and say, look, this is wrong.
Yeah,
sure.
I think, if they want to do that, then they have to call the whole thing wrong, not just little pieces.
Right.
Sure. And some people do.
Yeah, and it's weird because I wouldn't argue with those people. Like if someone says, you have a reproduction game in your library, I think that you're taking money out of developers or Nintendo's hands, and I don't agree with you, and shame on you.
Yeah, like Duke said, I'm willing to look the other way when it suits my needs.
Yeah, I think we're human, right? I mean, we want to do things that benefit us, and we don't like things that don't benefit us. I mean, that's human nature.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of bring this up a little bit because, like, Retro USB sells a cart that has all 3 of the Panesian games on NES. They call it Pirate Booty. Yeah. And I was in a retro store not too far from me, and one of these were in the case with the rest of the NES games. They had it marked for $80. I'm sure they thought it was some kind of rare NES game. And somebody bought it because it wasn't there later. So, I mean, these things don't just, some collector buys it. I mean, these things still get out there, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I guess they could.
So I'm just a lot of things to think about. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm right there with you guys. I like what I like. You know, obviously I don't want to get ripped off on a fake of something I think is legit.
Right.
If you don't know, is it really that big of a deal though?
You would know, right? I mean, it's pretty. If you ever took a reproduction card apart, you'd know.
Sure.
Pretty quick. But that's a good question, right? I mean, if the game still plays the same and you're none the wiser.
If you're not the type to, take the screws out and pull the board right out to clean, if you just, stick a Q-tip in there and rub it down, you'll never see some crappy soldering job. And if they've done a good enough job on the label.
All right, but like Krabby, what kind of painstaking levels did you go through to make sure that stadium events wasn't like that?
High quality scans of the board, and I got extra photos of it to match them up. And
but Krabby's goal was to purchase a legitimate copy of that game. If his goal was to purchase a repro and Retro Zone or Retro USB had it for $40, he would have just clicked buy and had it.
But if this one I have, if the guy was able to do professional grade soldering and made this thing for $20 and sold it to me for 100 times that, I'm still just as happy not knowing.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah,
is that it?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I do like your point about that these things. I mean, yeah, like what it is and I know what it is, but someone who walks by a cart like that ends up like in a pawn shop, and and spends $100 because it's green plastic and this was a super limited release. I never thought of it from that perspective before, but that person may not know.
Sure.
I'd fault them too, though, in that case, as just being an uninformed buyer.
Yeah.
Everyone makes stupid buys like that once in a while.
Why not fault the store for selling what could be considered stolen goods?
They probably could. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some sort of fine print at every establishment, especially that sells like secondhand things that say purchases are what they are. They may work, they may not. They may be a thing, they may not be a thing. But but yeah, I think you could definitely. Well, how like every like retro store I go to, I always find it interesting that they all have this little asterisk next to games that have a save function, because they can't verify the integrity of the battery inside the cart. So when you buy a copy of Zelda, it has a little asterisk next to it that says, like, we can't guarantee this game will save or not. If it doesn't save, you can't return it.
That's funny. I don't think the retro stores I go to do that at all. They just say, if you don't like it, then somebody just bring it back.
I think they do have like a 3-day or a 7-day exchange policy or something. But I think it's more for like, if like 2 months down the road you come back and say, hey, listen, I know I'm not said the return policy, but you sold me like a junky cart. It's like, oh nope, we can't guarantee the batteries work inside.
Sure, no take backs, right?
Yeah, no takesies backsies. I think is the legal terminology. If you wanna, since we're talking legal,
that's the Latin, right?
Yeah. Communique.
We've talked a little about these. There are quite a few different people that create reproductions, and we'll put some in the show notes. So if you're curious about some of these, you can go look them up. A lot of them are out there on the internet. Some of them just mostly on forums. You can definitely get it out there. Just like we've mentioned, though, if you're looking for a deliberate ripoff of something, every good-natured reproduction maker won't do that, simply because they know that they would never be able to sell to anybody else ever again, right?
One more question about them before we move on.
Yeah.
Is there a price cap where your view changes? What I mean by that is like, I think we're all in the boat where we're not going to spend $10,000 to get a Nintendo World Championships, so we're okay with the reproductions there. But what about like a reproduction of something like Chrono Trigger or Earthbound for the Super Nintendo?
Yeah, that's a good question because Chrono Trigger and Earthbound are both games that I would like to own for the Super Nintendo, and that I would not purchase a reproduction for. Mainly because I don't think that the difference in price from going from like a repro for, what can you get a repro Super Nintendo cart for, like between
$50?
Yeah,
50,
like
$60?
Yeah, something like that. So, and what can you get a Chrono Trigger cart for right now?
About the same.
I bought mine for $30.
About the same, but Earthbound's considerably more at the moment.
Correct. Yeah, Earthbound, I think, what is the cart between like 120 and 200 depending on condition?
I think it's hovering around 200 right now with the Christmas
is it really?
season.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. With I haven't been looking too much last month or so,
it's
but
around there.
But yeah, so I mean, Earthbound is kind of like right on the fringe, but at the same time, like there's something about that game. There's something about finding a grail, and I think anyone has found something that has been particularly cool or exciting, where like there's something really cool about finding that and putting it in the collection. And I feel like part of going after like a repro game that's just a blatant, hey, we took this game and we put it on this cart for you so you could have a cart version. Go in the cart view, going that way with those types of games, I really would only go if it's something at the level of like a World Championship cart that I'm just never going to come across in the wild, and I'm not going to put the money into it.
So is it is it rarity more than monetary value then?
It has something to do with it, but for me, it's I think it comes back to price a little bit more. Just knowing that, I mean, because if something's really expensive, but I think I might come across it, like Spider-Man for 32X. Everyone knows that's the last one I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
It for how much money it goes for, it actually pops up fairly frequently. So it's not anything I would ever consider going repro for, even though like it's up in like the couple $100 range. Whereas something like and it's odd though, Little Samson, and it's weird. It's because I'm an NES guy and I'm going for the complete NES collection.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't go for any NES repros of actual games that are in the full collection I'm going for. So that has something to do with it.
How, would you reproduce a box or a manual?
Yes, I have.
For a licensed game?
Yep. The ones that didn't come with boxes and manuals, because I want them to look uniform in the collection.
I don't mean ones that didn't come without. I mean ones that are going to cost you children.
Oh, so you mean like, if I get my hands on a Little Samson cart,
yeah,
and
like
then
Little
reproduce
Samson
the box.
or Flintstones, yeah, you decide you need
right.
that manual for Flintstones, you're looking at like what, $1,000 manual?
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't reproduce the box of an official of a licensed NES box or manual. I want the actual box.
So I'm going to take this in a different direction for a minute, and let's talk about convenience for a minute, because that's what I hear a lot of times from people that put out Famicom reproductions on the NES. It's just more convenient to already play it on the NES. I don't have a Famicom. I don't want to fool with a converter. I don't like different flags on my collection checklist.
I don't like 3-foot controller wires.
So Krabby, you've got Rekka, right?
Yep.
Why is it okay to buy that reproduction and not instead of buying the original Famicom cart and owning that instead?
Like I said, it just fits into my kind of unsound logic where it feels like that loophole. Like I only want to collect licensed North American releases, and even though it's obviously never been that, it feels like that because of the packaging it's been put into.
But the exact same game on another cart, no problem.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, that's what I see a lot with some of these, a lot of them that are reproduced. I mean, literally there's a difference. And sometimes I hear it's convenience or, oh, it's really hard to find these. And it's not. I mean, I come across Famicom carts all the time. And let me tell you, rare Famicom carts on a scale of NES, like rarity, don't go for the same kind of crazy prices. I mean, they get up there a little bit.
Rekka's in the 4 digits, though, isn't it? Pretty sure it's up there. Complete in box?
Probably around $250, $300 maybe.
I'm talking complete in box, though.
Yeah, I would probably guess then, you're probably getting close to $1,000 maybe.
Are you arguing that?
But Krabby, you spent how much on a cart?
This one was a gift, so I didn't spend anything on it.
No, I'm saying like with stadium events.
Oh,
right. Yeah. Like how much have you spent on a cart?
Right. I've spent over Rekka levels on a cart.
Sure.
Yeah, but like I said, that fit into my narrowly defined collection, and Rekka's just my loophole.
Okay, so it's okay to reproduce something in whole for convenience alone.
I want to say yes, but I know I'm going to regret that.
I think we said before, like, I personally don't have any issue with anyone, really reproducing anything as long as they're honest about what it is.
Okay, so if I take a Dreamcast NES emulator, dump all the ROMs on it, stick it on a Dreamcast, I'm doing that for convenience.
Right.
I'm gonna have nightmares now.
Kind of like the modded Xboxes that are all over Craigslist.
Sure.
Yeah. So and they have like Xbox with 1,000 NES, all the Super Nintendo, all the Genesis. So an Xbox with all the games on it.
Well, that's just convenience, right?
Correct. It is very convenient to turn on one system and to have a front end where you can go to Nintendo, punch out, play, back out of that, Contra, play. But it's very convenient.
And I mean, we're kind of blurring into emulation here.
Yeah.
Which we'll talk more about a little bit later. But I mean, I just want to really draw that out, that it is muddy, right? I mean, we do have different feelings about it.
Definitely.
Because we're collectors, right?
And I think that all of our kind of biases sway towards what the main focus of our collection is.
And what we like personally, right?
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think we've got to sometimes understand that it's okay if other people come at it with a little bit of a different angle and we don't jump all over them like crazy as long as they're not trying to do something really, really shady, right?
Sure.
100% agreed.
Yeah. So anything else you guys can think about with reproductions that you want to talk about?
I mean, we glazed over real quick we mainly talked about carts, and we mentioned that there are boxes and manuals. I'm just wondering for you guys, I know not being really, terribly picky cardboard guys, are boxes and manuals important to you for repro games just to kind of have that complete package, or you're really just as cool with the cart as you would be without it?
If I'm buying... Okay, this is tricky. I'm thinking homebrew. Reproduction?
Right, yeah. I
don't care.
Okay.
I don't care.
Because
there's no legitimate thing that exists, so I don't care.
Right, so because homebrew, I could imagine... Well, that's the thing. Like, for me, being a box collector, if I was going to get into a repro, I would very much like to have the box just to kind of fit in with the rest of the stuff mainly. But you're right. I mean, it's not like it's...
Yeah, the whole thing is fake, so who cares? I mean, there is no legitimate box or legitimate manual.
It's not like there was a thing. Whereas once we get into homebrews a little bit, it's got to be cool having that assimilate box.
It is.
Yep.
My Anomalous box, and then when I'm going to tell you when I order Battle Kid 2, I'm going to get the box.
And you're Cheetahman too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again,
was there even a cart only version of that, or they only did boxed?
I think it was just the boxes,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think it was just the complete version. I couldn't remember if they did a cart or not.
I don't think so. I don't think there was an option for that.
Speaking of which, those are all shipping out at the moment. We should hopefully get them by the end of the year or shortly after.
I can't wait.
Nice.
Speaking of reproductions, right?
Yep.
So Cheetahman 2, The Lost Levels is really just fixed Cheetahman.
Right.
To answer your
Cheetahman
question, Bill, though, mine, it would just depend on how it fits into my collection. So if it's like an NES game, I'm okay with just the cart. I'm not going to go crazy over box. But if it's like a disc-based game, then I'm going to want a box just because that's how I like to display my disc-based games.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, the only kind of tricky one for me would probably be TurboGrafx. I'd probably try and get the person to reproduce a manual for it just so it would fit in with the rest of my TurboGrafx games.
So anything else we're missing there?
I don't think so.
Nailed it.
And we'll put this in the show notes as well. We mentioned Uncle Tusk, who's kind of the big repro box producer on the scene. So we'll throw his site in the show notes as well.
Okay, so the next piece that kind of goes along in this little saga is talking about pirates, right? So because really, I guess maybe you could call
Sid Meier's pirates.
No, and not the R-mateys kind of pirates at all. I think we're talking about thieves, people that just reproduce things without license, which kind of, again, we blur the lines, right? These are just people that do it on a huge scale.
And you're saying and pass them off as legit?
No, not always.
Okay, so do you have any examples?
I do. I mean, like Famicom pirate games are rampant.
Oh, okay. So you're saying things that were produced at the time of the console being around?
Yeah, they were then and now.
Right.
I mean, they still make the things.
Yeah, there's lots of... I mean, I'm not really in the Famicom scene, but I mean, I look on Craigslist for Nintendo stuff, and I find 10 Famicom pirates a month just locally. So
Sure.
They're all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably, getting to be the point where they're probably about as numerous as the legit cards at some point.
And it's weird because they've almost reached this level where collectors, like, they'll go for them. Like, I remember asking, I think you and a couple other guys on RF Generation who know their Famicom stuff. I said, like, hey, this guy's selling this thing locally. Like, is it really worth anything? And, I mean, there are some pirate carts that people collect pirate carts. And
Sure.
Some of them get $20, $50, depending on, how cool or how rare they think it is. But it's nutty to me that, like, a pirate, how do you compare a pirate to an unlicensed cart?
Good question.
Well, I mean, an unlicensed cart is a legitimate game that someone has produced. It just wasn't officially licensed by Nintendo. We're talking NES. I mean,
so wait, do you mean it's a legitimate game as in you put it into a Nintendo and it works? Because so is they're both legitimate games in that case.
Yeah, we're talking about something that's very specific to Nintendo, right?
Okay.
I mean, because that's the only time where you get into this whole licensed, unlicensed. I mean, you had a little bit of it, like, with Super Nintendo, like one game. And then Genesis, there was maybe a couple. Because like EA at some point wasn't licensed or something. I don't know.
But that's the thing. So when you take a company like Tengen or Tengen, however you want to say it.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a company that is making a game for the Nintendo without permission or paying licensing costs to Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take a pirate company. This pirate company is making a cart for the Nintendo without permission or paying licensing costs to Nintendo. So what's the difference?
Typically speaking, they fall into this pirate category because they are taking someone else's either IP or property of some sort and then selling it as their own. So for example,
when they do like the 99 and 1 carts where they take like, Mario and Contra and they jam them all into one little bundle and sell them.
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple different... I mean, when we talk about pirate, let's delineate this for a minute, and then we can talk about them. So there are, like, one pirate cart. Like, okay, here's Famicom Pac-Man. It's a pirate, right? It looks unlike the real one, but it's just Pac-Man. That's pretty easy to classify. Again, that's just a reproduction. But we happen to call it piracy because they produce tons and tons of them, right?
Okay. Right,
And-
they're manufacturing them.
Yeah, in bulk. There's multi-carts, which we're talking like 99 in one, 30 in one, 20 in one, whatever they are.
250 in one.
I've seen like 9999
Yeah.
in one.
So I'm pretty sure I've seen 1,001 in one.
Yeah.
And they're counting all the different like background music in Tetris. Those are all different games.
A
like
lot of them are
10
like
games.
they'll take like the same game and it'll be in there like 10 times, but they'll like have different hacks.
Yeah.
So like you'll have 30 lives in this hack and you'll have infinite ammo in that hack, or you know.
Right.
Built-in game genie.
Yeah. But multi-carts are just, again, it's literally piracy. They're just jamming a whole bunch of games onto one cart that they don't own. And then there's this other area where it can be a little tricky. We get into what we call pirate originals, right? So these are games that were legitimately programmed by these companies, but in many cases they don't actually own the property for the game that they're producing.
So how does that
Well-
differ from unlicensed?
Well, I mean, like Mortal Kombat for the Famicom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, they didn't go get Midway's permission to make Mortal Kombat for the Famicom. So it's illegal.
Right.
Or like the Earthworm Jim game I was telling you about. I got Earthworm Jim for the Famicom. It's pretty cool, but they didn't have the rights to do that. So, again, that's still a form of piracy, even though they coded their own game from scratch, right?
Right. They just took someone else's IP and made their own thing out of it.
Yeah. And then there are literally pirate originals, ones where they are just brand new games they've made from scratch and sell. There's not very many of those.
That's what I thought you were talking about when I asked how that differs from unlicensed.
I would say the only thing is that, okay, again, and I want to say again, this is very NES, because if you're into some other system, it probably doesn't matter as much. What's characteristically talked about unlicensed are carts that were not licensed by Nintendo that were released within the lifespan of the NES itself. Games that came out after that time period where the NES ceased production are typically fall into this weird kind of pirate originals sort of label.
Even this Cheetah 2 we're getting?
I don't know what that's going to be called. I think it's going to be called a reproduction. By some people. By the people that own original Cheetahman 2s, they're going to call it a reproduction because they don't want the value of those to go down.
I'm going to call mine unlicensed.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a brand new game. I mean, it is. Those people own the rights. They are putting out another copy. It would be no different than if Nintendo woke up today and went, you know what, let's make some more Zelda carts.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't see any difference. But, boy, I think this is going to be interesting because this is kind of the first time this has happened.
I hope it opens the
Yeah.
floodgates and lots of crazy stuff happens now.
Me too. I'm really excited about it. I hope it does.
Yeah. One thing that kind of worries me a little bit about that is the dude who's running the Cheetahman 2 Kickstarter.
Yeah.
I think he said multiple times throughout the Kickstarter description, and also in some of the answers and some of the comment sections, that he's put a lot of his own money into the project.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's actually said somewhere, I could be wrong, so correct me if I am, but I think that he said that he's not going to end up making money on this, that he might end up losing money with all the time and effort he's put into it. So, I mean, if that's true, I don't want other, potential, games that could be released. I don't want people to see that and say, wait a minute, we're going to put a year into this and not make any money. I don't want to do this. So I'd like for other games to kind of see similar releases. I mean, Dreamcast had several games release, well after the lifespan ended.
Yeah, I don't know what this holds. I have no idea if the guy made any money or not. And I guess that's his business.
Yeah, totally.
I can just cross my fingers and hope somebody else wants to do it too.
If he
Yep.
didn't, and that's the case, then the stuff you will see come out though will be those labors of love. It'll be really polished, really cool things. If
Yeah,
not,
or-
then you'll see
yeah.
like all sorts of stuff, and that's kind of where I want to go. I want to see everything come out, and then I can pick and choose what stuff I want out of that.
So hopefully this isn't a weird tangent, but do you think that this recent Capcom Mega Man
Cross Street Fighter.
Yeah, Cross Street Fighter, fan-made game that they actually ended up, picking up and releasing for free. Do you think that might be Capcom testing the 8-bit waters to see if there's a potential cart release in the future, or is that just super wishful thinking?
I think that's
I don't
wishful
think
thinking
so at all.
You might see like a like PlayStation Network, Xbox Live kind of thing, but I don't think we'll ever see a card of that.
I think this was Capcom testing the waters with, all right, we've got a lot of people out there that are fans. They want to make versions of our game. Usually we just send them cease and desist orders. Let's find out if we just take one and run with it, what happens.
No, so I don't mean this game to be released as a cart. I mean, do you think this could be something they're doing to say, well, there seems to be, enough people out there who'd be interested in this genre. Do we explore doing a cart in the future?
No.
Or is that not anything they would ever do?
No.
I think the only way they'll do it is digital.
Yeah, look at Mega Man 9 and 10. I mean, I think they'll just keep going that route.
Yeah, they both sold well, and we're never... Those tested the water very well, I think, in the same way.
Because think about it, if a company wanted to actually gear up to produce a large amount of NES games, there are no factories set up to do that right now.
Right.
So you'd have to start from the ground up. I don't think there's enough money
it'd have to be a very small production run.
They'll just buy a whole bunch of silent service for donor carts.
Please.
And that'll increase the rarity, so this carts that we do have will skyrocket in price.
Rock and roll.
I told you one of my first goals from joining our generation was to make so many people believe that silent service was a valuable cart that we could sell them on a regular basis and fund the rest of the collection.
I have to stop you guys for a second and take back every bad thing I've ever said about it, because I actually played through it recently and beat all the missions, and it's really not that bad.
I still have to play it.
I don't think we ever said it's bad. It's just prolific.
Yeah, but I feel like we've been poking too much fun at it. I kind of like it. Yeah. I'm gonna stop.
Super Mario Brothers is prolific, but it's great.
Right.
But I could prop up, a wobbly table with Mario Duck Hunt cards.
But the weirdest thing though is I knew a lot of kids growing up. Like, we went to a lot of houses, played a lot of Nintendo games. I don't remember a single kid who had that game, and it's everywhere.
Me neither.
Yeah, that is
never
odd.
saw it until later.
Very odd. I don't ever remember seeing a case for the rental store or anything either.
Yeah, it's like you hear about some of these like musical artists who are like, oh, this guy sold 50 million records. Really? Who has them?
His family?
Anybody. Yeah, I don't know anybody who has this.
They buy 1,000 apiece.
Yep.
Okay, let's go back then to the pirates for a minute. So, multi-carts, like you said, I think multi-carts generally have like this stock value of around like $20.
Yeah, for the most part,
or less. I think it's just a convenience thing. Some people just want them because they're kind of goofy, and yeah, they got a lot of games on them.
Yeah, they're unique, they're quirky. They might have something fun on them.
Do you guys personally have any interest in multi-pirate carts?
I've got a few. For Famicom.
I don't look for them, but if I find them in town for less than $5, then I'll definitely bring them home.
So will you come across them and kind of clean them up, play them a little bit, and then they stay in the collection, or is it like, okay, that was fun for a little while, let me get rid of this?
Yeah, it's kind of the latter. I've still got a few left, but I had a guy that was looking for some, and I did some trades. I was like, I'll get something I want.
I feel like most people who aren't, kind of like in the market for pirate carts, the same thing, like they see them like, oh wow, that's different, that's weird, let me see what this is all about. And then it seems like that honeymoon period's over, and then it's like, all right, I'll trade this for whatever. Yeah,
the only multi-cart I bothered to keep was the one that had the Street Fighter, game on it. Just because, hey, it's Street Fighter on Nintendo.
Gotcha, yeah.
But the other ones were just, multi-carts. I didn't care.
Okay.
Now, Pirate Originals, though, I think are pretty neat. Like I said, I've got some of those, the Earthworm Jim, the Mortal Kombat, a couple Harry Potter games.
That's something that I have an interest in that I haven't really explored too much, but those sound cool to me.
There's the Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy IV for Famicom that's out there. It's all in Chinese, but they're working on translating. So if somebody translates that, I wouldn't mind picking up a copy. These,
Now, what would that be translated for? What system?
It's Famicom, so it'd be NES. They'd make an NES cart.
Oh, so it would be an NES cart in English?
Yeah, there's a guy working on a translation. Lord knows how long it'll take.
No, I hope if that happens, they figure out a way to like release it on 3 carts, so you have to like cart swap during different parts.
Please insert cart 2.
Well, I mean, you figure if you're going to have at least like some sprites for like each area, like it's, I mean, I don't know anything about programming for the system, but I almost wonder at what point would you need to, go to cart 2?
I'm pretty sure it's impossible, but so there are some interesting ones that are in there. I like to collect those just because they're odd and interesting, but they don't usually cost a lot of money comparatively.
And did pirate carts ever even come in boxes, or they're just released as carts?
No, many of them do. Many of them do come in boxes.
Oh, never really seen a pirate box.
Now, do you know where these things were originally sold from, or how they make their way into the market?
Most of them that I've seen come from China, although Brazil was a big manufacturer too. I'm sure there are probably other places around the world.
So in those places, it was just normal to go into like a store that sold games, and they'd have a couple of those on the shelf?
Yeah, I know, like, for example, in Russia, I mean, former Soviet Union and stuff, they didn't have Nintendo. They had this thing called the Dendy, and it was basically a Famicom clone, and mostly pirate games, and that's just what you bought over there.
Yeah, I got a friend who grew up in Brazil, and I asked him if he ever played Nintendo growing up there, and he said that no, he didn't. He played the Sega Master System.
Oh yeah.
And I said, is there any particular reason why he did that as opposed to the Nintendo? And he said, well, you went in the store and there was 1 billion games for it. And he said, and a lot of them were Sega games, but a lot of them weren't, and they just had a lot of different games for that system, so that's what they played.
Yeah, I think in a lot of Eastern Europe, there's a lot of piracy that's there. Again, China, it's pretty rampant. It's where a lot of this stuff comes out.
They sell. Now, do you think that, did any of these pirate companies, or, the places releasing pirate carts, I mean, it's not like they were trying to pass it off as anything it wasn't. They were just putting out something, mass-produced to try to make some dollars on their games, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they would kind of sort of make it look like the others, but I mean, it didn't seem like they really tried. I mean, it's just, a lot of times they were a different color of cart or something. I don't think they were actually trying to pass off. It's just, and that was probably all that was available in their market. I mean, it didn't, probably you never saw like hardly ever official stuff. It was just probably all pirate stuff in most cases.
Right.
So who cared whose copy of Pac-Man you bought? You just wanted Pac-Man. So yeah, I mean, there's pirate Famicom carts being made to this day. You can still get them. There's Chinese factories still churning the things out.
See, that's nuts that there's a Chinese factory making Famicom carts, but we can't get any company to make a new NES release.
Well, every once in a while, a Chinese company still programs new games. I mean, like I said, I've got Harry Potter, and it's probably not that many years old that somebody programmed that. So they do make, I mean, Final Fantasy VII, that was made a few years back and came out in China on the Famicom, so, or I guess whatever the pirate equivalent of that was. So these things are still being made. The quality is usually really bad.
It hasn't improved over the years.
No, usually they're cheap for a reason, because the standards are really low.
Now, when you say quality's bad, you're talking build quality or the quality of the software?
Build quality. Well,
okay.
Don't get me wrong. Sometimes the quality of the software is pretty bad too. But yeah, like I've got some Famicom pirates. I've got the plastic of the shell is so thin. I mean, you can bend it with your fingers.
So of like the casing, you mean?
Yeah.
Have you ever taken a PCB out and put it in a legit shell to play it?
You don't need to. I mean, they're the right shape.
So but I mean, like, if the plastic was so thin that you were afraid that it would break?
I've just taken the PCB out and plugged it right in.
Oh, just by itself?
Yep. They're usually these, what they call glob tops, so they don't have, like, chips on them. They just have this little blob of junk. I guess they're technically chips underneath, but anyway, cheaper to make them that way. And the boards, you would be shocked at how tiny the boards are. I mean, like, the pin connectors are usually as tall as the rest of the board is.
Wow.
There's just not much of anything. They've got it down, I guess, to a science. There's not much to them, so they got to be incredibly cheap. I'll give you an example. I bought like 3 or 4 of them new from China through a seller. They're not selling anymore. I got them for $3 a piece, and that was including shipping from Hong Kong. So you tell me. I mean, and they still had to make profit doing that.
Were they everything you hoped they would be?
No. They were cheap. I knew I was getting. I mean, I'm paying $3. What do you expect?
Right.
The shipping from Hong Kong is probably going to be like $2. So.
Yeah, I mean, my wife ships 1 ounce packages to Australia. It's like $2.53 for a first class package. So they probably have a bulk rate. So, but they can't be making much on them.
No, and honestly, compared, they're probably getting their labor for next to nothing, and it's probably not expensive for them to make them in the first place. I've got no idea, but it must be profitable. They wouldn't do it.
Yep.
All right. So pirates. I mean, there's a lot of it out there.
Yeah, I mean, to me, pirate carts are probably the least interesting. I've got a lot of interest in some possible repros, exploring those and the homebrew scene. Pirate carts to me, I mean, like you guys said, like if you come across one for a couple bucks, it's interesting to have in the collection. And if someone walks in and says, "Hey, what's that?" you can say, "Oh, this is just some of the junk that would come out that maybe has a few interesting titles on it." But it's probably the least interesting form of stealing and selling someone else's game to me.
So about you, Krabby, any interest even in like pirate originals or anything?
No, like I said, if they're in town for a couple bucks, I'll probably bring it home, but it's not something I'm overly interested in or gonna look out for.
Yeah, if it's cheap enough, I'll take a look.
Yeah.
If it's interesting, but yeah.
Now if you found like a 250 in one, how do you are you going to play all 250 games?
I'd probably never play it just to make sure it works. That's about it.
So you would boot it up, you would look to see that there's a menu with over 200 games on it, then you'd turn it off and never play it?
I'd probably play 1 or 2 of them just to make sure it worked.
So how do you decide which game you play?
Usually there's like 600 version of Contra on there, so it's probably Contra.
So
all of them include like 17 versions of Contra. Seriously.
So you wouldn't search for... but you're talking about a cart that has like previously existing games on it.
Yeah.
So not a pirate. So what about a pirate original?
No, I've played them. I've got a few. I played the Earthworm Jim one a bit. I played the Harry Potter, both of them. One of them is okay. The other one is not very good. I played Mortal Kombat a while and Street Fighter. They're both kind of the same thing, just kind of sprite swaps. They're hard. They're very hard. You have to really cheap the computer out because it's horribly cheap. But no, I play those. I mean, not as much as a regular game, but yeah, I play them.
Those are the kind of games that would make it to my like bad game night, where you plug it in and just pick the game with the most outrageous title and play it for as long as you could. And then the next person that got the controller would do the same. Pick another game with a goofy title and play it for 10 minutes.
Yeah, trust me, when you get friends over and you're like, okay, let's pull out, Super Mortal Kombat 5 for the Nintendo, people are like, oh yeah, let's play it. And then 10 minutes later, okay, let's turn it off.
I had some people over not long ago, my friend Jamie, and he saw I just picked up a 3DO recently at a Goodwill, and he's like, "Oh, what is that?" And I was like, "Oh, remember the 3DO?" And he was like, "No." And I was like, "It was this thing. It was like $800." He's like, "Oh yeah, I think I vaguely remember it." So we put in, I think the only game I had at the time was Mad Dog 2.
Oh, yeah.
I think. And we played it for like a half hour, and he was like, "Okay, I'm done. I'm ready to never play this again." And then I put in, just for fun, I put in Ground Zero Texas on the Sega CD, and we played that for like a half hour, and he just wanted to go home.
I'm sure he did. He's probably like, you've ruined me.
Yeah. But yeah, I love, and it's weird because I loved Ground Zero Texas when I was a kid, when it first came out, and now I go back to it and I play it, and I'm like, really? Did I really love it? Or was I just like really like taken by FMV at the time?
Fell for it.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes when you're a kid, you have that.
Yeah, I played the crap out of Sewer Shark when I was a kid.
I still love Sewer Shark. I want to find the 3DO copy so badly just because the resolution and the size of the video is so much bigger. But I love Sewer Shark.
I rented until I could beat Deadly Towers as a child. So
That's quite the accomplishment, actually.
yeah, that's painful.
Yeah, I think I remember watching like I can't remember if it was your video, Krabby, or someone else's, but like a completion video for Deadly Towers on YouTube.
Not me yet.
Oh man, just the first like couple of screens with like the 45 enemies like flying in different directions. I think I booted that game up one time to see if like my Nintendo, if my 72-pin repair worked, and I just grabbed Deadly Towers and put it in. Died in 3 seconds, and I was like, and you come out, and you'll probably not going back in.
Yeah, that's kind of one of. When you're a kid and when you rent a game and that's what you're stuck with all weekend.
Make do.
Yep. You're either playing that game or you're doing a book report or whatever else.
You have to go outside, right? Ugh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remind me when we're done recording. I've actually got a pretty, I don't want to say good story, but a story about going outside and playing Nintendo in the summer when I was a kid.
All right.
Might change your opinion of me.
Okay. So another thing kind of going down this road is talking about backups. All right. So you know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about backups?
No.
Let me
guess.
Let me guess what you're talking about. Are you talking about something like the N64 device that you sold not too long ago?
Yeah, that's kind of part of what I'm talking about.
Where you could put sorry, did I say NES? I meant N64.
Yeah.
Where you put the 64 game in and you can copy the contents of that cart to a storage device and play it on the official hardware at a later date.
Yes.
So you own the game.
Yes. And
you have made a copy in the whatever the fair use terms are.
Yeah, I've made a backup for.
So is this basically like a physical save state?
It is. Think of it almost like almost like a flash cart, but just a device that stores it, not on flash, but like what Bill's referring to is I used to have something called the Z64,
mm-hmm.
and it's a unit that fit on top of the N64. You plug your card in, and you could dump the cart to a zip disk, and you could play the game off the zip disk.
Interesting.
You didn't need the cart anymore, and it played just fine. It worked exactly the same way. It plugged into the cart slot, so I mean the Nintendo never knew any difference. That's So the backups, right? I mean that's the nice way of saying, maybe I have the original, maybe I don't, but
right. It's weird because something like that piece of hardware, just because I feel like it's a unique and cool thing, I don't have a problem with that piece of hardware or even using that piece of hardware. I still have a weird, not great feeling about the example that I used is we talked about Sewer Shark. So if you own a game like Sewer Shark for the 3DO,
mm-hmm.
and you don't want to risk damaging your disc or bringing it to a convention where there's going to be a free play 3DO area,
mm-hmm.
so putting it in your computer and physically making a copy onto a blank CDR.
Mm-hmm.
So you own that game. You've just made yourself a legal backup of it. That's one of the areas that I am still not sure how I feel about that. Even though you're making a digital 1-to-1 copy, so it's the same thing. It still makes me feel a little bit weird.
Yeah, and don't forget this is extremely country specific. So I mean, we've got listeners in different countries and things, and I'm sure you could all chime in and let us know. I mean, in some countries, yeah, you can do that, no problem. In other countries, it's illegal. You can't do that. But yeah, here in the U.S., you have the fair use kind of quirk in our copyright law that says you're allowed to make one backup of something, of a work that you own. So yeah, in case something were to happen to the thing you actually legitimately bought, you still have the contents of that information.
You're just not allowed to profit from it, is that right?
Correct. I can't turn around and sell my original and then keep the backup. That's technically illegal, right?
Right. So if you sell the original, you're supposed to give the person the backup or destroy it because you don't own it anymore.
Correct. And that's okay in our copyright law, except we have a little law that came out called the Digital Millennium Copyright Act The DMCA, yeah. Ugh. And what that said is that you are not allowed to circumvent copy protection in order to do that.
Right. So when we say copy protection, we're talking about, sometimes discs physically have either software on them or copy protection in some method where when you try to make a copy of, let's say, a disc, the software you're using, whether it be Nero, Roxy, whatever you're doing, it can detect that there is copy protection and not allow you to make a copy, and that's okay. So you're allowed to make the copy, but if the thing has something on it that stops you from making a copy, you can't go around that.
Right. Another example is for like the PlayStation 1. There was a bad spot created on purpose when they burned those discs so that they wouldn't just be something that you could, because if you made a copy in a regular CD burner, it would go, oh, that's an error, let me fix that, right?
Right.
So they won't boot. Well, the Saturn is similar. There's a security ring on the outside of Saturn discs that the Saturn checks for. It goes, oh, is a security ring there? Okay, I'll play the disc.
Right.
So everybody came out with mod chips, right? So mod chips were a way to tell the system, hey, don't check for that security feature.
Yeah, it was like putting a little piece of Scotch tape over the cassette tape that you wanted to record over. If we have any listeners from
now you're
the
talking
80s
my language.
listening.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. That's right. Yes.
So that's what you did. You put a little digital piece of Scotch tape over the cassette tape so you could record over it.
Yeah, and they still, I mean, you still could get mod chips for Xbox 360 and stuff today. I mean, that hasn't changed any. Now, those were legal up until, I believe it was the year 2000, where they passed the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. So, like, for example, I have a PlayStation 1 that has a mod chip in it. It was legal when I did it. When I couldn't go and legally do it now, today, although since I did it then, I'm fine. I have a Saturn that's that way, too. I did it so I could play foreign games, so I could play import titles easily. But there, obviously, another reason people do it too is you can play burn games. So these are a lot of things when we talk about backup devices. So yeah, we've got cart backup units. I mean, these have been around as long as there's been carts, right?
Right.
And even before that, I mean, don't get me wrong, like with my Commodore 64 and stuff, then that's what you would do is you would copy all the floppy disks and you would give them to your friends and they would give you the games and that's how you got them all, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. My Aunt Patty had maybe 5 or 6 legit Commodore 64 games, and the rest were all just written on with a marker. And I was like, Aunt Patty, where'd you get these? And she was like, don't worry about it. Because she got them from one of her other nephews who were like kind of the computer geeks of the family, but they were the ones who were like making copies of all the games for everybody.
I had a cousin like that, yeah. Me and all my friends, we had, like our 1 or 2 games that we could afford. But we go over to my cousin's house and he would have like probably in the 3 digits, like hundreds of games to choose from. It's just insane. Right. Yeah. And 95% of them were just, like you said, just marker written on the floppy.
Yeah, and these things have been around for consoles forever. I mean, there's copiers for Famicom, for Super Famicom, Super Nintendo.
Right. I mean, definitely not as widespread as, like floppy disks or anything like that. But yeah, there's definitely been the means to copy the contents of your cart onto something for consoles. Sure.
I mean, there's a ton of them. I mean, there's Game Doctor, there's the Super Wild Card. Those were ones for like the 8-bit, 16-bit era. Like
how many things, like, let's say you had ever seen like the Genesis kiosk that has like the 10 carts in it and you just press the button to select the game?
Yeah.
How many things like that have been released at retail just to allow you to put all your carts into one thing so you don't have to take them out and put them back in?
I've got one for the Atari 2600 called the Game Brain, and that's exactly what it is. It's a cart selector.
Right. I mean, it's weird that there would be, I figured there would be as many of those, solutions at retail than something to just kind of dump all the data, wouldn't you?
The Game Brain is the only one I've ever seen.
I showed you one a while ago. They were auctioning it on, it's a Game Gavel, I think, and it was they called it the Atari Jukebox, and you could put like 50 games in it or something to hook it up to your Atari. And then
right, that was for like display units or like sales
I don't think it was sold
at
retail. It was like a demo kiosk almost. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. But backup devices, though, you're literally making a copy. You're not just
Yeah.
selecting some different things. So, all right. So, how do you guys feel about backup units?
It's a misty gray area for me. I can't think of any backups that I have of anything except for the ROM hack that I did, which, came from the computer anyway.
How about you, Krabby?
I can't think of any reason why I would ever want one, but I would have no... I understand why other people would want them. It's their products. As long as they're using the things that they own, I don't care how they use them. I'm perfectly
I could
fine
see
with
like for example, maybe you own Panzer Dragoon Saga, but you don't want to get those discs out and fool with them. You don't want to scratch them, right?
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense, and I would not fault anyone for doing that. But at the same time, I feel like it's kind of weird for a person who, let's just say like myself or like you guys, that is so adamant about playing the thing on the original thing on an old tube TV. Like if that's like what your preference is, it's like you want everything to be as like original, authentic as possible, but you're using a backup copy of the game.
That's where instead of me buying the backup machine, I'd buy my 2 copies of Panzer Dragoon so that I could have my play copy and my collection copy.
Now, I think though, like when it comes to CDs, I have less problem with it because once you pop it in and close the door, there's no difference at all.
I agree. Yeah, if there's anything that it would be like, like a thing where I would say, okay, yes, like in this situation I would do it, it's with a disc-based game, for sure.
Yeah, carts feel sacred and holy. You don't mess around with those.
I had a cart copier. I used it.
Oh. Minus 10 respect.
I'll be honest with you. It was easier to just load the ROM up in the cart copier than it was for me to go dig the card out.
It's not about easy.
Billy Mays here for cart copier.
It was a long time ago, but I mean, I did it. I've sold the thing since then, but...
Did you sell all the carts you copied? You pirate?
Never look
no,
at
I'm
you
a
the same.
collector. I never sold the carts. I just sold the copier. I'm sorry, backup unit.
There you go.
That's how they always sold them back then. Backup unit.
Yeah, it's a backup unit.
That's right.
No, it's nothing illegal. It's for making backups.
That's right. No, you wouldn't go to the video store and rent everything and make copies. No.
Ooh, I never thought of that. Do you think, you had to figure it happened somewhere in the country. You think anyone in the country, like some mom and pop shop, had a cart copier and just rented out copies and not the original game?
Huh. That would be tough because you'd have to rent the copier to go with it, right?
Right.
I don't know. I could imagine maybe somebody would do that like in like a little pay-to-play kiosk or something.
Yeah, it makes sense, yeah.
When I worked at, I managed a rental store for a couple of years, and I knew of at least 2 people who literally took, like, we'd get, on average, like 12 movies in a week. They would take every single one of those because we'd get free rentals. You could only have X amount of time. And they had literally Tupperware bin after Tupperware bin in their house full of every movie that had come out since they'd worked there. And they've never watched them. I don't know why they had them, but I knew 2 people that did that. It was just weird.
That's why I stopped when Netflix first happened and like you could get movies sent to your house and you could like a buddy of mine was like, oh, he had binders full of movies and I was like, I'm gonna show you how to do this to get around the copy protection and do this. And I remember like after like 3 weeks of just copying movies and not watching movies, I was like, this is stupid. I want to watch movies. I don't want to like have binders full of movies I don't watch. So it just wasn't worth it to me.
Yeah, I've kind of the same idea. That sounds kind of
and I feel like so much of it was not so much that like I really want to do this. It was just more like with the technology I have in my office, I can do this. So I'm gonna do it. And then after a while, it was like I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, because you get like DVDs for like $4. So it's not worth the trouble, right?
Yeah, I'd rather it's like. When you're young, it's like, oh, look what I can get for free because I'm so sly and sneaky.
I'm sticking it to the man.
Exactly. When you're like 12, like, yeah, the man that I've been working for all my life. So, but yeah, like then, and when I was like 15 or 16 working at Best Buy, they would say to us, you have different segments of customer and like, your younger customer tends to not want to buy, music or anything. So they're not going to buy the iTunes or the Napster cards. But then when you get to like the mid 20s and early 30s, people like naturally start you start making a little bit more money. You start valuing your free time a lot more.
Yeah.
And it becomes much more worth it, like, for you to pay for things that you can do for yourself because you want that free time. And I remember being younger and thinking, nope, that's stupid. And then I kind of got to that point where I was like, I never thought that I would pay for certain things that I used to do myself. But it's like, you know what? Yeah, like it's absolutely the truth. Like, you get to a point where you're like, I don't mind paying a few bucks for that because I value my free time. Yep.
Sure.
So many people bugging me to play Last Story. I can't be copying like NES carts or anything in my free time.
Well, I think too, as you get older, the more you earn, the more valuable your time is, right? I mean,
Sure.
Your time is worth more. So,
Yeah. And the other thing, and you start feeling like some pride for the amount of, like, you make more money and you feel proud that, like, wow, like I'm at a point in my life, I'm successful enough where I can spend this money on that. And it's, I'm going to have my time, I'm going to have the thing, and I'm going to feel good that I'm this successful.
Yeah, that, and you go, I understand what it is to go out and earn a buck. I don't want to stick it to people that are out there trying to earn a buck.
Plus, the ladies loved looking at the huge cart collections, right?
Yeah. Hey, well, we got 3 guys on the show. We got 3 wedding rings, right?
Yep.
There you go.
And funny story, I actually paid for my wife's wedding ring by reselling video games.
I pay for many things by reselling. Actually, I just
always pay for more games.
Yeah, that's what I was doing, and then I actually started paying for like real life stuff with games, and it was weird.
Duke's wife's wedding ring is just a sanded down Sega CD disc.
Sparkling.
When she first put it on, the security ring was on there, and it like wanted to reject at first, so you had to sand it a little bit more, and then it was like, okay, now it's good.
Had to put a mod chip in there.
Yeah.
All right, so I mean, there's probably not a lot else to say about, mod chips and backups. So
yeah, I mean, I think it's a phase that everyone goes through.
Yeah.
I think everyone at some point or another either wants or has had a system that's been modded. And it's interesting. I mean, especially if you're like a computer or a hardware guy, it's cool to see the work that either a person or a group puts in on the front end, on the interface, on, this like random, like, FTP, file serving software that they make for the original Xbox. Like, it's crazy. Like these little niche communities that pop up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cool. Like the stuff, it works. It's nice. And just like I said before with the emulators, I had this phase where, I grabbed the emulators, I played some games, and it just kind of didn't really feel right to me. And that's when kind of got me into Nintendo collecting. So I feel like it's all kind of in the same family. So I don't think there's anything wrong with, that mod chip system or anything. But I do think it's kind of a phase that most people kind of just move through and stick with, what their collection focus is if they're collectors.
Yeah, I've got no problems with mod chips, and in fact, I support them completely when manufacturers put in ridiculous region locking. Even if they're not legal, I don't understand region locking.
It confuses me the amount of effort that that certain companies put into like making sure their system is not crackable, and then their new firmware comes out, it's cracked within like 45 minutes.
Sure.
And it's like, I know you're trying to, protect I really understand. Like, I really, really do. But at the same time, you're not going to stop these people.
No.
So it's, you almost have to consider them a lost cause. They're not going to buy your product, even if you do lock them out of it. And the people who are going to buy your product are going to buy it anyway. That's just my thought. I'm not an expert on that. That's just the way I feel about it.
Yeah. So let's talk about the cousin to the backup unit, and that's flash carts.
Now, these are interesting.
So flash carts, these are devices usually. I mean, when we're talking carts, we're talking about cartridges that you can, a lot like backup units, you can write ROM files to it. So you can put different games on the cart, stop popping into your system and play. So again, a lot like CD backups.
Right. Now, don't some of these have little slots for actual like micro flash cards and things like that?
Yeah, a lot of them run off SD.
Yeah.
So this is a way to play ROMs on physical hardware. So again, it's like making the copy of the CD, right? It's once you put it in the system, it plays the same way.
So and here's my thing with this, and I use the same example I had before. I attend PAX East in Boston every year. It's one of my favorite conventions, and there's a console free play room, like a retro or a classic, whatever you want to call it, free play room. And every year I go, and every year I just walk around the room and I see like a different random console, and I'm like, you know what? Let me try that. I haven't spent enough time with that console. And you have to wait in this line that has like 2 or 3 people, volunteers, so I have no problem with these people, but 2 or 3 people who are working at this counter, checking is like games in and out, taking people's licenses, like marking down everything, and it's like I swear it's a line of 5 or 6 people, and you'll wait 20, 30 minutes, and in convention time there is too much to do to be standing for 20 minutes doing nothing. So, the thought I always have is, the console free play area to me, like, at least in my mind, is one of the perfect situations if you're going to use like, backups to play like a digital 1-to-1 copy on the real hardware. That's one of the best places, one of the best scenarios to use it, isn't it?
Yeah, we just get into that legal murky area, right?
You sure do.
I'd actually disagree, because
yeah,
because if you really wanted to play that game, you could do it at home the same way. You could buy yourself the power pack, the R4, whatever you need to emulate the game on physical hardware for relatively cheap in most cases. When you go to those kind of conventions, aren't you looking for the most authentic old experience, like nostalgic experience that you can have again? You don't remember turning on the game and going through the boot file looking for the specific one you want. You remember just turning it on and, running and gunning guys down.
So right, but so I mean, there's different people looking for different experiences. So for let's say for someone who grew up and had a we'll stick with Nintendo. So someone who grew up and had a Nintendo and had these 30 or 40 different games, and gets to the counter and says, you know what, let me play this game, this game, this game, this game, and this game. That would be great. And they say, well, we can only give you 2 at a time. So then they give you 2 carts after like 15 minutes away. Like, I totally get what you're saying. Like, the most authentic experience is to take the cart, put it in the system, boot it up, play the game. But just for the purposes of somebody who just wants to, jump on a console, play a handful of games, and then maybe go home with the thought in their head of like, wow, like maybe I should grab a Nintendo and like a bunch of these games. I feel like for demo purposes, to have someone play, be able to have the whole selection with as little hassle as possible. I guess that's the biggest thing, is it's the least amount of hassle possible to have the Nintendo collection on a cart as opposed to, multiple different ones.
I bet you in, like 20, 30 years, that'll be the mindset. But you got to remember, when we were getting NES games and stuff as kids, we expect hassle. We had to go to the rental store, we had to blow into the cart, it's not supposed to be easy.
Yeah.
Adds to the experience to stand in line and get pissed off while you're waiting to play.
So let me throw a wrinkle at that. What if it's a 14-year-old who's playing, who wants to give it a try?
And then I think you should go through the same kind of crap that we did.
So like when you take your kid to like I don't know, like what's a good example, like when they're like, so when you go to show them like a newspaper, he's like, what is this thing? It's like, oh, look at it tells you what happened yesterday. And you can see the movie times, but not for tomorrow, just for today. And it's like, no, Dad, there's a better way to do it now. No, this is the way we used to do it. I understand that's the way you used to do it, and I'm sure that worked, and I'm sure you have great memories, but I know what's playing for the next 9 days, and I knew it a minute ago. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, the experiences that I had growing up with the Nintendo, and, running downstairs, and, like, you're in the middle of a game of, like, I think it's great that the original Nintendo carts don't save. I know that there's that's one of the reasons I had to leave my Nintendo on for like a couple of days last week when I had Castlevania like on level 5 that I never got to before. But yeah, like it's I feel like the easier you make it, kind of like it takes something away from the experience. But I was really saying just like purely from like a hassle standpoint, to be able to have like like imagine you bringing your Nintendo collection to Seattle for a convention. Wouldn't you rather just throw a cart in a backpack and say, yeah, it's not 1,000 individual carts, but it's the closest thing I can get to it, and it's not an original, not original, it's on a Nintendo cart that you can play in a system, and if it inspires someone to, buy some actual carts, then all the better.
It's part of the experience, I think, and if it doesn't appeal to the person, because I agree, it's a hassle sometimes, then it doesn't appeal to the person. But I don't think we should try and change that experience, I guess.
Gotcha.
So I was going to just say, how different would that be from having a 99 in 1 cart that you gave out?
Oh, it'd be very different. It'd be extremely different. You're talking like a 99 in 1 pirate cart with 30 versions of Contra on it?
Hey, those are all good versions of Contra. I mean, come on. Kids these
yeah,
days, they don't know what they're missing.
Yeah, they've already got the up, up, down, down, so you just have to press start at the start
I'm
screen.
pretty sure if you went to most 14-year-olds and went, "What's the Konami code?" they would look at you like you're a freaking nut.
Well, they
They
did
say,
have
"Oh,
it
that's
in,
a T-shirt that
They did have it in Wreck-It Ralph there not too long ago.
Yeah, they'd say that's the T-shirt that my uncle wears everywhere.
That was for the parents that were bringing their kids. Okay, I hate to break that to you.
I love that the jokes, because when you went, like, when I was a kid, I would see like Roger Rabbit in the theater. I didn't get all the jokes that were put in there for my parents.
Yeah.
And then when you see it like 30 years later, you're like, oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I love that I'm at the age now where the jokes are for me.
Yeah, yeah. Because they realized that you would never slog to one of these things if you weren't going to at least be a little bit entertained.
Yeah, totally. And like you see so many like movie reviews, they're like, it's like, oh, it's fun for the whole family. And that's just a way of saying, Dad's not going to hate it.
Yeah. He will actually maybe take you.
Yep. Yeah, your dad might go to the theater with you.
So, back to these flash carts. So, there's a series called the EverDrive, and EverDrives are just these different flash carts. They make them for, Master System, Game Gear, TurboGrafx, Genesis, a lot of different stuff, right?
Yeah.
There is the Power Pack and the Super Power Pack, right, from Retro USB.
Yep.
So that's NES.
They're pretty popular,
and
yeah.
Super Nintendo. Yeah. For DS, there's the R4 and the Ace card, and I know there are others too. I don't keep up on all those.
I mean, this might be a little bit off topic, but I mean, do you think that they're reasonably priced?
Okay, let's say, again, you're not a collector, and you just want
Correct.
to play the games on the hardware.
Right.
You're going to blow $90 on a flash cart, and you'll have every game ever made.
I personally find them expensive, but reading people talking about them, especially on Nintendo Age, like lots of people there have Power Packs or Super Power Packs. I've never heard a person complain about them. Everyone seems very happy with what they paid for.
Yeah. Usually around 80 plus, usually.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it just seems odd to me that, and again, I do not know what these cost to actually make or produce. It's just when I first saw the prices for some of these, where it's a PCB with a memory card slot on it. I mean, there's probably some some other stuff involved. Like I don't know, but it just kind of seemed to me that like $140. Even though everyone loves it, it just struck me as a high price, and I'd be curious to know, like what else goes into it besides just that PCB being produced.
Well, I mean, a lot of times you have to have, some special chips on there to handle things, and you have to actually develop the software to make the thing actually work, right?
Right, I got you.
So, I mean, that's no small feat
Yeah, you gotta get
to
your
create
labor
the
paid
software
for.
to make the thing operate.
Yeah, no, I guess you're right. I mean, I guess there's operating costs to it.
Now, don't get me wrong. When we get into like the R4 card, I mean, those R4 cards for DS, we get for like what, $10 or something.
Yep.
They go next to nothing.
Yeah, $15-20, and yeah, there's nothing to it.
But again, those are coming out of China, where they can mass produce things for next to nothing.
Right.
Whereas most of these are coming from the U.S. So again, hence why they cost more.
Right.
Now, do you guys have any interest in ever picking any of these up?
I've thought about it, and that, like, how you have those like levels of interest where, like, you look at something and you're like, oh, that's kind of cool, and then you think about maybe getting it, and then either from there you either start to seriously consider it, or you just think, nah, like it's just not something that I'd look at. That's about where I'm at. Like I can't get past. I can't make myself more interested in it than I am. You know what I mean? Like it's partially the price. Like it's like how you say, like, well, I wouldn't go after a pirate cart, but like if I found one for $5, I'd grab it.
Yeah.
Like if I came across one of these, PCB memory loader, cards, like no matter what system for, $15-20, yeah, I'd grab one. But I'm not going to go after, I'm not going to, save up the $140 and buy one.
I have so much fun collecting. I just don't see myself getting one. Even if I really want to play the game, and I have to, if it's something like a Little Samson or a Flintstones 2 right now, if I have to save up for 6 months, a year even, I'll do that. It's just more fun to me, the whole experience of getting the game, not just playing it.
So do you think that these are a useful tool for developers who want to play their game before it's like, a finished product, like on a PCB, like in Nintendo? Or do you think these are almost all going to people who want to throw ROMs on there, like legit ROMs or pirate ROMs, and play them?
I think most people are in that latter category, but people that do develop homebrew software do use it for that. I mean, they use it to debug and to test on real hardware.
That would be the way that I would do the beta testing. That would be fun.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think at some point in time, I'm going to get either a power pack or they're working on an EverDrive for Famicom, so it's probably I'll go that route. But I'm also thinking I will probably pick up the one for the TurboGrafx PC Engine, just because I would like to play some of those games, but I can get the translated copies. Do you know what I mean?
The Turbo
that makes
EverDrive?
sense.
Yeah. So I want to play some of these Japanese games. I want them translated. I don't see anybody making reproduction hue cards. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's a good point, because almost everything else, I mean, like there's a repro market. Is there really a repro market for the 64, for the N64?
I don't think anybody knows how to do them very well yet.
Give it
I haven't
another
really seen any,
decade.
but
See what happens.
yeah, but yeah, I mean, NES, there's a good deal. Genesis, there's a little bit, but yeah, I mean, I can't imagine anyone really going after the TurboGrafx that aggressively.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm working on kind of getting a PC Engine set up. I've got the PC Engine, some of the stuff. I'm going to try to get the CD and the whole thing together. But yeah, I don't have any other way to play some of those translated games. I mean, unless to emulate them, and I'd rather just have a flash card that I put in the system and play it that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that.
And I feel the same way about Famicom stuff too. I mean, I would like some of these games, I would really like to play them. Some of them, maybe I could get a reproduction of. Some maybe I can't. So I would like to have an avenue where if I wanted to play them, I can. It just depends, I guess, on these. I'd also have some interest too, like I know from time to time homebrew programmers like on Nintendo Age or something will post, hey, I'm looking for beta testers. So I'd also like to be able to jump in some of that. It'd be fun.
Yeah, I can completely understand that. That would be probably the one reason that I'd be interested in picking one up myself.
Or like demos. I mean, there's like that Super Bat Puncher homebrew that there's a demo out for. I'd really love to play that.
It looks like fun, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll probably go down that road at some point in time. I don't know. We'll see. That probably wraps up flashcards and their ilk, right?
Now you're going to dive into the unmentionable?
Yeah. I'm going to mention right off the bat, though, that Bill added these pieces.
Why is that bear pointing out?
He's already lost enough respect points this episode, yeah.
What did I do?
You brought up the big E, Bill.
I put a question that deserved discussion, even though you're not comfortable with
So
it.
drag them out, Bill. Drag out your questions.
Is emulating wrong?
Here's a trick question. Emulating what? Hardware or software?
Emulating software.
Yes. Okay, next question.
Emulating hardware.
No.
So wait a minute. So emulating hardware. So how do you mean? Do you mean by grabbing like a dual Fami clone?
Yes. Like a Fami clone, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Okay.
But
so grabbing a piece of hardware that does what the original hardware does, but is a physical piece of hardware, you're cool with that.
yes.
And you're not cool with loading up a ROM into software and playing it.
Like on a PC?
Right.
Nope.
What if you're a beta tester?
That's different. You're doing it for a cause, but it's eventually going to come out legitimately.
Well, yeah. So you're okay playing it on a PC if you're beta testing and working on something that will come out on a card.
I'll be honest, I've never done it because I would rather get like a flash card.
As long as the ends justifies the means.
I suppose I would. I mean, if I like if John called me and was like, "Oh, I've decided to do another Nintendo game. I need a tester," and I didn't have a flash card, I probably would. But
what if? Okay, so let's.
You didn't ask Krabby what he thought. I mean,
I had you on the stand. I was going for it.
He's going for the kill.
So yeah, well, I feel like for anyone who's probably listened to the show for any amount of time or any number of episodes, Krabby is I don't know if we mentioned on the show before, but me and Krabby have this kind of off-air ongoing discussion about downloadable games, because Krabby is so adamant about having a physical game, whether it's a cart or a disc or whatever. He kind of has this fundamental problem with downloadable content in general. Is that fair to say, Crab?
Yeah, that's about right.
So, and we have this, I'll have these random conversations where I'll say, "So, Crab, like, what do you think about Super Meat Boy? Like, you'll never get to play that. Do you think? Like, I really think you'd like it." And he's told me, "Yeah, you're probably right. I probably would like it. I just can't bring myself to play downloadable stuff."
Hey.
So I almost feel like I know where he stands in emulating, but let's
I was gonna
ask
say,
him.
just last week or 2 weeks ago, I guess, I was down in Kelowna shopping at a game store, and I saw Journey on a disc. So Super Meat Boy might make it there one day. You never know.
They might.
Okay, so here's the thing. Well, let's ask the question first. Krabby, how do you feel about emulating software?
It sucks.
All right. Now, imagine that you are in my house. We've just finished a delicious cut of brisket. And we're all just happy, and we're all going to sit down, and I say to you, Krabby, Super Meat Boy was released on a disc. Here is the disc. I put it in the system, and I hand you a controller. You're totally cool playing that, right?
I'm guessing there's a big reveal after I'm done playing.
Of course there is. But before the reveal, you're cool playing that?
I'm cool playing that because you paid for everything. I couldn't bring myself to part my own money for a downloadable game.
Gotcha. So yeah, spoiler alert, the big reveal was, oh, I fooled him and it was really downloadable all along.
I think the Sharpie on the CD that said Super Meat Boy was probably the giveaway.
I told you guys the story about the kid who gave me a Dragon Force case.
Yeah,
I don't know if I told you on air or not. It was basically this kid came over and had some like Saturn and Sega CD games, and he's like, "Hey, I got these games. Like, see if you want to buy them from me." And I kind of go through them and I see Dragon Force, and I don't show like my excitement. I was like, "Oh, cool, Dragon, that's pretty cool." And I open the case, and it's got the manual and the back art and everything, but there's a CDR in where the game's supposed to be. And with Sharpie, it says, "Ha ha, sucker," or something like that. So, and then Krabby eventually got me my disc on a local Kijiji. So it all worked out in the end.
I go to far lengths to replace those CDR games.
Yeah. Oh, there's an incomplete game. Like Krabby's like spider sense goes off.
Reunite again.
All right. So we know Krabby does not enjoy the emulating of games.
What about hardware?
What about hardware, Crab? How do you feel about that? If it's not, so when you say hardware, you mean any piece of hardware that plays legit carts or discs, but is not the original company that manufactured it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that either. I'm really stubborn. I like that licensed logo on the front, so I'll pass.
I think me and you were in the same boat as far as emulating hardware. Like, it drives me like. If you have one, that's totally cool. Like the Twin Famies or like whatever the like the ones that play the. I think there's like 4 or 5 different models out there that play different games from different systems.
I got a Twin Family. Yep.
Yeah. So there's and then there's the Genesis ones and stuff.
Oh, you're talking about like the Retrons and all those things.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, like those. So I mean, if you have them, that's great. You love them. Like, I got no problem with that. I personally really. I don't have a problem with them, but I would not ever own one.
I just want to remind everyone, I know I said it earlier, but I realize that a lot of my likes and dislikes don't always make sense. But that's just how they go.
Yeah, and like it's weird because like for a pirate cart, like if someone's like, hey, this pirate cart's $5, even though I'm not really interested in it, yeah, I'd probably grab it because it's interesting and weird. If someone said, here's a Twin Fami, you can have this, I'd probably take it and then I'd trade it immediately.
That's what I've done in the past. Yeah.
All right.
It would go
if
right on my for sale.
If someone tells you that, Bill, I just want you to know Twin Famis are licensed hardware. So you're thinking like the clone things.
I keep saying Twin Fami I keep switching the names of these hardware.
You're thinking like the Retrons and all those things.
Correct, yeah. Twin Fami good. Every time I've said Twin Fami so far, I've meant Retron.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying, if someone tells you that, just give it to me. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Those Retrons with the red 3 ports on
like
them and the wireless
Super
controllers.
Boy and all those things, right?
Yeah, Superboy was actually something that a lot of people I knew were kind of excited about, oddly enough. I never was really into... I played an early, like a pre-production model at E3 a couple years ago, and they definitely improved it a lot since the one I played, but it's still something that I just am not terribly interested in.
You know what I'm terribly interested in? A Neo Geo X Gold. Those things look awesome.
You mean now is it made by Neo Geo?
Yeah, it's partially licensed by SNK.
So partially licensed. So
they partnered with someone else to make it happen.
So this right. So there's another hardware, partner stepping in there, but you're totally cool with this thing because what if it didn't say Neo Geo on it? Would you still be cool with it if it was partially licensed?
No, then I wouldn't want to have anything to do with it, even if it was the exact same other than that stamp on the front.
And this is where me and you's or mine and your for proper English.
We ain't got no proper English here.
Me and you's. That's the episode title. Me and you's and Duke.
Yes.
Is that's where our sometimes illogical tendencies that come out. Like I'm the same thing. Like I'm interested in it because it has the name on it. If it didn't, I wouldn't care.
I'll pay money for that. Yeah, and I mentioned on the forums a long time ago too. I was having a discussion with Tinstar about Final Fantasy IX or not Final Fantasy IX, sorry, Mega Man 9. And I was saying how much I love the game and how much it hurt me to that's for anyone that doesn't know, that's the only downloadable game I've ever paid money for in my life, including DLC.
Whoa! To be fair, you really should say it's the first downloadable game.
Sure. I didn't actually pay money for it either. Someone gave me the Wii Points card for free that I used.
Does that somehow make it better?
That does make it better. And
he didn't personally endorse it.
I would literally pay like a crazy amount of money, like $200-$300 to get that game on a disc rather than pay $5 to download it.
Well, why don't you call Capcom up? Let them know.
Because I don't think I can drum up enough sales that they'll break even at that high price.
Okay. Now you had one other thing on here, Bill, when we're talking about emulation. You want to crank that one out?
Right. So, as far as emulators go, I mean, obviously everyone's going to have their own opinion on them. I used to use them. I kind of feel weird about them now. I don't really mess with them anymore. But I was just wondering, since when you talk about the legalese of things, one of the the loopholes that emulators fall into is it's kind of like that gray area of like, you get a back but something you own. So in the legal speak, it's commonly believed that, or, kind of in the community, that if you own a copy of the game, it's also okay to, own a copy of the ROM and emulate it if you so choose. So if you're and this is not a question for the two guys who are on air with me, this is more a question for the world. But if you are a person who is okay using an emulator, and that's your choice, does owning the game make any difference to you at all? Like, I know the law is one thing, but then there's also people who just kind of believe that like there's some people who like, I want to support whether it's the person who's trading this game, who's like trying to get the legit things like out in the marketplace. You could just want to be giving that person money, not even the developer. But like, you want to own a copy of the game for whatever reason. Is there anyone out there who will not play a game in an emulator that they don't own? That's really what I'm curious about.
That's a good question. I don't know.
because there was a guy a couple of years ago on some podcast I was listening to who was 2 or 3 games away from a complete NES collection, and someone made the joke like, "You're like one of the only guys who can have the emulator with all the games." And like FBI breaks the door down, and he's like, "Nope, they're all right there." So I just was curious if anyone, actually has that. Like, someone's like, "Oh, can we load up let's load up Little Samson and play it," and you're like, no. I actually don't have that one yet, so I'm not going to be able to. No. It's right on your multi-cut. No.
Not yet.
No. Sorry.
Now, you had one other thing on there about, like, arcade cousin stuff, right?
Yeah, now, I mean, we're mostly console people, but partially in honor of our arcade friends who are, who frequent the site, but also there's a couple scores that we had earlier where a couple of arcade boards got thrown in there, which made me happy. It got me thinking about MAME. So MAME, if you're not familiar, is it's an arcade, a multiple arcade machine emulator program that's designed to, because obviously there's multiple types of arcade boards out there, whether it be JAMA or
Naomi.
the Naomi, like the Sega style boards. So there's a lot of different style boards, and so this main project was started a long time ago to be able to have one program to emulate all of them. That way you didn't have to have like 72 different arcade emulators, and it's constantly being updated, and the ROM list is being updated. So that was something that I dabbled with a little bit back when I was doing a little bit of my emulator days, but I'm just curious how people feel about MAME as an emulator, because obviously if you're going to go out and buy a copy of Super Mario Brothers on the Nintendo, it's going to cost you a couple bucks. Unless you want to buy a box copy, it costs a little bit more, but you can buy a lot of NES cards for a few dollars and play them in your home system. It's not as easy to have a large arcade collection without spending a lot of dollars, especially if you want them, in nice shape or like original hardware. So I was curious how the arcade folks feel about running MAME. So a multiple arcade machine emulator on a PC. And then if it makes a difference for those people, whether or not you're running that just off a PC that you're sitting at your desk at, or if you've like fully built one of those MAME cabinets that has like full arcade joysticks and buttons and coin operated doors and everything, if making that experience as authentic as possible makes any difference in your mind when you think about whether or not you're using an emulator, because you're kind of like recreating that same experience.
Now, I think I'm going to surprise you, Bill.
Uh-oh.
I like MAME.
He loves it.
And I've used it quite a bit.
Wait a minute. Has anyone told you that it's a software emulator?
No, well, it's a hardware emulator.
Well,
kind of,
come on.
Right?
Come on now.
If you put it in an arcade cab, really? Okay, I mean, the way I look at this one, though, is, I can go buy carts for, I'm a console collector. I'm not going to collect arcade games. You crazy? Right. They wouldn't fit in my house. And to me, they're totally different. I have no problem with MAME. I like playing them.
So this brings a very interesting, and we'll get to you, Krabby, I promise. Now, do you think that your feelings on console emulators, so console-based emulators, are based largely due to the type of console collector that you are?
Oh, I'm sure it has everything to do with it.
So that's the thing. So you're not opposed to emulators because of any other reason besides that they degrade the originality of your collection?
No, they degrade the experience.
Okay.
Because if I'm on a MAME cab and it's still joysticks and buttons, that's the same experience.
Okay. So, Crab, have you ever...
I was just going to kind of mirror Duke's answer there. I think I'm not going to surprise you in any way here.
So you have never touched MAME?
I actually have never touched a MAME cabinet, no.
Have you ever and obviously not being an emulator fan, you've never downloaded a copy just to run on your computer just for fun to see what it's all about?
I really, the only time I spend on my computer is to post on forums or record podcasts.
And to trade Canadian stocks.
No, you post all your YouTube vids, right?
That's true, I'm getting into the YouTube. But I've got 2 arcade machines at home, and I'm okay with swapping a board out. Like I'll replace a JAMA board and put a new one in to play the game, but I've got to have the boards at least. I don't feel comfortable with the MAME, just like I don't feel comfortable with the emulation.
So I'm curious. So you have a couple JAMA. Are both your machines JAMA?
No, one's JAMA, one's Naomi.
Yeah, I thought you had was it a tennis?
Yeah, Virtua Tennis.
Virtua Tennis. That's right. So one of my questions as an arcade novice is, so obviously JAMA is just the style of the board, right?
Yeah.
But if there's games that require different types of control, like, a different button layout or anything like that, like how do you deal with that, having like a physically like fixed control scheme?
There's with my JAMA machine is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's specific boards that are just as easy as swapping out. Like I could swap out the Simpsons or something like Sunset Riders with it quite easily. Something else that has like more buttons or just a more complicated board, I can't switch that with my machine. So my solution would be to buy a better machine that could swap that board out, and then I'd have 2 JAMA machines in my house so that I could play different types of games.
Oh, so JAMA boards are not all compatible with each other.
It's just with the controls and stuff. Because my Turtles machine is the original, I wouldn't want to drill new holes for controls and stuff because I'd be messing up the artwork.
Sure.
Yeah, JAMA is just the connector harness standard, right? So here's my question then. If you were to construct a JAMA arcade machine of your own, would you be okay with swapping out lots of different JAMA boards?
Yeah, I think I could live with that. That'd be my compromise.
Okay.
So let's say locally you're on Kijiji and someone says, "Hey, really good condition, empty coin operated arcade cabinet, $50. Like it's pretty much just a shell. Maybe it has a nice working monitor in it too." So that's something that you would go after and possibly just throw some extra JAMAs in it if you had the time or the space?
$50, yeah. My ideal solution would literally be to buy that other machine though, like a themed actual original machine with all the original artwork and stuff on it. That'd be my preferred method, but for $50, I wouldn't pass up that and make it work.
Gotcha. But even though it's like an authentic piece of hardware, as far as like being like the cabinet, the monitor, the controls, you would never run a PC in that machine because it's not authentic to you.
I'd rather not.
Gotcha.
Okay, good. Well, I think we've had a pretty spirited discussion and talking about a lot of things here today. As always, we love hearing from you folks to find out how you guys feel about it. So make sure that you post, catch us on Twitter, whatever it is. Let us know what you think, and we'll be looking forward to hearing from you. Well, thanks, everybody. You've, wasted another inordinate amount of time listening to another Collectorcast.
Yep.
Don't forget, you can find us in a couple different places. You can find us at our website, collectorcast.com. We're on Twitter, Collectorcast, Facebook, Collectorcast. Search for it on YouTube. We might be bringing some of these episodes over to the popular Crabmaster channel coming up soon, so you can find it in a couple different places.
So popular.
Not too long.
Yeah. AOL keyword Collectorcast.
That's right. Look it up on your interwebs. And finally, Stitcher Smart Radio. Just go to stitcher.com/RF Generation, and please put in the promo code RF Generation. We appreciate it. Now we got to sneak in just last minute as we're wrapping this up. I get the message that we had one more donor. The impeccable Mr. Zagnorch decided to donate. And he donated at the $25 level. So what does the $25 level earn him for the next show, guys?
More importantly, what does it earn everybody else?
That's right. Some delight,
it earns
right?
everyone an extra 30 minutes on the next recording.
I think so. Maybe. So for the next episode, we've already kind of wrapping this one up. So Zagnorch, on the next episode, you've hit the level. We will be talking about all of your scores no matter how minute or nerfy, on the next episode. So congratulations. Thank you very much for your donation. And don't forget, all of you guys can go out there and donate too. So, Bill, thanks for sitting in for another one of these monsters.
Absolutely.
And if we make it through the apocalypse, I'll see you on the other side.
I'm sure we will. I have no doubt.
And Krabby, happy Boxing Day, whatever that is, coming up soon.
Pretty soon. That's like my Black Friday. I'll go spend some more money that I don't have.
Hey, it sounds like a plan. But people are giving you money on Christmas, right? So
yeah, Grandma sends some in the Christmas card, so.
yeah. And I don't think Canadians believe in the Mayans, so you got nothing to worry about. You'll be good.
Yeah, I don't think apocalypses affect us up here. We're too far away.
That's right. So when the Four Horsemen come, they'll forget about you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But thanks again for taking the time to be on the show.
Love doing it.
And we'll talk to all of you next month.